examine and process a number of different witnesses that were listed out as far as potential witnesses in this case. So what my intent here is to provide as much of a roadmap as I can through those waters and help me to navigate sort of who these people are and what relation they have to this case. We start with John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe grew up in Braintree. He was 46 years old when he passed. He was the son of John O'Keefe Jr. and Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe. He was a brother to Paul O'Keefe and to his sister, Kristen Furbush. Kristen was married, and so John's brother-in-law was a man named Stephen Furbush. And they had 2 children who were very young in 2013. Now in 2013, Kristen unfortunately, tragically passed away, succumbing to cancer in November of 2013. Within months of that, Mr. O'Keefe's brother-in-law and Kristen's husband, Stephen, passed away as well. Now, initially, when John O'Keefe's sister passed away, sort of the initial plan for that situation was that John O'Keefe was going to move in with Stephen Furbush and kids and assist as far as raising them. And then when Stephen passed away a few months after his wife, before those plans could be finalized, John O'Keefe then moved in with his niece and nephew and assumed the parental role and assumed legal guardianship with respect to both of those children. Now, he was assisted in this by a great number of people within the town of Canton where the Furbushes lived and where John moved into the home with the 2 children there. There were other parents within the neighborhood, other parents within the children's age group. You'll hear from a number of them over the course of this trial, but they included Mrs. Carrie Roberts and Mrs. Jennifer McKay. They helped Mr. O'Keefe out during those initial stages and during the time that he assumed this role. He also got help from his work. John O'Keefe was a proud member of the Boston Police Department, had been for many years. He had been a patrolman prior to moving in with the children and assuming this sort of role. Boston Police Department helped him greatly as far as positioning him into more of a desk role, working in the sex offender unit with more regular hours to sort of assimilate himself to this new life and this new role that he assumes with his children. Initially, John O'Keefe lived in the house with the kids. However, in 2018, they moved into a new home, sort of a new home that they could have as their own. That home is located also within the town of Canton, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton at 1 Medicine Avenue. John O'Keefe raised these children, assuming guardianship for them for about 8 years. His niece was the elder of the 2, was about 14 at the time that John O'Keefe died, and his nephew was about 11 years old at the time that John O'Keefe died. January 28th, 2022 was a relatively typical day. It was a Friday going into a Saturday of January 29th. Sort of typical in the sense of most sort of suburban parents. There were a lot of activities, weekend sports, practices, games, things of that nature that the O'Keefe and Furbush family had to look forward to. One little difference when it came to that particular day of January 28th and the 29th is the weather. So there had been predicted and there was going to be a snowstorm, and a significant one. A blizzard essentially was coming in overnight that Friday and the Saturday, lasting through most of the day on Saturday the 29th. And as a result of that, most of those sort of typical, weekend routine activities that would keep most people, including those within the town of Canton, busy, have been canceled ahead of time. Everybody knew what was coming. Everybody knew essentially you weren't going to leave your house all that much the following day. Now, also on January 28th, Mr. O'Keefe had received some news in respect to his niece. So his niece and her best friend were in 8th grade at the time, going into high school in the fall of 2022. They both applied to a private school called Bishop, and they both found out on the 28th that they had been accepted to that school. So the friend, as well as her father, a gentleman by the name of Michael Camerano, who's both he and his wife, Catherine Camerano, were friendly with John O'Keefe. They had children around the same ages as both John's niece and his nephew. And they had come over to their house on Meadows Ave that evening to celebrate the girls getting into bed. The nephew of John, the 11-year-old, was sleeping over a friend's house that night. He left that home sometime around 7 p.m. or so, got picked up and went to sleep over his friend's house. John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano then decided to travel out to a local establishment on Washington Street called C.F. McCarthy's Bar and Restaurant. You're going to hear testimony and you're going to see surveillance video and you're going to see receipts and all kinds of things from a variety of different establishments, all sort of located within Camden Center along that strip in Washington Street. Now, they get Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano leave the girls at home. They then go to C.F. McCarthy's, arriving there sometime between 7:30 and 8 p.m. They eventually cajole another friend of theirs, Mr. Kurt Roberts, to come out to the bar and join them as well. And there's some other people that are located within the bar, including Mr. James Sullivan, who we hear from, who was present at the bar that night as well. Eventually, the defendant, Karen Reed, joins them at this establishment, C.F. McCarthy's, sometime just before 9 p.m. Now, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had met sometime in 2004. They had dated briefly during that time and reconnected sometime around March of 2020, around the time of the COVID-19 sort of pandemic shutdown. They had started dating around that time period, or reconnected during that time period, and the defendant had stayed at the house in Canton several nights a week. She had helped out with the children. In the month or so leading up to Mr. O'Keefe's death, the relationship soured. You will see text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed to that effect. You will hear testimony from the children, from John's niece and nephew, in regard to things they observed within that relationship. And you'll hear testimony from other individuals as far as their observations or things that they heard. Turning to January 29th, 2022. Just after 6 a.m., the Canton Police Department receives a 911 call from a woman reporting a male party, subsequently identified as John O'Keefe, found in the snow outside a residence at 34 Fairview Road. At the time, as I mentioned, blizzards that had been predicted was occurring, heavy snow, temperatures in the teens, wind bustling around. Officer Stephen Saraf and Officer Stephen Mullaney of the Canton Police were dispatched along with Canton Fire and EMS, and you'll hear from them in regard to their response and what they observed on scene. In particular, with Officer Saraf, he'll have as an exhibit, I anticipate, a cruiser camera video from his cruiser detailing or memorializing sort of his response in the darkness, in the blizzard type conditions as he's driving from the Canton Police Station, where he was located when he received the call, to 34 Fairview Road. When they arrived there, they observed three individuals, three females, sort of off to the left side of the property. And when I say the left side of the property, I mean if you're standing out in the street facing 34 Fairview Road, off to the left side of the property, there's a flagpole, there's a fire hydrant, there's some bushes. That is where Mr. O'Keefe is located. To the right side of the property is sort of the driveway and the mailbox, other things that you'll become familiar with through photographic evidence and other means, of course, of this trial. The three females that the officers observed there were then identified as the defendant, Karen Reed, Mrs. Jennifer McCabe, who had received a phone call earlier in the morning from the defendant, as well as Mrs. Terry Roberts, who had also received a phone call early that morning from the defendant. The several firefighters from the Canton Fire Department you'll hear from in regard to their observations of injuries, abrasions, and lacerations to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. You'll hear their testimony in regard to swelling of his eyes and other injuries that he observed. They observed redness from the cold that he had been lying out in for some time. You'll hear the testimony from these firefighters, Timothy Nuttall, Anthony Flamati, Matthew Kelly, Francis Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and Greg Woodville. And at least from three of those firefighters, you'll hear testimony anticipates detailing statements that the defendant made to them when they had asked about the origination of some of those injuries. defendant stated repeatedly, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Mr. O'Keefe was then taken from the front lawn onto what they call a scoop stretcher. As he's doing that, I anticipate you'll hear Ms. Roberts' testimony that despite the 6 inches of snow approximately that was on top of Mr. O'Keefe's body and the snow throughout the roadway, front yard, everywhere around where he was, there was grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe, where his cell phone was located underneath his body as he lay on that front lawn. He was then transported by firefighters Kelly, Lamati, and Nuttall, as well as the ambulance being driven by firefighter McLaughlin to the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Once there were some observations, and you'll hear testimony from Dr. Justin Rice from that facility as far as observations consistent with what I anticipate you'll hear from those firefighters. But then there is a certain warming procedure that they go through trying to bring his body temperature up. Because when Mr. O'Keefe arrives at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, his body temperature is 80. And after those resuscitative efforts prove unsuccessful, Mr. O'Keefe is eventually pronounced by Dr. Rice at approximately 7:50. Shortly after that, when the defendant is then being driven away from the scene by Ms. Roberts, who is now going to go pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, Jonathan's parents in Braintree, and then bring them to the Samaritan Medical Center in Brockton, the defendant makes some statements of self-harm. As a result of that, she's then transported to the Good Samaritan Medical Center as well by 2 firefighters named Daniel Whitley and Jason Becker. And amongst the statements that they gained from the defendant as they're having a conversation with her in regard to that, in regard to her treatment and diagnosis, she indicates that the last that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument before he had gotten out of the car in front of Fairview Road. Now, you'll also hear testimony from some of the other first responding officers from the Canton Police Department, including Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, Sergeant Sean Good, and Sergeant Michael Lenk, in regard to their initial response, their observations, people that they spoke to, where they went, and their ability to recover within these blizzard conditions that are still ongoing, certain pieces of evidence that they located in around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found. You'll also hear from Lieutenant Charles Ray of the Canton Police Department, who was tasked with, at this point in time, the Canton Police were unaware that the nephew was over at a sleepover. They were unaware that Mr. Camerano had come over to the residence on Meadows Ave and picked up the niece, bringing her back to his house as she was left unattended when the defendant left to go looking for Mr. O'Keefe. So unaware of that, they go do a well-being check at approximately 8:22 in the morning. And they also have cruiser camera video attached to their cruiser. You'll see that video and when they pull into the driveway at Meadows Ave, approximately 8:22 in the morning, they pull in directly behind where eventually you'll hear Ms. McCabe left the defendant's vehicle after driving it from her house to Meadows Ave in search of Mr. O'Keefe. And you'll have that footage, and you'll be able to see the back of the defendant's vehicle, specifically the right rear taillight of that. Now, you'll also hear testimony, as I mentioned, from the Cameranos, from Mr. Roberts, from Mr. Sullivan. Also, they were all present with the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe at C.F. McCarthy's. You'll hear testimony from a number of other individuals who were at the Waterfall. The Waterfall is a bar located across the street, essentially, from C.F. McCarthy's on Washington Street in Canton Center, and somewhere that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went after leaving C.F. McCarthy's at approximately 11 p.m. Now, from that establishment, you'll hear from Rebecca Traers, who was working as a bartender at the Waterfall that evening. You'll hear from a couple named Nicholas and Karina Polakaitis, who were friends of friends, who had known Mr. O'Keefe through their daughter around the same age as Mr. O'Keefe's. Mrs. Polakaitis had some conversation with the defendant that evening, as well as herself and Mrs. McCabe at the Waterfall. She left around the same time as they did. She parked on Washington Street around the same area as Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed did, specifically in Ms. Reed's car. And she observed Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant walking toward the defendant's vehicle, and specifically the defendant walking towards the driver's side. Now, you'll hear testimony from a Christopher and Julie Albert, who were people who were at one point neighbors of Mr. O'Keefe. They knew him well from being neighbors of him. Christopher Albert owns a pizza shop, also located within that Cannon Center area. Mr. O'Keefe, earlier in the day of the 28th, had been into that pizza shop along with his nephew to get his nephew a slice. Christopher Albert and Mr. O'Keefe had some conversation regarding what they were doing that night, and it's Christopher Albert who actually texts Mr. O'Keefe and indicates that they're over at the waterfall and that he should come over shortly before Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant make their way from C.F. McCarthy's home. Now, Christopher Albert left directly from the waterfall and went home. He was sort of walking distance away from it. His wife, Julie Albert, had left earlier in the evening. There was a band playing at the waterfall that night. Julie Albert started to get a migraine and she left before most of the group. Included within that group and sort of how they came to the waterfall, the Albert family in particular, Julie Albert went there along with her sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, as well as her niece, Caitlin Albert, her niece's boyfriend, and Mr. Tristan Morris, and they had had dinner at the waterfall earlier in that evening. Now, Nicole Albert lives at 34 Fairview Road. She has a husband named Brian Albert, who's also a Boston police officer. Brian Albert had gone with a friend of his, who's also in law enforcement, a man named Brian Higgins, and they had gone separately, but had come home together from a funeral for a fallen police officer in New York City. Came home early to sort of beat the weather, and eventually they meet up with Brian Albert's family at the waterfall. Now, Tristan Morris, who was Caitlin Albert's boyfriend, had left the waterfall at some point in the evening. He then returns later to the residence on Fairview Road and picks up Caitlin Albert, brings her home. All of this is in relation to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's son, Brian Albert Jr., whose birthday was coming up the following day, the day of the snowstorm on the 29th. So he had been back at the house at 34 Fairview while his family was out at the waterfall. He had a number of friends that had come over that evening to celebrate his birthday with him. Now, among those friends was two individuals named Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel, and they were at the residence at 34 Fairview for a good portion. Now, those individuals from the waterfall, they leave and then come to 34 Fairview. They do so sometime shortly after midnight. Shortly after midnight is when it starts to snow. Flurries are starting to come down. Snow is starting to stick to some degree to the roads, to the front lawn, to grassy areas around town. Now, from that group, the group that goes back is obviously Brian Albert and Nicole Albert as they live there. Caitlin Albert, because it's her parents and her boyfriend is picking her up, as well as Jennifer McCabe, who is Nicole Albert's sister, and her husband, Matthew. They go back to that, and there's an open invitation to essentially anybody that's there. John O'Keefe takes them up on that. There are certain text messages and phone conversations between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe as to where this house is located, as he's never been there before. And then he and the defendant drive in the defendant's vehicle to 34 Fairview. And once there are several witnesses from within the home that observe the vehicle parked in. So I mentioned earlier there were two females that were with Brian Albert Jr. at the house, one of them being Julie Nagel. At some point, she had called her brother, Mr. Ryan, for a ride home. He then gets a ride from his friends, Ricky Antonio, as well as Mr. Nagel's girlfriend, Heather Max, that's riding in the back of Mr. Antonio's pickup truck. I say that because they arrive at Fairview Road around the same time as the defendant. The defendant is coming in from one direction. The pickup truck with the Nagel brother is coming in from another direction. The pickup truck that the Nagel brother is riding in flashes its lights, signaling the defendant to go. She goes first. They follow in behind, and lo and behold, they end up at the same house. They park the pickup truck somewhere in that right side of the property, facing it from the street in the area of the driveway, and the defendant in her black Lexus SUV parks a little bit further up. Different people from within the pickup and different people from within the house observe that Lexus SUV in one location, pull up a little bit further, and then pull up a little bit further until it's in the area of that fire hydrant, of that flagpole, where Mr. O'Keefe is located the following morning. Now, from their position, I anticipate the testimony that you're going to hear is that Heather Maxon from that pickup truck observes a male passenger and a female operator when the pickup truck operator flashes those lights that the vehicles are facing each other before they pull down. What you'll hear also, I anticipate, from all three of those individuals in the pickup and Julie Nagel, who comes out to the pickup to talk to the brother, is that no one ever exits that vehicle. There are no footprints around that vehicle. There's no damage that they observed to that vehicle at that time. Again, it's just started to snow, and it's not sticking really too much at this point. Julie Nagel has a conversation with her brother, decides that she's going to stay at the house longer, so arrangements for a ride home, and the pickup truck leaves from that point. As they pass by, they observe a female operator, matching what I submit as the description of the defendant. From all of those people within that house that evening, none of them at any point in time observed John O'Keefe come into the house. They see the vehicle out front, they see the vehicle pull away, and they just assume that they left and that no one was coming. We hear testimony from other individuals who were at the house that night, including Colin Albert, who is Julie and Christopher Albert's son. He's also the cousin of Brian Albert Jr., who was having people over for his birthday. He's leaving the house around the time that the initial people coming back from the waterfall, which includes the homeowners, and Mr. Higgins, are sort of coming into the house. At that point, Colin Albert was leaving. He's getting picked up by a young lady named Allison McCabe, who is Jennifer and Matthew McCabe's daughter, who's also friends with Colin Albert and also cousins of Brian Albert Jr., who's within the home celebrating his birthday. As I mentioned, you'll hear testimony from Matthew McCabe and from Jennifer McCabe in regard to their observations that particular evening, both at the waterfall as well as at the residence on Fairview Road. And then you'll hear testimony in regard to a phone call. A phone call that Jennifer McCabe receives from John O'Keefe's niece at approximately 4:53 in the morning. She answers that phone call, speaks to the niece briefly, and the niece hands the phone over to the defendant. Now, you'll hear testimony from the niece as well, that about 4:30 in the morning or so, the defendant came into her room in a frantic state, saying that Mr. O'Keefe had not come home the night before. So initially, when the defendant is talking to Ms. McCabe, she indicates to Ms. McCabe that the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall. Eventually, as Ms. McCabe is waking up, she reminds the defendant that she not only saw them leave the waterfall around the same time as herself, but also saw the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, outside of the home on Fairview Road. Eventually, the defendant, while driving around, this will come in as far as other testimony and related testimony as it develops, but she's driving around in that morning. She's calling a bunch of number of different people, friends of Mr. O'Keefe. She's calling Mr. O'Keefe himself. She also calls Ms. Roberts. So Carrie Roberts receives a call about 5 a.m. from the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe did not come home, indicating that he got hit by the plow or that he must be dead. Ms. Roberts then gets ready. Mr. McCabe is getting ready as well, sort of planning to go out and look for Mr. O'Keefe and see if they can locate him. They call numerous times. You can see that within the text messages and the phone extractions from a variety of people's different phones throughout the course of this trial as well. So eventually the defendant comes to Ms. McCabe's home, indicates at some points prior to that she has a cracked tailgate. Ms. McCabe then gets in the driver's seat due to the defendant's frantic state. Ms. Roberts is there as well. Ms. Roberts follows Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle back to Mr. O'Keefe's residence on Meadows Ave, checks on the niece. The defendant then shows both Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe the damage to her right rear taillight, which is essentially missing a number of different pieces from that right rear taillight. They then proceed off to drive and see if they can locate Mr. O'Keefe. The defendant is insistent that they go to that residence on Fairview Road. Again, they're driving down there in the dark, in the snow, in the wind, in the blizzard. As they approach towards that residence, there is one person, so they're seated within the vehicle. This is Ms. Roberts' vehicle. She's driving. Mrs. McCabe is in the front passenger seat. The defendant is in the rear passenger seat. The defendant is the only one who sees Mr. O'Keefe. Yells and screams at Ms. Roberts to stop. Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that they did not see Mr. O'Keefe, not only as they were driving past him, but even after they got out of the vehicle until the defendant gets out of the back seat and makes a beeline essentially right over to where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found. Mrs. McCabe then dials 911. And shortly after that is when the officers and the Canton firefighters arrive on scene. Now, while they're waiting there, at approximately 6:23, 6:24 a.m., during a conversation with the defendant asks Mrs. McCabe to look up on her phone how long someone has to be out in the cold to die from hypothermia, or something to that effect. And you'll hear some dispute as to when that search was made. And you'll hear testimony from 3 different forensic extraction experts, Nicholas Carino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen. You'll hear about a lot of these things called extraction reports from cell phones. And the extraction reports are done with a program called Cell. Mr. Whiffen is someone who writes that software for Cell. I anticipate you'll hear from each of their testimonies that Google search that was done on Ms. McCabe's phone was done at the same time frame that she indicates the defendant requested her to do it, and that at 6:23 and 6:24 morning. We'll hear testimony from Ms. Roberts, Ms. McCabe, the firefighters, and the responding Canton police officers about a repeated phraseology that the defendant stated while there, asking again and again in regards to Mr. O'Keefe, is he dead? Is he dead? You will also hear testimony, as I indicated, about sort of treatment that she received at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, and that would involve testimony from Ms. Daisy Ormseth, Ms. Kathleen Wilford, and the Dr. Gary Fowler. We'll hear testimony from a number of different analysts from the State Police Crime Lab and from some other laboratories as well. Included within that will be Mr. Nicholas Roberts, and Ms. Maureen Hartnett, Mr. Andre Porto, Ms. Ashley Vallier, and Ms. Christina Hannon, those all being from the State Police. You will hear testimony in regard to an incident which occurred earlier in January, right around New Year's. Mr. O'Keefe, defendant, and the children have been invited with a much larger group, approximately 70 people or so, to spend New Year's in Aruba. This is a trip that was organized by a friend of Mr. O'Keefe's named Laura Sullivan. We'll hear a testimony from her, as well as from her sister, Miss Marietta Sullivan, as well as you'll hear testimony from the 2 children in relation to this. And essentially, day 2 or so of this trip, Marietta Sullivan, the sister of Laura, is walking through the lobby and she runs into Mr. O'Keefe. This is someone she refers to as godfather, because John O'Keefe is also the godfather of Laura Sullivan's son. Runs into him in the lobby, gives him a hug, and sort of pointing him in the direction of where she believes he's going into his room. The defendant is in the area. The defendant starts yelling and screaming and swearing at Ms. Sullivan. Ms. Sullivan responds in kind. Essentially, for the most part, the Sullivan sisters see very little of Mr. O'Keefe throughout the remainder of their trip to Aruba. And we also hear testimony from the children that shortly after this, or immediately after this, there is a approximately 20-minute screaming match going on between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant within their hotel room in front of the children. Now, you'll also hear testimony from the defendant's phone in regard to, and from another individual's phone in regard to that Aruba, in regard to text messages of an amorous nature that she had with Mr. Brian Higgins, who was at the waterfall, and also at the residence on 34 Fairview, because he was friends with his homeowner, Brian Albert, but he was also friends with Mr. O'Keefe and had also met the defendant. And throughout the course of those amorous text messages, there's references that the defendant makes to that incident in Aruba, as she purports it to be Mr. O'Keefe cheating on her. She insists that he was making out with Marietta Sullivan in that lobby, as opposed to her giving him a hug, and makes repeated reference to that within the contents of those text messages as well. Now, you'll hear testimony from a number of different other individuals. Mr. Michael Trotta, who has a supervisory role with Canton Department of Public Works. You'll hear from Mr. Louis Jutras, who has a supervisory role with regard to IT, in regard to certain video that was recovered from the town of Canton, as well as from a temple located along the route that the defendant traveled, both away from Fairview that evening, as well as to Fairview from the waterfall, away from Fairview to Mr. O'Keefe's residence on Meadows, and then later in the morning at 5 a.m. Because if you recall, Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that she receives the call from the defendant about 4:53 in the morning. The defendant then drives around Canton for some perceptible half-hour or so period of time prior to even getting to Ms. McCabe's house. And what I submit the evidence, or what I anticipate the evidence will show, based on sort of the tracking of her phone records, testimony you'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Tully of the State Police, from these bulky records and RTT accounts, that the defendant, while she's using her phone, is driving in the direction of Fairview Road prior to going to Mrs. McCabe's house, where she meets Mrs. McCabe and Ms. Roberts. Now, again, you'll hear testimony from a number of different troopers who were involved in the investigation. With regard to this case, you'll hear from Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Jerry Mechanic of the State Police. You'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Tully. You'll hear some testimony from Trooper Joseph Hall, who's in a specialized unit within the State Police called PARS for short, but essentially a collision analysis and reconstruction section within the Massachusetts State Police. His examination of the vehicle, his examination of the scene, his examination of specifically some Toyota texture, because Lexus is essentially owned by Toyota or vice versa. So there is some data that he's able to recover from that and back the vehicle up based on its known locations and travel. Key cycles essentially opines, anticipate he'll opine that around 12:45 in the morning, when the vehicle was in front of the residence on Fairview, that for some perceptible period of time, that vehicle travels over 60 feet in reverse at over approximately 24.2 miles per hour. Now, you'll hear testimony, as I said, from a number of different troopers, as well as from a number of different analysts from different labs. Included within that is Ms. Maureen Hartnett, who collected items from the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, including the taillights, sort of housing from that vehicle, pieces of the taillight that were discovered in sort of front grass, front street area. There is a specialized team called the CERT team. You'll hear from Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, who has a supervisory role in relation to that. And then later on that day of the 29th, he, along with Lieutenant Tully and a number of different members from his CERT team, were searching for evidence within the mounds of snow in front of that house, as the blizzard is still ongoing at this point through sort of the afternoon hours. Among the items that they locate is a sneaker. When Mr. O'Keefe is transported to the hospital, he's found to only have one sneaker on his feet. They find the other sneaker in that area of the body. They find various pieces of taillight. And as is wont to do, over the course of the following days, the temperatures rise, rainstorm that comes in, and the snow melts. Over those successive days, there are additional pieces of taillights that are eventually discovered in that area of the front lawn of the street. Now, from these different pieces, Ms. Hartnett also locates a cocktail glass that's located on the bumper or the rear area of that scene, and she locates a human hair on the back of that defendant's vehicle as well. Now, the cocktail glass on the bumper, you'll also see surveillance video from the waterfall, and Mr. O'Keefe is observed on that surveillance video essentially walking out of the waterfall with a cocktail glass in his right hand. Same right hand that has minor injuries to it, and the same right hand that's attached to his right arm that has the abrasions and lacerations that are observed by the paramedics, that are observed by the doctors at Good Samaritan, and are observed by the medical examiner as well. You'll hear testimony from another analyst, Christina Hanley, about the forensic consistency between a drinking glass that was in the defendant's bumper and the drinking glass pieces that were found on scene at 34 Fairview. You'll hear her testimony in regard to pieces of red and clear plastic that were microscopic in size that were found within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. Consistent, in her opinion, I anticipate she'll testify, with the same pieces of plastic contained within the defendant's taillight. You'll hear from an Ashley Valley, who works for the lab as well, and how she fit the various pieces of broken taillight from the scene together and over that taillight housing, finding them to be consistent with each other as well. You'll hear testimony from Andre Porto, who does essentially DNA analyst for the lab, and samples that were DNA samples that were taken from the taillight, from the clothes of Mr. O'Keefe, the broken drinking glass that were consistent with Mr. O'Keefe. Those items were also sent, the taillight pieces, taillight DNA was also sent to an independent lab, Bodie Technologies, located in Northern Virginia. And you'll hear from an analyst there, Mr. Nicholas Bradford, indicating that the DNA on the defendant's taillight his opinion is consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe and inconsistent with Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan, who were the two preliminary investigators and primary investigators when it came to this case. You'll also hear from this test chart from that Bodie Laboratories in regard to some mitochondrial DNA that she examined in regard to that hair that Ms. Hartnett found on the Buffalo car, and her opinion that it was consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe as well. Lastly, you'll also hear from Dr. Irene Sportibello and Dr. Renee Stonebridge of the Hospital Chief Medical Examiner in regard to their various examinations. Dr. Stonebridge is a neuropathologist. She essentially examines brain findings. Dr. Irene Sportibello is a forensic pathologist who does the sort of autopsy and medical examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body. You'll hear about the variety of sort of injuries that she observed over Mr. O'Keefe's body from him. In particular, you'll hear testimony in regard to lacerations to the right back of the scene. You'll hear testimony in regard to an initial sort of skull fracture that occurs to the back of his head, and then sort of a radiating skull fracture that goes throughout his skull, which then leads to subdural hemorrhage, or essentially bleeding on the brain, and then swelling of the brain, which then causes a condition called ecchymosis, which then sort of leads to the swelling of both of Mr. O'Keefe's eyes that was observed by the initial response. Address you directly. I thank you very much for your attention today, and I thank you for the anticipation of your close attention as we go through all of the witnesses and all the evidence in this case. That second time that I do get to address you, what I'll be asking you, based on the evidence, and again, as the board has instructed you, you are the sole arbiters of the facts of this case. You are the ones who find what the facts, I reiterate that, facts, and what the evidence demonstrates in this case. What I submit to you at that time, that second time, is that the only true and just verdict based on that is that the defendant, Karen Reed, is guilty of murder in the second degree, striking the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, with her car, knocking him back onto the ground, striking his head on the ground, causing the bleeding in his brain, swelling, and then leaving him there for several hours in a blizzard, with temperatures in the teens, wind swirling around, snow piling up on his body until she comes with Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts just after 6 a.m. And that she is also guilty of vehicular manslaughter, operating under the influence of liquor, and that she is also guilty of leaving the scene after causing death. Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lally. Mr. Betty?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death. And that means that somebody else did. You will learn that it was no accident that John O'Keefe was found dead on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road in Kent on January 29th of 2022. You will learn that at that address lived a well-known and well-connected law enforcement family in Kent, the Alberts. Because the Alberts were involved, and because they had close connections to the investigators in this case, Karen Reed was framed for a murder she did not commit. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. As I previously told you, my name is David Yannetti. I'm an attorney with an office in Boston. Together with attorneys Alan Jackson and Elizabeth Little, it's truly my privilege and my honor to represent Karen Reed during this trial. From a very early juncture in this case, you will question the Commonwealth's theory of the case. You will question the quality of the Commonwealth's evidence. You will question the veracity of the Commonwealth's witnesses. And you will question their shoddy and biased investigation, a faulty investigation that led to Karen Reed sitting here today. You will learn, in short, that the police did no real investigation of this case, and you will question why. You'll question why the investigators had such tunnel vision. You'll question why they focused solely on Karen Reed, someone with no ties to the Canton Police Department, as opposed to the well-known and well-connected Albert family of Canton, family that was never treated as suspects by the investigators in this case. Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found mortally injured on Brian Albert's front lawn. His body was in full view and almost right below Brian Albert's bedroom window on his front lawn. He was found wearing only one sneaker. You'll learn that Brian Albert was a Boston police officer as well, and that he was a trained first responder. Brian Albert was notified that another police officer was injured and unresponsive on his front lawn, and Brian Albert did nothing. His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, and other civilians were on his property that morning after John O'Keefe's body was found. Police, EMTs, firefighters, police cruisers, an ambulance, fire truck, lights flashing, and first responder Brian Albert never came out of his house. Equally important for you will be the fact that the lead homicide investigators never went inside the Albert home that night. You'll learn that Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, is a Canton police officer. It was obvious very early on that the Canton police should not be investigating the death of a man found on the property of the brother of a Canton police officer. So it was decided just about from the start that the Massachusetts State Police should take complete control of this investigation because the Canton police were conflicted out. Now, that sounded good at the time, but you'll learn that two major problems arose. First, despite the fact that they obviously had a conflict of interest, the evidence will show that the Canton police still had their hands in this investigation. You will find it astounding. But Canton police officer Kevin Albert, the reason for the conflict of interest in the first place, was continually updated about the status of this investigation while it was going on. Second, and equally troubling, is that the lead state police detective who was assigned to this case was a man named Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor, you will learn, is one of the many people in Canton with deep ties to the Albert family. Michael Proctor's own mother refers to the Alberts as the Proctor's second family. His own sister's wedding, Michael Proctor was in the wedding party with Colin Albert. And he sat at the head table of that wedding with members of the Albert family.
Is that you?
That's the man who was chosen to lead the investigation into the suspicious death on the property of Brian Albert. That's the man who gave updates to Canton police officer Kevin Albert, while the state police were supposed to be investigating what had occurred at his brother Brian Albert's house. You'll learn that right from the jump, Michael Proctor predetermined the outcome of this case. Never stepped foot inside the Albert home on January 29th, 2022. Never checked out whether there were any signs of struggle inside.
Twisted, is that you? I'm going to have to remove it again, and I'm not hearing anything. Are you muted?
At that home, he never called for crime scene technicians and other specialists to look for blood or other trace evidence within the home. He never asked Brian Albert for permission to go in the home and take a look around. Michael Proctor never applied for a search warrant to go in that home. Instead, he focused immediately and exclusively on Karen Reed, the outsider. You will learn that no one in the Proctor family has ever called the Reed family their second family. No one in the Proctor family had been in a wedding party with anyone from the Reed family. Karen Reed was a convenient outsider. She was most definitely not from Canton. How did Michael Proctor feel about her? How did he treat somebody he was investigating at a point in time when he should have been keeping an open mind, focusing on obtaining all possible evidence so that he didn't miss anything? Well, you will learn that on the very day that John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor was texting with his high school buddies about this supposedly secret investigation using his personal cell phone. He was revealing information about this investigation to his friends, assuming that nobody would ever find out what he was doing or what he was saying. And he was revealing his true thoughts about Karen Reed to his friends, not what he put in his sanitized police reports, his true feelings to his friends whom he trusted, and in text messages that he never thought would come into the hands of the defense in this case. Lead investigator Trooper Michael Proctor, right from the start, called Karen Reed names you would reserve only for your worst enemies. He told his friends that he hoped that she would kill herself. He told his friends that he had seized her cell phone. And you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client communications on between Karen and me at that time. He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. And you'll know that he did because he told his high school buddies that he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed. And he was disappointed he hadn't found any yet. That is the professional and unbiased investigator who was chosen to lead the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. You'll learn that one of Michael Proctor's high school friends commented to him that with a dead body on the front lawn, the homeowner in this case is surely going to catch a lot of grief. And do you know what Michael Proctor's response to that was? One word. Nope. And he explained why. Michael Proctor assured his buddies that the homeowner would not catch a lot of grief because, quote, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, end quote. That one sentence, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm sorry. I want to hear this one part again, right here.
Is that he never thought would come into the hands of the defense in this case. Lead investigator Trooper Michael Proctor, right from the start, called Karen Reed names you would reserve only for your worst enemies. He told his friends that he hoped that she would kill herself.
Wow.
He told his friends that he had seized her cell phone. And you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client communications on between Karen and me at that time. He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. And you'll know that he did because he told his high school buddies that he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed. and he was disappointed he hadn't found any yet.
Wow.
That is the professional and unbiased investigator who was chosen to lead the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. You'll learn that one of Michael Proctor's high school friends commented to him that with a dead body on the front lawn, the homeowner in this case is surely going to catch a lot of grief. And you know what Michael Proctor's response to that was? One word. Nope. And he explained why. Michael Proctor assured his buddies that the homeowner would not catch a lot of grief because, quote, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, end quote. That one sentence, ladies and gentlemen, in Michael Proctor's own words, will explain a lot to you about how this investigation was conducted. You will be able to evaluate whether Trooper Michael Proctor treated Brian Albert and his family differently because of who they are and their relationships between his family and theirs.
Wow.
You will evaluate whether this investigation was on the up and up. You will decide, as a result, how valuable or worthless the prosecution's DNA evidence is or is not, in light of who controlled that evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor's fingerprints are figuratively all over this case. His fingerprints are all over the Commonwealth's evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor showed up at Karen Reed's parents' house in Dighton to interview her during the afternoon of January 29th, only hours after John O'Keefe's body was found dead on Brian Albert's front lawn. You'll learn that Michael Proctor had her Lexus SUV towed from her parents' home. But you'll also learn that he wrote a search warrant in which he falsified the time that he took that SUV. He swore under oath that the vehicle wasn't towed until 5:30 p.m. But you'll learn that we obtained surveillance footage that he didn't know we would get. And that surveillance footage exposed that Michael Proctor's words in that sworn affidavit were a lie. Michael Proctor had that vehicle for about 90 minutes before he claimed to have taken it. And folks, you will learn that the timing...
Sorry, I think it's my StreamYard that's being slow today.
Because when John O'Keefe was first found on Brian Albert's front lawn, the police thoroughly searched that yard for potential evidence. And it wasn't just one officer, or two, or three. There were at least 4 officers that searched that front lawn. And that morning was the beginning of a snowstorm, but there wasn't yet much snow on the ground when they were searching that lawn. It was light out by the time they did the search, and it was getting lighter. And during that thorough search of Brian Albert's front lawn, the number of pieces of taillight that were found by a minimum of 4 officers looking for evidence was 0. It was only later in the day when the snow was really starting to accumulate that the police miraculously started to find pieces of taillight on the property. The police only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had seized Karen Reed's car. They only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had possession of her taillight. You'll learn that Trooper Michael Proctor then kept going back to the Albert residence after that day, and he claims to have kept finding pieces of taillight on multiple occasions on multiple different days. And in addition, a good week after John O'Keefe's death, Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz, an older officer on the brink of retirement with probably not the best eyesight, he supposedly was happened to be driving past Brian Albert's house. And by the way, Brian Albert is someone with whom Chief Berkowitz is also good friends. And this older man allegedly spotted yet another piece of taillight from his moving vehicle. This was yet another piece of taillight that was somehow missed by the trained specialist who had previously and thoroughly searched the property. Another piece of taillight that Proctor supposedly missed in the many times he went back to the property. Michael Proctor claims that he kept finding pieces of taillight right up until February 18th of 2022, which was nearly 3 weeks after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's home. You will learn that there is no competent evidence that Karen Reed's taillight shattered at Brian Albert's property in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022. To the contrary, you'll learn that when Karen left John at Brian Albert's house, she drove back to John's house on Meadows Ave across town in Canton. At John's home, where he lived with his 2 adopted children, Karen was drifting in and out of sleep, but she woke up for good in a panic sometime around 4 a.m. because John hadn't come home. And that was not like him at all. He had never done that before. Karen had a sinking feeling that something was wrong. Something was seriously wrong. So she got back into her Lexus. She backed up out of the garage to leave the driveway. And when she did, the right rear taillight of her Lexus struck John's parked vehicle in the driveway, and her taillight cracked. That was the same taillight that the prosecution now claims was broken outside the Albert residence hours earlier at 12:30 a.m. But we have video evidence that the taillight was actually broken at 5 a.m., many hours after the prosecution needs that taillight to have been broken. There is, of course, no video of the taillight being broken at Brian Albert's house. You will eventually conclude that that's because the taillight was not broken there. Importantly, you will learn that there was an eyewitness who arrived at 34 Fairview after Karen got there with John O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th. And that eyewitness, Brian Nagel, who's the brother of Julie Nagel, who was at the after-hours party that night. He had a clear view of Karen's SUV. Brian Nagel confirms that there was no damage to her taillight at that time. Karen was sitting in the driver's seat with her hands at 10 and 2. And Ryan Nagel confirms that while Karen was inside the car, John O'Keefe was not. John O'Keefe was also not outside the car at that time. You will ultimately conclude there's only one other place he could have been. Now, going back to that 5 a.m. video from John's driveway, you will see Karen back up her Lexus and strike John's car at about 5 a.m. when she was leaving John's house to go out to look for him. And you will know that she struck his car at 5 a.m. because you will watch that video closely. You will witness that the wheels and the hubcaps on John's car are jostled and moved by Karen's SUV. And you will conclude that that video depicts exactly when Karen's taillight was cracked, long after she dropped off John that night at 34 Fairview. And you will learn that part of the reason that Karen's Lexus hit John's car was that Karen was panicked at that time. Where is John? Why didn't he come home? What happened to him? And you will learn that she was racking her brain for what possibly could have happened. And like many of us, was worried about the worst. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? That was what she was saying, both to herself and to other people later that morning when she went back to 34 Fairview. She couldn't think of anything else that made sense. She certainly didn't consider in a million years that someone from within the Albert home could have beaten up John and left him to die on the front lawn. Now, that was over 2 years ago. Karen didn't know then what you will learn during this trial. Karen didn't know that Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house sometime after Karen pulled away. She didn't know that after Jennifer McCabe dropped off some people elsewhere, she returned to her own home. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe climbed some stairs in her home and eventually made it into her bedroom with her cell phone. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe settled in at 2:27 in the morning on January 29, 2022, and typed a Google search that she would later delete. 2:27 in the morning was over 3 hours before John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn. 2:27 was over 3 hours before anyone knew or suspected that John O'Keefe was missing or hurt or in trouble. And at 2:27 in the morning, you will learn that with no one watching her, thinking she was alone with her thoughts, not worrying that anyone would know what she was doing, Jennifer McCabe typed in the following Google search: how long to die in the cold? Now, she misspelled the first word, so the actual search was how long to die in the cold, but you'll get the point. You will ask yourself, why would somebody Google how long does it take for someone to die in the cold, unless that person knew someone who either was in that situation or would be in that situation? You will question during this trial, who was it who actually did die in the cold at some point that night, sometime after Jen McCabe was asking Google for an answer to her question? And you'll learn that the answer to that question was John O'Keefe. The medical examiner in this case will testify that one of the causes of John O'Keefe's death was hypothermia. John O'Keefe died in part because he was left to die in the cold. Now, the Commonwealth will try to dispute the timing of that Google search. They'll try to claim that there were only 2 Google searches at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. after John's body was found. But one problem for the Commonwealth will be that we have retained Richard Green, one of the leading computer forensic experts in the country. Rick Green has forensically analyzed Jennifer McCabe's phone, both manually and using every appropriate type of computer software to solve this issue. Rick Green will confirm for you that Jennifer McCabe did indeed make that search at 2:27 a.m. And another problem for the Commonwealth is that you will hear and see other evidence that will confirm that Jennifer McCabe is lying when she denies making that Google search at 2:27 a.m. You will conclude that before she went to bed, if she went to bed that night, Jennifer McCabe wanted to know just how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. And a big question in this trial for you will be, when was John O'Keefe left to die in the cold? I expect the Commonwealth will try to persuade you that he was left there sometime around 12:30 a.m. because they're going to try to prove to you that Karen Reed hit him and that his body stayed there the entire night until first responders arrived at 6 a.m. and his body was taken to the hospital. But you will learn that there are big problems with the Commonwealth's theory of this case. You will learn that there were 6 people at that after-hours party at Brian Albert's house, all of whom left by the front door and would have been confronted by John O'Keefe's lifeless body on that lawn if he was actually there at that time. Those 6 people walked out the front door to 34 Fairview, walked to their cars, either in the driveway or parked in front of the house. Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, was there. Her husband, Matthew McCabe, was there. ATF federal agent Brian Higgins was there, who was also Brian Albert's friend. Sarah Levinson, a friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. Julie Nagel, another friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. And Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert's that a 6'2", nearly 220-pound big man in dark clothing was sprawled on the front lawn when there was only a dusting of white snow on the ground. He was supposedly sprawled on that lawn, just feet from where these people were walking when they left the residence. And you will learn that not one of these people saw John O'Keefe laying. Not one. And you know who else saw no one laying outside in the early morning hours of January 29th? The snowplow driver in charge of plowing the street for the city of Canton. And this is another big problem for the Commonwealth. You will learn that Michael Proctor, here's that name again, wrote a report where he claimed that the DPW supervisor had told him that Fairview Road had not been plowed that night. Proctor's total investigation on this issue consisted of one phone call and no follow-up. He just submitted his report that simply said the road hadn't been plowed that night, and perhaps thinking that no one else would follow up either. But you'll learn that when it came to finding out the truth, it's not that Proctor couldn't find the truth, it's that he wouldn't. But fortunately, you'll learn that we would, and we did. You'll learn that within weeks after January 29th, we sent our investigator, a former Medford police officer named Paul Makowski, to the Canton DPW to try to get to the bottom of this. Paul Makowski talked to the same supervisor at the DPW, a man named Michael Trotta, whom Proctor claimed had told him that the street hadn't been plowed that night. You'll learn that Paul Makowski found out that Michael Proctor was not telling the truth. You'll learn that Michael Trotta from the DPW told Paul Makowski, our investigator, that the street was indeed plowed that night, and that the name of the plow driver was Brian Loughran. So Paul Makowski tracked down Brian Loughran. He asked Mr. Loughran if the state police or any investigators had ever spoken to him. And the answer came back, no. You will then learn what Brian Loughran had to say about what he saw and didn't see that night, and you will be shocked. Brian Loughran told Paul Makowski that he was driving a big snowplow in Canton that night. You'll learn that the nickname for it at the DPW was Frankenstein, because it had a lot of spare parts and it had been around forever. Brian Loughran told Paul Makowski that when he plows the streets of Canton in Frankenstein, he's very careful. He makes sure to check not only the roads in front of him, but also the yards to the side of his plow. He makes sure not to hit a fire hydrant or a tree or an animal, or heaven forbid, a person lying in the snow. He's always on the lookout. You'll learn that Brian Loughran passed by 34 Fairview in his plow, traveling right by Brian Albert's front lawn at 2:30 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Loughran confirms that at about 2:30, when he went by that house, John O'Keefe was not on that front lawn. So you'll learn that about 2 hours after the Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed somehow incapacitated John O'Keefe, an eyewitness confirms that not only could it not have happened, but it didn't happen. But you'll learn that Brian Laughlin also provides some other troubling testimony for the Commonwealth. You'll learn that after making that pass at 2:30 in the morning and seeing no body, he showed up again at the entrance to Fairview Road, intending to make another pass down it with his plow. This time, however, at about 3:30 in the morning, he looked down the street and he saw that parked right next to Brian Albert's front lawn, right in the very area where John O'Keefe's body was later found at 6 a.m., Brian Laughlin saw a Ford Edge parked on the side of the road. You will learn that the police have done zero investigation to discover whose Ford Edge that was. You'll learn that members of the Albert family drove Ford Edges. You'll learn that the police to this day claim not to know who was parked right next to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later found. You will learn that while investigators on this case, including Michael Proctor, completely ignored the snowplow driver who went right by the Albert residence, the defense not only tracked him down and interviewed him, but the plow driver actually took our investigator on a ride back past the residence to explain the precise route that he had taken on January 29th. You'll learn that some other curious things were going on in the early morning hours of January 29th. Curious things that the police in this case utterly failed to investigate. For example, after people left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house on January 29, Brian Albert claimed that he had no contact with anyone but his wife until he was woken up in the morning. But you will learn that he was ultimately confronted by the fact that his phone records revealed that he had actually placed a phone call to ATF agent Brian Higgins, his friend, the same friend who had been at his house earlier that night. And that was at 2:22 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Higgins called him back 17 seconds later, and they connected for 22 seconds on their cell phones. You'll be asked to consider just how long 22 seconds is and what could be said and discussed during that long of a phone call. You will consider that phone call in the context of the other curious things that were going on during the early morning hours of January 29th. You will learn about the following in chronological order. 2:12 a.m., Jennifer McCabe arrives at her home. 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert calls Brian Higgins. 2:22 a.m., 17 seconds later, Higgins calls him back, and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are on the phone together for 22 seconds. 2:23 a.m., Jennifer McCabe climbs the stairs to her bedroom. 2:27 a.m., Jennifer McCabe searches on Google how long to die in the cold. 2:30 a.m., plow driver Brian Laughlin confirms there was no body on Brian Albert's front lawn. 3:30 a.m., Brian Laughlin confirms that a Ford Edge was parked right where John O'Keefe's body was later found. The Commonwealth will not be able to successfully dispute any of those facts, yet I expect that they will persist in asking you to convict Karen Reed anyway. You will learn that there are other major problems with the Commonwealth's theory. You'll learn that when John O'Keefe was found, he did not look like he had been hit by a car. You'll learn that he looked to have been attacked and beaten up. You'll learn that John O'Keefe was a large 6'2" man who, if positioned behind a Lexus SUV, would have had his torso completely exposed to the rear of that vehicle, including to the taillight. You'll learn that no part of his torso was injured. There was no bruising, no ridges, no scratches, no punctures. You'll learn that his chest and hips and legs were pristine. despite the Commonwealth's contention that he was hit by a 6,000-pound vehicle. The evidence will show that what was not pristine was his right arm. You will take one look at that arm, and you will conclude that a car did not cause those injuries. The injuries to John O'Keefe's arm appear to be consistent with scratch marks and claw marks, marks that make it look as though an animal had attacked his arm. But you won't have to rely just on your common sense when you look at those photos. You'll hear from an expert forensic pathologist who is world-renowned, who has personally conducted thousands of autopsies. And he will testify that those marks are consistent with scratch and claw marks and bite marks from an animal, including a German Shepherd. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, Brian Albert's family dog, Chloe, was a German Shepherd. You'll learn that Brian Albert has admitted that this dog is not good around strangers. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe would have been a stranger to that dog. And you'll learn that Chloe had been the beloved family dog for the Alberts for 7 years. The Albert family loved Chloe. But strangely, as we discuss this dog today, the Albert family doesn't have its beloved Chloe anymore. You'll learn that Brian Albert was called to testify before the grand jury regarding this matter in April of 2022, and that he did testify about his German Shepherd, Chloe, during that grand jury testimony. And you'll learn that not long after that testimony, Brian Albert and his family rehomed their beloved family dog. They gave away their family dog, and Chloe, the German Shepherd, is therefore now gone. Now, the Commonwealth will try to take your attention away from all of these troubling facts and try to persuade you not to consider their shocking lack of investigation of anyone else, not to consider John O'Keefe's injuries, not to consider the fact that multiple people left the residence and saw no body, not to consider the fact that the snowplow driver was specifically looking at 2:30 a.m. and there was nobody there, not to consider the fact that two people in the house were communicating at 2:22 a.m. but denied speaking to each other for 22 seconds, and not to consider the fact that one of their witnesses, who was also present at the home, was unusually curious at 2:27 a.m. about how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. Commonwealth will instead try to persuade you that Karen Reed supposedly had a motive to kill John O'Keefe because they were not getting along. You'll hear about their trip to Aruba over New Year's Eve and that Karen was upset that John had been flirting with another woman. And you will hear that Karen considered exploring her options after that trip, which led her to a get-together at one point with ATF federal agent Brian Higgins, although that never went anywhere. But you'll also hear that in January of 2022, after the Aruba trip, and not long before January 28th and 29th, John O'Keefe was making long-term plans with Karen, including a family trip with her and the kids, and also another trip with Karen and another couple for months into the future. And you'll see video of how John and Karen were interacting on the night in question. You'll see for yourself how they looked at each other from the video at the waterfall that night. Nobody who saw them that night saw anything wrong. There was nothing wrong. I mean, like any couples, occasionally they would bicker or disagree, but you will hear zero evidence of any domestic violence in that home whatsoever. John never raised a hand in anger toward Karen, and Karen never raised a hand in anger toward John. That simply wasn't who they are. You will conclude the notion that Karen Reed chose the start of a snowstorm to suddenly become violent out of the blue for the first time and intentionally kill her boyfriend by hitting him with her car and leaving him there with a house full of people inside is patently ridiculous. You will also learn that what's not ridiculous is that someone not Karen Reed, ambushed John O'Keefe. Somebody probably didn't mean to kill him, but somebody went too far. You'll learn that Trooper Proctor failed to investigate motives that other people had to harm John O'Keefe. You'll learn that Proctor failed to investigate anything or anyone who was in the Albert residence that night. You'll learn that he failed to investigate the antagonistic relationship between members of the Albert family and John O'Keefe. You'll learn that apparently nobody investigates the Albert family of Canton. Remember, on day one, Trooper Proctor was asked whether the homeowner, Brian Albert, would catch a lot of grief. And Trooper Proctor himself said it. Nope. Homeowner's a Boston cop too. So folks, the trial is now about to start and the witnesses are about to start testifying. On behalf of Karen Reed, I ask that you do two things during this trial. First, I ask that you pay attention to all of the evidence. The way trials work, the prosecution gets to present its case first. They conduct their direct examinations first. So we respectfully ask that you wait for us. We will get to cross-examine their witnesses, and you will find that cross-examination is the key that unlocks the truth. Wait for us. You'll be glad that you did. Second, I ask that you keep your eye on the ball. You have one job and one job only to do during this trial, and that job, quite frankly, is not to solve this case. Your only job during this trial is to determine whether the Commonwealth, the prosecution, has proven to you each and every element of the crimes they have charged, beyond a reasonable doubt, to a moral certainty. The prosecution will fail to prove this case to a moral certainty. They will fail to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. You will reasonably doubt their case because their theory of the case does not make sense. You will reasonably doubt their case because Karen Reed was framed, and the evidence shows that, despite the fact that the police never ever investigated that angle of this case at all. Because the prosecution will not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty, we will stand before you again at the end of this trial and ask that you find Karen Reed not guilty.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Giannetti.
Or may we approach you at sidebar?
Yes.
You think the defense is quite compelling? Huh.
Interest. I mean, I think
don't-
knowing
Yeah, that's the thing. We know.
some us knowing stuff, yeah, already kind of kills it for it to be compelling. You know what I mean? Like when you
Yeah.
already know of X, Y, and Z, you start to be like, all right, I know what you're doing here. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. I don't know how they're going to pull it off. I wish Karen would take the stand. I almost think she will, but because she's just.
I think that would be suicide for them for her to take a stand, because if she takes the stand, she's subject to cross-examination. So I don't think that that's going to happen. I highly, highly doubt that they would advise their client to get on that stand.
Oh, I know, but it's her decision, and I think with the shit she's pulled before, you know what I mean? Like in the talking to the cops while she was waiting to get bonded out. I just think she thinks she's the smartest one. And I'm not saying she will. I'm not feeling married to it. But just the type of person she is, it's like, oh my God, they didn't do what I needed them to do. She feels like maybe she could save the day. Because it happens all the time. When you have narcissist.
Yeah, I mean, if it was me though, I'm just thinking like in legal strategies, that if it was me and this is my client, there's no way I put her on that stand, because under cross-examination, she's changed her story so many times that they would destroy her. It just wouldn't be a smart move. Their best move is the only two moves they really have at this point is to pick away at the police investigation and try to pick away any little nitpicks that they can do to make it look like it was a giant botched investigation, and ask some like crazy cuckoo questions on like cross. That's really all they have.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, of course, Jackson and Yannetti would tell her no, but it's her decision. Like if she just decides, I've seen it before, like you're just not doing it for me and it's my life here and I don't think you did, I'm not feeling it. I've seen it happen before. I don't think she will, but God, I would love it if she did.
Oh, I totally get what you mean. I mean, you got to look at her facial expressions and all of the other ones that she can't control. And it's like, if you can't control your face, right, like your facial expressions and the narcissism coming, like, emanating off of you, you're not going to be able to control it here either. And so, yeah, you're right. Some people get frustrated with their attorneys and they're like, you know what, this is looking pretty bad. Like, I'm just going to do it anyway. Screw it. Like, and the attorney's like, don't do it. And they're like, nope, I'm doing it. And so attorneys don't have a choice. Like, and then they screw themselves further. Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, the opening statements haven't really bowled me over or anything, but I think it'll get heated. I just think the prosecution must have, I didn't hear it in the opening, but hopefully they have something that's going to.
Well, they have quite a lot. That's the thing. They have quite a lot. That's the thing. What people don't realize is that the Commonwealth has quite a bit of evidence to prove that she did hit John. So it's like, people are like, oh, it's especially the naysayers who are like, Karen Real was going to be found not innocent. Well, like, a jury is the only one who decides that. And what they don't understand is certain things will never be heard in this courtroom or in this case that people complain about online. It's like, you'll never hear about John's belt. You're never going to hear about the belt. Okay. Nor does the belt matter in any way, shape, or form. What you are going to hear, though, is that there's no way John could have been going up and down stairs at Fairview because he hadn't even arrived yet. Yeah. So, I mean, that, you know what I'm saying? Like, these are the things that will be
notorious for being wrong.
Right. Right. Yeah, exactly.
For being wrong.
And so those are the things that are going to come out in the trial, not the stupid little this, that, and the other. You're never going to hear any of that in trial.
But I think they could go to her character. I don't know if they're going to bring up Higgins and her kissing and her saying that she knew where the cameras were. I think that's damning.
They did allow it. They did allow
it.
Yep. They allowed it because it shows So there's various rules when it comes to trials, especially showing someone's personal character
Right.
before and after a murder or a manslaughter. And so in this case, the judge did allow them to bring some of that in, and also the other parts that like weren't going to be brought in. The judge said, "Listen, I don't want to stifle a witness. So if a witness, you're asking a witness a question, and it happens to come up, then then that's, you know what I mean? Like it's coming in. That's the way it's entering."
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
And that's how I think, what was Turtle Boy? That was another thing she said.
Yes. That was the stuff that she was talking about. The stuff with Higgins was allowed in because it shows a pattern, and it shows like what was happening in that time period that would go to like intent or would go to like state of mind. It has relevance.
Well, and knowing where, I mean, now when in his opening statement, I thought there would be more to her driving back, but basically he just said she drove back by and then left again, right? There was no stopping, looking. Did he say we have video?
No, I didn't hear that part, but I was in the car on the way to an appointment, so I missed just a tidbit of it. So it could have been, but what we do know that she went by the house again before she went and got Jen McCabe. So, I mean, and we do know that she was complaining about electrical issues with the taillight, so that she knew about it. You know, she was concerned with it being exposed. Would there be electrical issues since it was snowing and damp?
Now I've heard she took out pieces of the taillight at some point, but I don't recall what she did with them. She dropped them.
Right. I have heard that she took a piece or pieces. I'm not sure which one out, but I don't know like if they have that on video. If they don't, like I haven't seen anything that would show me that they had it.
Yeah, it's something she said to a reporter. So I don't know if I'm not sure. I haven't seen, so I checked the evidence list again last night just to, re-prepare all this, and I went over it with a couple of the people. And we were looking at, what is in there. The EDR data from her vehicle is in there, like the infotainment system. There's lots of pictures from like the CERT team, and then there's pictures. I don't know if I have that. I don't know if I got the latest update. Do you happen to have it? You could email it to me?
I don't have it with me. I can email it to you when I get home. I'm out right now, but when I get home, I can email it to you. But it's it shows pretty much all the stuff that was on the previous evidence list. It was just basically like a final evidence list of what they would have. A lot of pictures, reports, from like even from Dighton, and then the video from Dighton. I have that. And that she would not let go of. So I'm curious to see as to why. Like, what was the reason that she fought so hard to not have that Dighton video released?
When she went to her mom's house. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, correct. Her parents' house, yes.
Huh. Yeah, I don't see any of that in here. I guess she didn't put it. I'll try to grab
so there's a lot of little pieces that have yet to be sort of put together. I mean, I got 90% of the puzzle. I'm just sort of missing these little things that most people are, that we don't know like where it plays in and why. Like, why was she so intent on keeping that Dighton camera footage out and fighting so hard to not have it, to like not have the Commonwealth have it?
Right, but you're talking about when Proctor and Buchanan went to talk to her, right? And they saw the back of her car.
I'm not sure. It doesn't say. It just says, that's video from her parents' house. So it's like, what is it that is on that video that you don't want anyone to see?
Do you know if it's body cam video or if it's
it's house video? It reads like it's surveillance cam, like from the house, like that the Reeds had themselves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I want to know what happened to the video from John's house, where she only has, I know they said there were 13 other events, but like her leaving and coming back.
Yep, and also she shut her GPS location off for a while. Who shuts their GPS location off? Not that that does much because your phone is still pinging off towers. What she didn't realize is your phone still bounces off towers and
Yeah.
still your geolocation. So, you know, you're going to have the geolocation whether you shut your GPS off or not. But she did shut her GPS off for an extended amount of time. Why?
Well, where? What time?
I'd have to refer back to the paperwork. I can't give you an exact time right now.
I'm sure it would probably.
But I
be
think
two.
I believe it was between like 1 and 3 a.m.
Yeah.
or somewhere around that, like 12. You know what I mean? Something to like 3 a.m. or something like that, where she shut the GPS off, and it was around
Right.
the same time that I think the ring cam footage from John's house was deleted.
See, and okay, if she was having a thing with Higgins, I just can't help have this strong feeling that she's a damsel in distress. You know, she has to be upset, right? Totally upset.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I really feel like she would have called him, even if it was on a burner phone. Or,
Oh, I think so too. Also remember, right? Like there was an argument, right? They had an argument before John got out of that car.
Yeah.
I believe, and this is just my take, right? You know, take it with a grain of salt. This is my take. I believe Karen didn't want to go in that house because if she knew Higgins was in there, there's a very real possibility that this is going to be revealed. And if John goes in without her, right? Like then there's a huge possibility they talk about it between each other or something comes out and she's not there to sort of steer the conversation a different way.
Yeah, it would have been awkward for her to go in, for sure.
So I think she didn't want to go in. She didn't want John to go in. And I think that's where like an argument happened. Like, why do we need to go in here? Why? Like, why can't we just go home?
Yeah, why can't you just go with me? And see, at the bar, she was still wanting to party. She was wanting to go have Chris make him pizza. Like, let's keep partying it. But then she all of a sudden developed a, stomach ache.
Yep.
So I don't know.
There was also a moment at the bar where John said something to her that clearly caught her off guard. He must have made some snide remark or snide comment, and she stopped and looked at him and like furrowed her brows down. Like, what do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? Like, and that is captured on the video from the waterfall.
Oh, it is? See, I've only seen that snippet of it.
Yeah. Yep.
So who said they saw that?
It's on the waterfall cam. I've seen it multiple times.
Oh, it's on the. Oh, okay, it's on the water. Now, was Higgins around? Was Higgins around where they were?
I think he was to meet them at the house, as far as I knew. But again, I have there's so many documents.
I want to see that video. Is it in the document dump? I can't.
It's on X. The people that are here recently. I got to think about who shared it the most recently, though. But we slowed it down to show that specific part because most of the part everybody was seeing was just them being like lovey-dovey and whatever. But then they're talking and they're just talking. They're standing next to each other just like they are in the other part of the video. And they're talking. And like at some point, John says something and she stops and she looks at him and she furrows her brows and she says something that you can tell she's clearly upset with. Like somebody who's happy and, bopping around isn't going to furrow their brows down and look at you like, what do you mean? You know what I mean? Like she looked, I was trying to read her lips too. I couldn't read what she was saying, but she clearly said something back to him. He must have made some sort of snide or quick comment that she did not appreciate or like at all.
I'm sure that probably happened all the damn time.
Oh, absolutely. Their relationship was quite contentious. According to the children, there was fights and John tried to break up with her numerous times and she just kind of wasn't getting them. I mean, that happens in relationships sometimes too, though. But it's not healthy if someone's trying to constantly break up or leave. At that point, you're kind of like, what is really happening here? Is this really healthy?
Well, when we were watching the ABC interview, it's like she's always a victim and it's about her. And I don't know, they didn't invite me. Did they invite you? It's like, it just has to be about her. And someone
everything does. That's the problem.
Right, but someone that you have to prove to her all the time that, you know, you want
Oh,
her
yeah.
to- yeah.
I think that's where the relationship went sour with her and Noah, because he can't help but to be the narcissist that he is and screenshot things and send them to other people and brag and do all that. And you know, some of the signal messages that he had screenshotted in his phone, like, were now exposed. And then that led to Karen's phones being taken for a second time. So, I mean, would you trust somebody that was supposed to not, you know, do stuff like that? That's the whole point of the Signal app, where you write it, it deletes. It's encrypted, so nobody would be able to get it. But instead, you had to take screenshots and be like, "No, look what I have! Like, look who I talked to! Brag, brag, brag! Cool, pump my
Right.
chest!" Like, and so Karen's not one of those people who's going to trust you again. The whole argument with Natalie, which not really fair to Natalie, was because Karen was upset. Natalie, and now mind you, they're on a 3-hour time difference. Natalie, it lives in California, so there's a 3-hour time difference, and Karen was sort of worried about this documentary that Aiden was just going to sign with the first person, and she wanted to know that these weren't like hacks, you know, like whatever, and she was a little worried about it. So, you know, Natalie, trying to be a good friend, went and dug and knew somebody who knew the documentarian and asked him around and found information that it was a decent person and would probably be a good documentary. And then so she sort of texts Karen a couple times, like, you know, like, "Hey Karen, sent. I just talked to blah 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 blah, sent. And they said this person is really good, so there's really not anything to worry about." Like, that's where the argument started, is because Karen was upset already during that day, and then when Natalie texted her and it was late here, she got even more upset. So you have to remember, if Karen's willing to get upset about such a trivial issue of
Oh,
someone
yeah.
texting you late that's just trying to like make you feel better because they talked to you earlier in the day and you were like stressed out and upset and they're just trying to ease your whatever, like, can you imagine how ballistic she went when she realized Aiden was a trustworthy person?
Okay, we're back, I think.
All right, jurors, we're about to begin the evidence in this case. And I remind you, I defined for you what the evidence is and what isn't evidence. Please remember that the opening statements of lawyers are not evidence. You're about to hear the evidence starting now. So, Mr. Lally, your first witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Paul O'Keefe to the stand.
Okay.
Oh my God, I'm so excited. Here we are.
I just want to say, FYI, Paul O'Keefe is a friggin' rock star.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may take the stand. Put this one down.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Paul O'Keefe, last name O''K EEFE.
And where do you live, sir?
I live in West Bridgewater, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
My wife, Erin, our 2 children,
And how old are your children?
13 and 10.
And both daughters, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long have you and your wife been together?
Together, 24 years total. Married for 17 almost.
And what is your wife's name?
Erin,
And where did you grow up?
Braintree, Massachusetts.
And what are your parents' names?
My father is John, mother is Margaret.
And did you have any siblings?
2, yes. My sister Kristen. And brother John.
And what was sort of the order and age as far as the siblings?
My sister was the oldest. My brother was the middle. I'm the youngest, so my sister was 5 years older than me, and my brother was 3.5 years older than me.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm in sales for a company, Simmons Industries, which is a manufacturer of plumbing products.
How long have you been doing that?
12 years now.
Does your wife work as well?
She does.
What does she do?
She's in marketing. She works for a mechanical contractor out of Randolph.
And about how long has she been doing that?
She's been with her company for a year and a half now. Before that, she had a job in working out of Boston for about 13 years.
And your brother, John. Did you call him John, or was there like a nickname or anything else that you referred to him?
I mean, we all called him Johnny, especially if you're a family.
And what did Johnny do for work?
Boston Police.
How long was he a member of the Boston?
16 years.
And within the Boston Police, where specifically did he sort of work?
He started in Hyde Park, Mattapan area, which I believe is E18, and transferred over to Dorchester, which is C11, and then downtown Boston for in the SOAR unit, which is the sex offender registry unit.
And when was it about that he started with the sex offender registry?
So after my sister had passed away in 2013, her husband passed away 2 months after that. My brother he took on responsibility of raising our niece and nephew. And so the Boston Police, to ensure that he was safe and protected, moved him to that unit in 2014.
And I'm sorry to ask you this, but your sister passed away in 2013, is that correct?
Correct.
And what did your sister Kristen pass away?
She had an aggressive brain tumor, which is called glioblastoma.
And about how much time was it between the time that she sort of received the diagnosis to her passing?
5.5 months.
And you mentioned that you had a brother-in-law, Kristen's husband, is that correct?
Correct. Stephen Furbush, yes.
And when was it that he passed in relation to?
2 months later, which was January 12th, 2014.
And they, and by they, I mean Kristen and Stephen Furbush, they had two children, is that correct?
Yes, 2 children, Kaylee and Patrick.
Which one is old?
Kaylee's the older. Patrick's a couple years younger than her, about 3 years.
How old are they now?
Kaylee is 16 and Patrick is 13.
And you mentioned, so initially when your sister Kristen passed away, what was sort of the family's plan as far as Kaylee and Patrick were concerned?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. So initially when your sister Kristen passed away and her husband Stephen was still alive, what was sort of the initial plan as far as with reference to the children?
We were kind of in scramble mode to figure out, how we were going to move forward. My wife and I had talked about having the kids come live with us. We had 2 small children at the time. 3 and 8 months were my children. We didn't have a, large enough house to take on 2 other children. So my brother stepped in, moved into the house in Canton and raised them for 8 years.
And so around this time of 2013, your sister Kristen and her husband Stephen's children, about how old were they at this time that Johnny sort of took over?
Kaylee was 6, Patrick was 3.
Now, when your brother Johnny what if any sort of legal relationship did he have to your niece and nephew, Kaylee and Patrick?
He was made a legal guardian.
And where did he move from, and where did he move to when he assumed that?
So he was living in Dorchester in a condo. He was living by himself, so he pretty much moved into my sister and brother-in-law's house in Canton. Lived there for, I want to say, 4 years until sold the house and bought a different house, which is also located in Canton.
Now, the initial house that your sister Kristen and her husband Stephen lived in with Kaylee and Patrick, about how long had they been living there before your brother Johnny moved in?
They were probably there for 5 or 6 years.
Prior to that, where had your sister Kristen and either of the children lived prior to moving into that house?
Yeah, so Kristen and Steve actually moved in with Johnny in Dorchester when Kaylee was just a baby. Lived with him for approximately a year before they bought their home in Canton.
Now, you mentioned that at some point your brother bought a second house in Canton and moved in there with the kids. Is that right?
Correct.
Around what time was that?
I want to say 2017 or 2018 timeframe.
And they lived there up and through sort of January 28th, 29th of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, around that particular time of January 2022, about how often did you see your brother Johnny and kids, Kaylee and Pat?
I would say probably every other week, twice a month.
And your brother in particular, how often would you communicate with him during that time?
Communicate regularly, mostly through text messaging, a couple days a week, I would say.
Now, over the course of time, you said about 8 years or so that Johnny had sort of custody of Kaylee and Patrick, correct?
Correct.
And over that course of time, about how many relationships well, let me phrase this question first. About how many long-term relationships did your brother Johnny have with women over the course of that time? And before you get to that, if I could just ask you what your definition of long-term relationship.
Long-term relationship is, over a year.
And so how many of those types of dating relationships that lasted for at least a year did your brother have during that time that he had the kids?
2.
And who were those 2 individuals?
Amy Fortney and Karen Reed.
And this other individual, Amy, when about was it that your brother dated her?
2016, 2017 timeframe, I think.
And did this other woman that he dated named Amy, did she have children of her own?
Yeah, she had 2 sons.
Now, you mentioned 2, so other than Amy, who was the other one?
Her 2 sons' names are Gabriel and Christian.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In reference to, you mentioned 2 women that your brother had dated for a long-term period, correct?
Yes, correct.
And one of them was the woman, Amy, that you were just speaking about, correct?
Correct.
And who was the second one?
Karen Reed.
And is Karen Reed someone that you had met through the course of your brother dating her?
Yes.
So, clear for the record, do you see Miss Reed in the courtroom today? Could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Yep, she is seated right there between Mr. Giannetti and Mr. Jackson.
Does the record reflect identification of the defendant by the witness?
No
Yeah.
objection.
Yes.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, when was it that you first met Karen?
I believe it was Mother's Day, so maybe May of 2020.
Now, prior to that, were you aware of any other time when Miss Reed and your brother Johnny had dated in the past?
They dated very briefly in 2004.
And had you had occasion to meet her during that brief period where they dated in 2004?
I did not meet her back then, no.
And so the first time you met her would have been sometime in the spring of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And what was your understanding as far as when they had reconnected or gotten back together in reference to when you met her?
They reconnected. I believe my brother reached out to her in March of 2020, right at the beginning of COVID. I think he reached out to her via Facebook Messenger and then, text.
And they resumed some kind of relationship, and you had occasion to meet or see Karen Reed over the course of hanging out with your brother at various occasions, correct?
Correct, yep.
Now, about how often would you see Miss Reed? Would it be the same, more or less than when you saw your brother?
Almost the same, maybe a little less. If my brother was just him and I or his friends, but for the most part, he was with Karen.
And as far as your understanding, what was sort of the living arrangements with regard to Miss Reed and your brother?
She has her own home in Mansfield, Massachusetts. She would stay at my brother's house in Canton, I would say 3, maybe 4 nights a week.
And that would be at your brother's house with both he and your niece and nephew, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned that they reconnected sometime around the COVID-19 pandemic, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And with regard to your brother and the defendant, Ms. Reed, and the children, what was sort of going on as far as school and work with regard to the pandemic, with regard to each of them?
So that was a period of time when schools were closed and kids had to do remote learning. So Kaylee and Patrick were both at home, remote learning, and my brother, didn't have a job where he can work remote, so he had to go into the office. And most of the time, Karen would be at home with the kids during the day while she worked remotely.
Now, you mentioned earlier that your brother had a legal guardianship role with regard to the children, correct?
Correct, yes.
What, if any, legal status or role did the defendant have with regard to the children?
She didn't have any.
Now, with regard to your brother and the defendant's relationship, what, if any, conversations did you have with your brother in regard to status of their relationship or any issues in their relationship?
He didn't say too much. If they were arguing, he might, give reference that they were arguing. Didn't really tell me what they were arguing about, but mostly kept that stuff to himself.
What, if anything, did he mention to you as far as reasons for an argument or sort of points of contention?
He didn't like, if she would spend a lot of money on the kids for gifts, or, I know there was some arguments over, what she fed them, whether it's, Dunkin' Donuts or whatnot, but it was things along those lines.
Now, what, if any, what if any occasions, as far as they're arguing or anything like that, did you observe personally yourself?
Yeah, I witnessed. So they had rented a house down in Cape Cod. Say that was summer of 2021. I brought my 2 daughters down for a couple nights, and I witnessed, one intense fight between the 2 of them.
And as far as a fight, as you're characterizing that, was that anything physical or just verbal?
No, it was a verbal argument.
And what, if anything, was that verbal argument about?
It's hard to recall. I mean, I guess like typical couples fighting. There was Alcohol had been involved. I recall her complaining that, he wasn't nice to her, or, something to that effect. And I was kind of the referee in that entire situation.
Now, when you make reference to alcohol involved, is that one or both, or
Both.
both your brother and the defendant?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention to New Year's, and specifically New Year's Eve, going from 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time?
I do.
And do you recall where you and your family were for that sort of New Year celebration?
Yeah, so I was with my wife and her family. We went to Aruba the day after Christmas in celebration of my wife's mother's 70th birthday.
Siren.
Ms. Tallali, does it make sense that I give an instruction at this point? I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Okay. So during that New Year's Eve, you were in Aruba for your wife's mother's 70th birthday, correct?
Correct.
And was your brother, Johnny, was he also in Aruba around that same time frame?
Yes.
And your resort and your brother's resorts, where were they in relation to each other?
They were pretty much on opposite sides of the island.
And at any point in time when you were in Aruba, did you see your brother at any point?
Unfortunately, we did not.
Now, you mentioned that you were there with your wife and your children, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know who your brother was in Aruba with around that same time?
He was with Karen Reed and brought the kids. So Kaylee and Patrick were with him. They were also with a large group, many other couples and families.
You know who was sort of the primary organizer of that group that your brother was with?
Yes, a friend of ours, Laura Sullivan.
And how did you know Laura Sullivan?
I knew Laura through my brother. She had dated my brother's partner and one of his best friends, Pat Rogers.
And did Miss Sullivan and Mr. Rogers have a child together?
Yes, and a boy.
And at some point, did Mr. Rogers pass away?
Yes.
What was sort of the relationship between your brother and Miss Sullivan in relation to Mr. Rogers' child?
Johnny was, so she has a son, Benjamin, who Johnny is godfather to.
And sort of towards the end of your stay in Aruba, with regard to the pandemic, what, if anything, happened to you or any other member of the family?
So my older daughter tested positive for COVID. So her and I kind of got left behind, stayed for an extra 4 days, I believe.
So after you returned from Aruba, at some point, were you and your brother trying to make plans to connect or to hang out or see each other at some point in January of 2022?
Yes, we were actually planning on getting together on January 29th.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
That was a Saturday.
And why was it Saturday? Why were you sort of targeting Saturday as a new point?
A weekend, no work. Kids didn't really have much on the schedule.
By that, you mean your kids as well as
Correct.
your nephew?
Yes.
And then what, if anything, occurred with reference to those plans as far as them coming to fruition or not?
A big snowstorm hit the area, and we said, maybe it's probably better if we just stay home and off the roads. So we kind of canceled getting together the day before.
So initially had a meeting for the 29th, but canceled it the day before on the 28th.
Correct.
So this snowstorm that you were talking about that was coming in, is that something that you and your brother were aware of prior to that day it happened?
Yes.
And was that something you learned of? Where did you learn about that?
The news.
So sort of all over the news, is that fair to say?
Correct. Yes.
And as far as did either your children or John's children, for lack of a better term, niece and nephew, were there any sort of planned activities for that day that got canceled because of the weather or no?
On that Saturday, the 29th, I think everything was pretty much canceled. I don't know anything specific. We had, my daughters had basketball on Friday night, the night before, but we didn't really have any plans for the children on Saturday.
Now, turning your attention to that day of the 28th, so the day before that was a Friday, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And you mentioned that your daughters had basketball that evening, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, role do you have in regard to your daughter's basketball?
I coached both of their teams.
And so you coached 2 games that Friday night?
Correct.
And about what time do you know did you sort of get home from all of that?
First game was at 6. Second game was at 7:15. So we got home 8:30ish.
And your wife was with you at both of your daughter's games?
Correct.
And when you got home, the snow that had been predicted, had it started at that point where you were?
I noticed the first flurries sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m.
And if you know, approximately what time did you go to bed then?
Right around probably midnight.
And your wife, Erin, did she go to bed same time as you?
I think she went to bed a little before me. Yes.
Now, earlier in that day, that Friday, the 28th, what, if any, conversation by any means did you have with your brother John?
My last communication with him was on a group text exchange that included myself, Karen Reed, and my mother. And he was excited because our niece Kaylee had gotten accepted to Bishop Feehan High School. So he was happy, proud dad moment. And then, Patrick's national math scores came back and he scored extremely high. So he was extremely proud of Patrick that day as well.
So he had sort of sent, your brother John had sort of sent that to the group, which included yourself, your mother, and Miss Reed.
Correct.
And your niece Kaylee, as far as what grade was she in and what grade was she going into as far as that application to?
Yeah, so she was 8th grade going into 9th, freshman year in high school.
Now, you go to bed at some point in the evening of the 28th, and you woke up on the 29th. Do you recall what woke you up on that morning?
Yes, my mother called me at 6:40 a.m.
Is that something typical?
No. She called and just said, something happened to your brother. They found him in the snow. and they took him to the hospital.
And which hospital was it?
Good Samaritan in Brockton, Massachusetts.
And at that point, did you, or what, if any, other sort of information did you have as to what had happened to your brother?
I really didn't know much until I got to the hospital. While I was at the hospital, my cousin works 911 dispatch, so she came down because she had heard. And the only thing I was able to get was that, you know, he was cold and they needed to warm him up. But didn't have much information other than that.
So you get that information from your cousin when you get to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
That cousin, what was her name?
Susan Hensley.
If I could take you back to just prior, so you initially get the phone call from your mother, Peggy O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
That's about 6:40 in the morning.
Correct.
And your wife Erin is with you at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
And so you get that call, and sort of what is it that you do, or sort of how quickly are you out the door?
I jumped out of bed, got changed, brushed my teeth, and I was out the door.
And you drove from your house to where?
Yes, I drove myself from my house to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital.
And what kind of car did you have at that point, if you know?
A Toyota 4Runner.
That's a SUV?
That's an SUV, yes.
What color was that?
Black.
And as far as the road conditions, visibility, sort of when you're driving from West Bridgewater to Brockton, what, if anything, did you observe as far as how the roads were?
The driving was very poor that morning, and just continued to get worse throughout the day. So it took me longer than usual, than it typically would, to drive that distance.
Now, as far as your parents were concerned, did they come to the Good Samaritan Hospital as well?
Yes, our friend Kerry Roberts picked them up in Braintree and brought them to the hospital in Brockton.
And when you say your friend Kerry Roberts, how do you know Kerry Roberts?
So we grew up in Braintree. She grew up in Braintree as well. 2 years older than me. Knew my brother. They went to homecoming together one year. And she also resides in Canton.
So she was someone who had grown up with you, and your brother was friends with you and also friends with your brother, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as your arrival at the Good Samaritan, who arrived first? Was it you, your parents, or something else?
I got there first.
And about how long was it, if you know, between the time that you got there and the time that your parents arrived there with Ms. Roberts?
Probably about 45 minutes.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, where within the facility did you sort of go?
Emergency room waiting area, lobby.
And at some point, did you, after your parents arrived, did you move from the waiting room area to somewhere else within the hospital?
So when my parents arrived, they brought us, in the double doors into like a little family sitting room.
And about how long was it that you were in the family sitting room before you went somewhere else?
So we were in that waiting room. Doctor and nurse came in and told us that all their efforts to save my brother were unsuccessful and that he had passed away. And then asked if we wanted to go see him, in which we said yes. So we left that room and walked down the hallway to his hospital room.
And that doctor you spoke to, do you recall what the doctor's name was?
Dr. Rice.
And when you say that we went down to the room where your brother was that everyone in the group?
It was myself and my parents, yes.
And Ms. Roberts, did she go as well, or did she?
No, she stayed out in the waiting area.
And as you were making your way down to the room where they had your brother, what if anything occurred along the way?
So I noticed Karen Reed was there. She was being restrained by hospital employees and she was, screaming out to us, asking if he was alive.
Is that something that she screamed out once, more than once, or something else?
Several times.
Now, at some point, you went into the room where your brother was, correct?
Correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what you saw as far as your brother was concerned?
He was pretty banged up. He had his eyes had swelled up. He had a breathing tube in, well, the mask anyway. Blood come down his nose, blood come down his mouth. But what really stood out to me was, the eyes. It was almost as if like there were ping pong balls under his eyelids. They were that swollen.
Now, in addition to what you observed as far as his eyes, what, if any, other sort of injuries did you observe on any other part of your brother's body?
I noticed some markings on his arm. Didn't look at his lower torso area at all because he was, covered by a sheet. So most of the injuries that, we observed was to the head area and face area.
And when you say his arm, do you recall whether that was one arm, both arms, or which arm in particular?
He had markings on his right arm. I didn't notice anything on the other side.
You spent some time privately as a family with your brother. At some point you left, is that correct?
Yes, we were. I would estimate we were probably in the room with him for probably 20 minutes until we left.
And after about that 20 minutes, you come back out to the hallway, and where are you going?
We went back to the waiting area, trying to figure out, can we leave? Do we leave? So yes, we left. My mother drove with me. My father drove with Kerry Roberts. We went from the hospital at Good Samaritan in Brockton back to my brother's house in Canton.
And if I could just take you back for a moment. So as you exit the room where your brother is and you come back out in the hallway, what, if anything, occurred at that point?
Again, we saw Karen Reed being restrained by hospital employees, screaming the same things. Is he alive? Is he alive? Is he alive?
You, at any point, either before or after, respond to any of that screaming that you heard from the defendant?
I actually blew her a kiss.
Now, as far as your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed, prior to January 29th, 2022, how would you characterize it?
I thought we had a good relationship. I held her in very high regard. I thought she was a good influence on my niece and nephew. I appreciated all the help that she was providing to my brother with the kids. We'd go out together as couples a couple times. She became very friendly with my wife, but I'd say overall we had a good relationship.
As far as those positive feelings that you had in relation to the defendant prior to January 29th, 2022, had you expressed those to either the defendant or any member of her family?
Yes. So Christmas Eve of 2021 was the first time I met her parents. My brother hosted Christmas Eve at his house. I met Mr. and Mrs. Reed. I offered to help Mrs. Reed, carry some things in from her car. And as we were walking to the car, I said, I just want to tell you, I think your daughter's great. I think very appreciative of what she's done for the kids and helping my brother.
Now, Turning back to that day of January 29th, you go back out to the waiting area, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happened? What did you see or speak to when you got out there?
I saw her father, Bill Reed, come into the hospital. He was picking up Karen as we were pretty much exiting the hospital to head back to Canton.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I did not.
Now, you indicated that you drove with your mother back to Meadows Ave where your brother lived, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Roberts drove with your father back to the same location, is that correct?
That is correct.
And as far as your understanding sort of on the drive back, where were the kids? Where was Kaylee and Patrick?
So Kaylee was picked up by Mike Camerano, who's her Kaylee's best friend's father. Patrick was at a sleepover the night before, so he was still with the family at the house where he slept the night before.
And you mentioned that the drive from your house from West Bridgewater to Brockton was somewhat difficult, correct?
Very difficult.
How would you characterize the drive from Brockton to your brother's house in Canton?
I mean, at one point I said to my mother, I don't know if we're going to make it back. Visibility was terrible. Couldn't see the roads. We made it back. It was just very, very difficult. Probably the worst driving conditions I've driven in as far as weather.
And so then at some point, you and your vehicle, Ms. Roberts, and hers and your parents, you arrived at your brother's house in Canton, correct?
That's correct.
You know about what time of day that was?
It was mid-morning, so maybe between 10 and 11 o'clock in the morning.
And was there anybody present at the house when you arrived there?
No.
And at some point, did other people come over, as far as specifically I'm asking about the children?
Yes, so Kaylee was dropped off shortly after we arrived. And then a little while after that, Patrick was dropped off from his sleepover.
And at some point, you were tasked with informing the children what happened to your brother, correct?
Correct.
At some point after you left the hospital in Brockton, what, if any, conversation or what, if any, phone calls did you receive in relation to the defendant, Ms. Reed?
Karen Reed called me, asked me if it was okay to come over and to see the kids, and I said sure.
And do you know how long that phone call went on for?
It was a quick phone call, maybe a minute. Like I said, she just asked if she can come over, and I said sure. And then she arrived at the house, shortly thereafter.
When you initially arrived at the house, along with your parents and Ms. Roberts and her vehicle, what, if any, other vehicles did you observe sort of in the driveway at that time?
I only noticed, I think, my brother's car. I mean, I don't even recall seeing any other cars. I mean, there could have been a car in the garage, but I didn't notice really. Nothing stands out.
What kind of car did your brother have?
Chevy Traverse.
What color was that, if you know?
Like gray.
And if you recall, when you first sort of arrived there, where was that vehicle parked in relation to the front?
I believe it was the right side of the driveway, all down to the end of the drive, like the top of the driveway.
Now, you had the phone call with the defendant. You indicate it's fine for her to come over. You know about how long it was after receiving that phone call and when Ms. Reed arrived there?
20 to 30 minutes, maybe.
And when she arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was she with?
She was with her father.
And at some point, was there anyone else from her family that came over the house that morning?
Her brother and his wife showed up shortly after she arrived with her father, yes.
And how many cars, if you know, come in between sort of the,
They each took separate vehicles, so 2 cars arrived.
and Miss Reed's vehicle? Do you know where that vehicle was in relation to your brother's house at that time?
It was either in the driveway or in the garage. I'm not positive.
So fair to say it was at the house, correct?
It was at the house, yes.
So between the Reed family, there's 3 vehicles at your brother's house now, correct?
Correct.
Now, the defendant, you mentioned that you had met her father before on Christmas Eve, is that right?
Correct.
Had you met her brother or brother's wife prior to that day?
No.
And you were in the house when they arrived, is that correct?
When Karen and her father arrived, I was shoveling the walkway out front.
And in total, about how much time was the defendant at the house that morning when she came in?
I would probably say about 30 minutes.
And at that point, when the defendant arrived, was either Kaylee or Patrick or both home at that time?
Yes. Kaylee had come home first, and then Patrick had come home. So I think Patrick may have come home while they were there.
And you mentioned when they arrived, you were out shoveling sort of the front walk, correct?
Yes.
And when they arrived, did you go in the house with them, or did you continue shoveling or something else?
I continued shoveling for a very short period of time, and went in the house like pretty much right after they did.
And when you got in the house, what was it sort of that you were doing at that time?
I mean, we had just told Kaylee what had happened, and we were waiting for Patrick to get home, so we were kind of just congregated in the kitchen.
When you say we, who exactly are you talking?
Sorry, myself, my mother, my father.
Was Miss Roberts still there, or is she gone home?
I don't recall.
And so, in addition to yourself, your mother, and your father, Miss Reed, her father, any other sort of members of her family, where were they within the house at that time?
So mainly the kitchen at first. When Patrick came home, we kind of took him to like the side room where the kids hang out. Talked to him in that room, and then we were in the kitchen. Then Miss Reed and her father went upstairs.
And when you sat down with Patrick to tell him what had happened to your brother, who, if anyone else, was with you at that point?
Karen Reed.
And at some point subsequent to that, you went back to the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
And where was it that the defendant and her father went?
Upstairs into the bedroom.
And if you know, about how long were they in the upstairs area of the house?
I would say 10 to 15 minutes.
And them as they came down the stairs?
Yeah, so I was on the phone a few times. So I didn't watch them walk upstairs, but I saw them come downstairs, turn the corner at the bottom of the stairs. She had some of her belongings that she had taken from the bedroom.
And where did she go with those belongings?
They left. Like I said, they were probably there for 30 minutes. They got in their cars and drove back to Dayton, Massachusetts.
And when you say got back in their cars, you mentioned 3 cars that had been there in the driveway or in the area of the house, correct?
Correct.
When the defendant left, how many of those cars remained?
0.
And as far as the weather conditions that you had mentioned that existed at the time that you drove from the hospital in Brockton to your brother's home in Canton, what, if any, improvement occurred with the weather during that time frame?
None.
So essentially the same, is that fair to say?
Yeah, it was still, the conditions were still poor.
Now, with respect to Miss Reed's vehicle, did you know what kind of vehicle Miss Reed had?
a Lexus SUV. I don't know the actual model.
Mr. Lally, that clock is actually wrong. It's just about 1 o'clock. So is this a good place to take a break?
Perfectly fine.
All right. All right, jurors, it's the luncheon break. We'll break for an hour. We'll be here ready to go no later than 2 o'clock.
All right, please. Close those notebooks, put them on your chair.
Did they say they're going to lunch? They both had I was trying to find this one. I don't think it'll let me. Let's see.
You people, especially the big cunts. I fucking hate you. I hope.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. Whose was it?
People, especially the big cunts. I fucking hate you. I hope you burn in hell, you useless, stupid cunt. I fucking.
Sorry. Trying to figure out who that was. Okay, so we're going to go over and look at what's going on over on Twitter. I wanted to see the one I put up. I don't know. How do I find my... There was one that I saw. What is it? Yannetti already won the case. Okay. Okay. Masshole. Then there's the whole thing I don't know if y'all know about with Lindsay and Turtle Boy. Lindsay is the one that has a restraining order against Turtle Boy, and all kinds of crazy shit happened. Documenting real-time effects of the recent doxing. Yeah, that's okay. So there's, look at them on their way to court. Lana Del Turtle. Wonder what she has to do with it. Anyway, so that's her brother, Karen's brother, her mother, and her father. Happy as they can be on their way. Oh. Where did you go, attorney? You suddenly deleted your Instagram. Oh, that's Melanie Little deleted her Instagram. Jen Altman. I don't know how familiar you all, I mean, a lot of it looks familiar to me, but wanted to find the best way for me to do it. Maybe this looks totally different than it does on your phone. And it drives me crazy. Wanted to see where Turtle Boy was talking to the parents. And it was awful. Aiden Kearney. I know he had it on his, this might be it. Oh, he's so full of himself, isn't he? Hey, students here. Curious AF. I'm so glad to see you. The weird, yeah, taking pics on their way to the courthouse. But there was one where he is talking to the parents. And it's so bad. Of course, I had it yesterday, and of course, today I do not. He even, oh, is this Massel or is that Aiden? That's weird. This is Aiden, like, whacking off or whatever. They just act like it's all going to be good. We don't have anything to worry about. And if the opening is any indication of what they have, I don't think they have anything to worry about either. I mean, to be honest, but hopefully. I know shit about Twitter over here. Let's see, hashtag. Free Karen Reed. See what comes up. Oh, look, I'm there. Okay. Another thing. For y'all that haven't seen the house, this, for anyone that wants to catch up that hasn't been following, it's a Boston Magazine article, and it was written September 27th, and it's really good. It's a really good article. It's where it started with the conspiracy. We went over it last night, how the conspiracy thing didn't start until after the grand jury indicted her. Like, there was radio silence. Nobody was filing anything. She had been charged with manslaughter. And then all of a sudden, they started this. Karen Reed and her mother basically came up with the people in the house murdered John and then pulled him out to the street. Okay. Found it this morning. And these are all the documents. Original report. And I saw something last night that was really, really odd. Okay, come on, let it go. And it was is it this? The application for probable cause, and that was February 1. That would have been 2 days after it happened. Why I can't find the indictment now is just, let's see if this will work. Okay, on this, and can you see the page that I'm on? Can y'all see this? Just one would be good. All 29 of you. I found this last night, and I'd never seen it, and I read almost all of those. I did have the document. I had it again this morning and again this morning. Wait, is that it? Okay, here's the actual indictment. But this we found last night, and these are her 3 charges. But the first one, really, it says Karen Reed on January 29th did assault and beat John O'Keefe with intent to murder such person, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder said John O'Keefe, and is guilty of murder in the 2nd degree. The part I'd never seen was did assault and beat. Did that come up in the opening, that she beat him? And then the second charge was, beat is weird. The second one was operating the motor vehicle and then putting everyone's life in danger and taking off and causing death by reckless misconduct. Then the third one was operating a motor vehicle, and then she left the scene. So this one, she hurt him. The first one, kind of the same thing, but this, because she was drunk. And then this one, when she left the scene. And so all those were done on it's June 9th. And then, these were June 9th. So that's when the murder charge was. Do they mean assassinate, beat? Well, with the vehicle, but okay, I'll read it again. Karen Reed of Mansfield, Canton County, January 29th, 2022, did assault and beat John O'Keefe with intent to murder such person, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder. These said John O'Keefe, and is guilty of murder in the 2nd degree and not in the 1st degree. Did assault and beat John O'Keefe with intent. I don't get the beat part. I've never heard of physical altercation either. Beat is the plural. Well, it says did assault and beat John O'Keefe. Can y'all see it? I don't know if that helps. That might help. Well, this was June 2022. And they're saying on or about. Anyway, so here is the actual Commonwealth statement of case. You see, are you here, Kathy? Y'all have to let me know in chat if you want to come up, because otherwise I can't see you. So this is the Commonwealth statement of case. Now comes the Commonwealth in the above captioned matter and respectfully indicates that the following is a brief narration of the allegations. You're here? Okay. Tristan's here. Okay, and Tristan, if you'll let me know.
Explain that. I can explain the beat part if you want.
Okay, but I think you're echoing a little bit.
Am I? Hold on.
That would.
How about now?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So I can explain it. So it's written because of the way the law and the charter, Massachusetts General Law Chapter, whatever, I forget the chapter, but is written. And the assault and beat essentially means that she assaulted and beat him by hitting him with the car.
Okay.
Because that's why they then added
echoing.
in like the C part. I don't hear an echo. I hate that. I'm wearing my headphones so that nobody gets background noise.
It's like roboting, more than it's kind of
weird.
Now that sounded good.
It's
That's
probably
weird.
because
No, that sounds
I
great.
don't know. I just turned it. Yeah, I turned it on. So,
Now I can't hear you.
is it doing it again? All right, I'm just pulling the part of the microphone away from my face.
Okay, you
Further
sound
away.
great. Yeah, you sound great.
Okay, so I'm on the highway, so it's probably not helping either. But the way the law is written, that's why they added in the part where they charged her with C, which means that she didn't need any malice or intent. It just means that she acted in a way that a normal person, which would be driving drunk or backing up or going forward at a higher rate of speed than normal, any normal person would knowingly know not to do that because it could cause death or injury. So
Right,
that's why,
that's here. Yeah,
yes.
that's
But
all this.
essentially, the beat part is just that she hit him with the car, and they consider that under the law assault or beating.
Okay. I just, because it says, and by such assault. Yeah, did assault and
Yep.
beat. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and read this because I've had arguments with people about part of this. Like I know in the first hearing, Lolly said the defendant gave a statement saying she did a 3-point turn. It turned into, now you'll still hear people say, oh, the Commonwealth changed their theories like 3 or 4 times. It started out with a 3-point turn, and then it was this, and then it was that. Saying she hit him with a glass. I've not read that she hit him with a glass, and it wasn't their idea for the 3-point turn. And I think
No, it was hers. She made a statement that she turned around. Turned around on the 3-point turn. So that was one of the statements that she made, which is what led the Commonwealth to believe, well, maybe that's, at first what happened.
And people will fucking argue. And then, what was the other? So anyway, and then where the body was located, it was between the fire hydrant and the flag, not on the other side of the flag.
No, and also if I know, your viewers, if you're not, any of them aren't from the area, if you've never been to the house itself, you can't appreciate why people seen John, right? It's a smaller yard than what the pictures make it out to be, but it's still not tiny. And off to the side there's a tree line, and there's also a mulch bed where there would be flowers or whatever. There's a bush, and then there's an electrical box and a fire hydrant, and then the flagpole. So you're thinking, dead of the night, they don't come out. Now, if you have the picture of the house, there's a front door right in the front, and then to the side of that, if you're looking at the house to the right, that is the door that they use to go in and out. So that's essentially almost almost next to the driveway. So there's no reason for anybody to look over in the corner of a dark yard in nighttime at a tree line. That no one would have seen him because of that.
Even with lights, they kept saying lights. No, so here it is. I don't know if you can see it on the screen, but the door. If he had parked here, he would have gone in the front door. Matthew.
So they were all using that side there.
The side
one
door.
over towards the garage. Yep.
Right. So one of the stories she tells on one of the interviews was she drove up, has to mention the jacket for whatever reason. He didn't have a jacket on, and he ran into the side door, or she saw him go to the side door. Then the other one is she let him out, and she saw him go up, but she didn't say she saw him go in. But this is where he would have been. He would have been right here, because they said 12 feet in. And if you go on Google and you do their, you can measure whatever, he would have been right in here.
I know exactly where it was. It was actually up a little bit further. So it was essentially kind of laying in the mulch bed a little, between the fire hydrant and the flagpole there. So
right, that's where I am.
Yeah, yep. So up there, sort of in the mulch bed, behind the flagpole-ish, is where he was laying.
Here, his shoe was they found a shoe by the fire hydrant, which is over this way. I can't get it over there.
Yep, that's right. But you were right when you had the pointer over there. It's about right where you had it,
But,
you know,
damn,
a minute
there's
ago.
ads on here. Okay. So they would have, I don't know which way everybody went. I don't know if they pulled out and went this way, who pulled out and went that way. But if you pulled out and went that way, there's no way you would have seen him. I mean, people are acting like we walked out of the house and they could see him.
Well, at first I thought if you were going to pull out a drive and you had to go the other way, your lights would have shined on it, right? But at the same time, no, it wouldn't have because the lights aren't going to reach that far, right? Your lights aren't going to reach that far. And if you're not looking for something, the problem was that you were essentially laying sort of in the mulch bed so that, like, you're not going to look in a mulch bed to see if there's even a squirrel. It's the middle of the night. It's snowing. It's extremely cold.
Right.
Into your car, getting warm, getting the hell home, and going to bed.
Right. And this mulch bed is, I wish I get the rest of it, is all lumpy. You know what I mean? And even with a light smattering of snow, you're still going to have. But I think his arms, I think she clipped him. I think she clipped him with the right where the taillight was. Maybe his glass did it. You know, maybe that's how the taillight got broken. But he had to fly into this. I think he flew up on his back. And remember, have you seen pictures where there was a rock over here? It was like a boulder looking.
Yeah,
rock.
I have some pictures of it. There is a like you said, like a large rock.
And then there is an electrical box.
The electrical box. Yep.
Yeah, that could have caused his scratches. I just think anything that he, especially his head, that he would have hit, they would have taken it. You know, like the boulder.
I think
they
John,
would have taken it.
I've contemplated the idea that maybe John crawled, trying to get to the house for some help before he essentially passed out.
See, I don't think he did. I think that would have just automatically.
Because it was clipped. He wasn't hit head on. He was hit.
No, he wasn't hit head on. No, he wasn't hit head on. I think she clipped him, and hitting his head is what did it. When he went back and whatever it was, maybe he hit his head on the curb and bounced up. But a car.
So that's a very real possibility because if you see this, did you see the curb there? It almost looks, it's not flush with the ground. There is a little bit of a lip and a curb, and it's concrete, and you almost don't see it when you're coming up on it. Like when I was filming over there, like I almost tripped on it, dripped into the yard because I was trying to say obviously on public property, not private property, but it's small, so it's like you don't expect it to be a curb, right? It's a normal street, and these streets in this area, they go literally. When I mean they don't go, like they literally go to left or right, whether you came either way. It's all residential area, like the whole thing. Right. It's like a maze of residential area going through there.
So, okay, so have you been there at night when it's snowing?
So I have, and it is extremely dark even at night without it snowing. So the visibility.
Okay, we're gonna have to picture whatever is
still doing it.
It's roboting, and I don't want it to because I want to hear you.
Yeah, I think it's just the windows in the car, to be honest.
Oh, you think that? Okay, I wish I could play this. I had this whole video where he goes back and forth and he's measuring it. Do you have?
Oh, yeah. Not with, I can't do screen sharing on my phone. It drives me nuts all day.
So here's the fire hydrant. I don't think he he could have, but I don't think he would have hit it. But I took
pictures like of that fire hydrant. I got up close and personal. I looked for any nicks, dents, paint scratches off it to see if it was possible. You know, it just it's old. So like, there's some like dings and dents in it, like, but nothing that would have led me to believe that he hit himself off that.
And you know what's funny is the reason I even bring up the bushes and all that, people think they're being very fair and we're going to discuss this fairly. And then they'll argue with you about where the body was located because they want it to be in the yard, right? They want it to be like
they do. Yeah.
Microdots. They made him look like he was right in the middle of the yard. And he wasn't.
But he was nowhere near. He wasn't. He was way
Right.
over towards in the mulch bed.
Do you know which way they would have been coming? Oh man, what's going on? Which way
Coming
they would have been?
from when they were entering.
Cedar Crest?
So they went past. So the original thing is when they originally were going there, they didn't know where they were going. So they ended up going past it and had to like double back almost, like,
Right.
and come out Cedar Crest. So, she essentially passed
And
it
then
like
when they
almost
went-
twice on the
But
way
when
there.
they came back that night,
When
I don't-
Karen
no.
came back, is that what you mean? When she came back later on?
Well, when she and Jen and Carrie Roberts, when they came back that
Right.
night, they came back which way? Coming from Cedar Crest, which I know is how she went. I don't know what the name of the other street at the end is.
The other, but I'm almost certain it was coming from the not Cedar Crest, but the other one because
way?
yeah. And so here's the thing though, Karen went back there before meeting up with
I know.
Jen and Carrie.
Yeah.
That's another
I
like
know.
really strange thing.
And she even admits it. She in the ABC with
Yeah.
Matt Gutman, she says, I went back to the area. I went back to the neighborhood, actually. And so, but the reason I asked, she was in the right passenger seat with Carrie and Jen. So if they were coming towards me, not from Cedar Crest, then she would have been in the right passenger seat, but she would have seen him
Right.
across the car and in the snow.
Well, that's the thing. That's what's really strange is she immediately spotted him, which leads you to believe, obviously, that she went by the first time that she saw him and then needed to get, people as witnesses to go with her.
Yeah, well, exactly. But
And
see,
to
I don't
answer a
know.
question in the chat, it's
okay.
a very, it's not a well-traveled road, if that's what you're asking. Yes, there are yellow lines in the middle of it, but it's residential. So really the only people coming and going down these roads, they're very dead. Like even when I went there to film, there might have been like 2 or 3 cars the entire time I was there to film. Like they're just people who either live there or are passing, like cutting through to get to the other side. It isn't a like constantly traveled main road or anything like that. It's just in a neighborhood and it's deep into this neighborhood. Like the neighborhood goes for quite some time without any like stores or anything around. It's just neighborhood after neighborhood, street after street.
And so there's a gate right there. There's weird. There'd be tire tracks from back there. So you went in the winter, right? To look. Did you drive through here in the wintertime?
I've been both. I've been in the summer and in the wintertime.
Okay, so in the wintertime, these were all real sparse, right? Like the leaves had probably fallen off the trees.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So those wouldn't have been a big issue as far as seeing.
No.
So
it's very dark right there.
Yeah.
At
Yeah,
night, never
and
mind.
that's another argument.
In the sun. I mean, in the winter.
Yeah, that's another argument. Someone said that over, I don't know where this is, but that there's a big street lamp, like towards me on the other side of the house, that there's a big street lamp. But most people I've heard say it's dark. Yeah, it's very dark.
It's dark. There is a street lamp, but it doesn't emit much light. And it's way further back that it's not in front of this house. So you're not getting the light isn't shining right there in front of 34 Fairview. It's shining further down and it doesn't emit a ton of light. So it's like it's over near the guy across the street's house, the officer Kelleher that lived across the street. So it's like over there. But even so, between 34 Fairview and the next house over, that's the one that Karen essentially pulled up in front of, right? Because she pulled up for Nagel. Like when Nagel was given advice, Karen pulled up.
Right here. She pulled
which
right
is
here.
how he ended up sort of in the mulch bed and not because John had to walk backwards to get to if he was going to go towards the house.
Well, see, I think, and I don't know if you've ever been in a situation where I'm getting out of the car, they're getting out of the car, let me out of this car. When you're like drinking or whatever, I've known it happen. My mother's done it. My sister's done it. And then you don't really mean it. You know, it's like, let me out of the car. Well, I think he
Oh
said,
yeah, no,
well, just
I've
let
done
me-
that, of course.
Yeah, just let me out. And so she's driving forward. He doesn't really want to go in now because fuck, you know, they're fighting and she'll come back or whatever. And so and I don't know if it was an accident or she was like, oh, I'm going to run over him. But she backed up from, I don't know how far back, but he may have been walking towards her thinking, yeah, she's going to turn around. And so he wasn't right here when it happened. You know, he could have been a little bit further, almost past this area, because for his shoe to come off right there at the fire hydrant,
Right.
that to me is what happened.
Got to be around the place where he was hit. Right.
Right. Immediately. And it's common. People.
Yeah. And the shoe, a missing shoe is indicative of many other people who have been hit by a car. A shoe flies off. It's a thing that actually does happen when you're hit by a vehicle.
All the time. So I do think that's why he didn't have other injuries, you know, on the rest of his body, because I think she clipped him. So
yeah, she definitely did clip him from the side quarter panel and back. That's about where John hit the vehicle. And obviously with enough force, he's gonna, you know, he's gonna go pretty far back. Like, and he lost a shoe. There's tail light fragments and there, you know, trace evidence on his clothing from the vehicle. So, I mean, we're talking, you get the hair, the trace evidence from the vehicle, the microscopic pieces of tail light. You know, there's just
they made it
so
sound like
much.
All these people left the house. There weren't.
No.
2 groups. That's it. Well, Brian, I mean, names are so horrible, they just leave me.
Brian Albert, Matt McCabe.
Higgins. Brian Higgins left.
Oh, Brian Higgins, yeah. Yep,
and then
that's right.
The other 4 left, and there was no one else. So you had 2 groups of people.
And Colin Albert was gone long before, like not long before, but minutes before Karen Reed and John even pulled up to the house. Colin Albert was gone already.
Did you ever hear Sean McDonough give his, I couldn't believe it, very seriously gave his theory on what happened with when Nagel drove up, his sister, because, oh God, he got all excited about it too, that his sister came out and said, you have to leave. And because Brian.
Oh yeah, there's a murder in the house. Leave? Like, what?
Yeah, leave. Because Brian, and she doesn't say to him, Brian Albert is saying anything, but McDonough is saying, Brian Albert's in the house telling him, you go get rid of him. You tell him to leave. And
I mean, that's just, I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, they essentially added me to the list of conspiring people the other day. And I'm like, this is so ridiculous. Like, yeah, I conspired lots. Like, I mean, you know how utterly stupid that sounds? Like, I mean, we're talking about a conspiracy of 70 plus people at this point. Like, 5 people can't keep something quiet. Never mind, you know, all these people and all their statements are consistent with one another. Like, yeah.
And a conspiracy like that, one's going to turn, one's going to get a deal. Somebody's going to get, you know, something would happen that they're not going to, there's no way. I never bought the conspiracy. But for him to say, Nagel just didn't see him get out, you know, just didn't see him.
You have to remember, John could have had his seat sort of back a little and was leaning back. And when Nagel drove by, he just didn't see John. It's very plausible.
Well, for me, it's really simple. She had the dome light was on, right? Her hands are at 10 inches.
Yeah.
If I've got my dome light on and I'm by myself in the car, I'm looking for
car doors opened or the car doors open.
Open. I'm not looking.
And someone's getting out.
Right. That's it. He was getting out. That's what was happening. And I thought maybe she could have hit him with the door. Maybe like, you know.
Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah.
Hit him with the door, but then that wouldn't explain
that wouldn't explain why the damage is in the back of the vehicle. Right.
No, I think she clipped him. I think he started walking the other way rather than towards them. And another thing is, when she came back at 5, why wouldn't she knock on the door?
Yeah, that would be
Is
the first. I mean, that's definitely something I would have done, is knock on the door and be like, hey, John's missing. I haven't seen him. I've called him a million times. Did you know where he is? And of course, she would have stumbled upon John then. So that's why I'm like, okay, you didn't stop. You didn't knock. You looked, but you didn't see him that time. But you saw him from the back seat. It just doesn't add up.
Okay, and if I were having an affair with Brian Higgins, who was still in the house when I left, as far as I knew, he hadn't left yet, I would text him and say, what time did John leave? Did you take John somewhere? Is John with you? Something.
Right. Definitely, if I had the number and I knew he was there, I'm definitely calling or texting and being like, hey, I mean, I've done it before. My husband currently doesn't have a phone right this very second. And when he is at softball with some people that we know, if it's late and usually he's home by then and the game's running late, I will call one of the wives and say, hey, like, are you guys still there? Or I'll call one of our players and say, hey, like, are you like, you know, or text them like, hey, are you guys still there? Like, what's going on? Usually he's home by now. So, you know, I don't like, that's what a normal person would do, right? You would take the time to be like, okay, if he's not answering my calls, like maybe he's still mad at me, like, because we got in a fight, but you know, maybe he's going to answer someone else's calls. Like the thing to do would be, but you woke up the daughter and then asked her to call Jen McCabe. So it's like,
right. Because I think at that point, she wasn't sure. You know what I mean? Like,
well, she wasn't. We know from the text messages afterwards to Aiden that she said she even thought that she clipped him and he stumbled back.
She said that to Aiden?
Yeah, correct. Yep.
Oh, see, I didn't see all those messages. They mostly put those out on Twitter, and I don't go to Twitter all that much, but I didn't know.
Also, some of them just automatically go, oh, those are doctored. Oh, those are fake. They're not. They're very much real. It very much happened. They're in Natalie's phone, and Aiden currently has possession of them right now. He knows 100% that they're very much real.
Well, then the Commonwealth should have them. Of course they have them.
Oh, they do. They do. Yeah, they do.
Well, she's fucked.
So, I mean, I don't think they're going to introduce that, only because it went between Natalie. It went from Aiden to Natalie and Natalie. So Natalie would copy and paste what Aiden said to Karen. This is before, right before they were speaking to each other on the phone. Natalie was the intermediary.
Right. But it would still be on, just like everybody.
But yes, there's copies of it. Right.
Everybody making a big deal out of Higgins. You know, he gave him what he wanted. Well, it would be on Karen's phone. And I was reading yesterday that they can get, what is the signal? They can get signal messages now.
I don't know how. Those are encrypted. So the whole purpose of signal.
They have a way.
Interesting. It's interesting.
If it's a very high profile, which is what it is with a lot of them, a high profile murder case or, you know, some government. I wonder where in this house their bedroom, the Brian and his wife's
Brian
bedroom.
Albert's bedroom is in the back of the house. It's not even in the front.
Okay. So it's not, somebody said it was in the front today or yesterday.
Yeah, of course they did. It's not. It's in the back of the house.
I wonder if I have.
So it's another thing that was misinformation. People are like, well, if his bedroom's right there in the front, which I originally thought as well. If the bedroom's right in the front, how could he have not heard or seen it? But at the same time, you have to remember, they did not approach with sirens blaring. Unlike what David Delaney wanted to state this morning, the sirens were not blaring. They did not use the sirens. All they used was the lights. And I live in an apartment complex. Yeah, he did. I live in that sirens blaring or whatever it was that he said. But I live in an apartment complex with multiple buildings, and I happen to be in the back of said complex. And the only way that I know that the fire truck or ambulance is there is if I have my windows open, because in my bedroom, my window is like literally, my bed is pushed up against that window because we cannot control the heat because the heat is included in the rent. So like it's either low or high or medium. There's no off. So it's like, the Sahara Desert in there. It's hot, especially on days like today when they haven't shut the heat off to the entire building. So I keep the window open. And the only way that I know they're there is because I can hear the air brakes with my head right next to the window. Otherwise, I would have no idea they were even in the complex.
Oh, we had a fire. I had a fire like one building over. Fire. The whole fucking thing burned down. I never woke up. Never.
Yeah,
even woke
I
up.
didn't. I didn't. So it was broad daylight. And I am with my friend right now. It was her building, the first building, and in 6 months, twice caught fire, and neither time did I know, unless I was coming out of the second time I knew when I was coming out of the complex. I had no idea there was like 7 or 8 cop cars. There was 2 fire trucks, the fire marshal, like all this. I didn't hear a thing, nothing.
Wow. I want to watch this. Look, you know who the glare is, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to kind of see what happened at the this morning. You're so dumb. Oh my God.
Listen,
That's fine.
Some of these people don't understand the law, and that's part of the problem. Is they're like, well, why is this and why is that, and like, because the law is written that way. That's the way that it works. It's the
Yeah, but
so
if you say that to him, he'll just say, "Well, it's a bad law. Shouldn't be that." Well, it doesn't matter. It's that
I know.
way. So you change it.
I mean, they're choosing to continue to stay biased, right? Like, I had whatever evidence was out at the time that I was doing my live streams, and then I got pneumonia, and I was sick for about 6 to 8 weeks. I was having these coughing fits that literally were like every couple minutes. So there was like no way I was going to be able to do a live stream because I couldn't even talk without having like a full minute coughing fit every couple minutes.
Yeah.
And then I got sicker and sicker and sicker as it got worse, right? And so, but during that 6 to 8 weeks, a lot, and I mean a lot, I got just a drop of evidence. And also before those 6 to 8 weeks, right before I got sick, is when Aiden decided he was going to like tell everybody I was bad, right? I'm Aiden Kearney. I puff my chest up. I say mean things. I make up lies. You're scared of me,
I was watching
and so
I watched one time, and you were all about him. You were all about what was going on and him. And I don't know, it was a couple of days. I didn't really watch anything, but I'll flip around because I try to get clips, right? And then I clipped on him, and he's dogging the crap out of you. Like, dogging. And I'm like, wait, he can't be talking about the girl I watched 2 days ago. She was like all about it. And I went back, because I wasn't really familiar. So that was the end of, me. That was like, how long ago? 6 months ago or something?
But the whole explanation for it.
You're roboting really bad. Like, I can't even.
How about now?
Say something.
How about now? Now?
Yeah,
Now? Okay. So the whole reason that he did that, right, was because we all went to the Halloween party, and his victim right now, Lindsay, who happens to be a very good friend of mine, we weren't friends at the time. She just knew of me, and she had watched my show many times. I did a story of Craig Casey, who she happened to actually know in real life. And when I was at the party, she had sort of called me over and was like, oh, hey, like, I want to talk to you. And I kind of like ignored her at first because I like didn't want to sort of get involved in anything that had to do with that. And it's because his other girlfriend at the time, thank you very much, literally called me right before this party started.
Yeah. Oh, you're breaking up really bad. All I hear is wait. We have to hear these words of wisdom here.
Awareness and put eyes on the parts of this case that
He
nobody was putting eyes on.
Right.
And now that we see, that is absolutely due to Turtle Boy's independent investigations and efforts. And the man did 60 days in jail for it. So the least we could do is show Turtle Boy some support.
She says,
so,
this is what she tells me. There's a pause.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he says,
wait. Everything you said, like in the last 2 minutes, I heard nothing. You just suddenly started talking again. I was telling
What?
you I couldn't hear you.
Did it really
Yeah.
just pop up like that?
Yeah, I
Oh,
just
for the
started
love of
hearing
God.
you.
So basically, his first girlfriend called me before this Halloween party, and she's crying, and I'm like, "What's the matter?" And she's like, "Aiden just called." And basically what he did was call, ask her if she was going to the party. Of course, he knew she was. She was dressed and ready, sitting in her car, ready to go there. And he's like, "Why, do you even know anybody there?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'm going to meet Elise and Deanna." And he's like, "Who's Deanna?" Right? And she's like, "A friend, obviously." And so then she's like, "Why do you not want me to go?" And she said, then there was a pause. And he said, "Well, I'm going to be working anyway, so I'm not really going to be able to hang out with you. But I just want you to know, like, I'll be bringing Lindsay with me." And so at that point, she's like, wait a second. So now this is how you're going to tell me that someone else exists and that trolling me when you told me not to listen to the trolls, right? Like, because a few days prior, a week prior, she had been told, like, you know,
And you're gone. Are they back? No. Oh, they're back. Okay.
asks me after she, asks me Casey story, me for doing the Craig Casey story. She knew him in real life. We're just sort of chit chatting. And then she says to me, "Hey, where's Lauren? Like, I want to talk to her." So I assume, right, that Aiden must have told her, right? Why else would she be asking me where Lauren was, right? Well, he didn't. He did not. So I inadvertently let the cat out of the bag that she was lying. And that, right there and solely, was the reason why he decided he was going to attack. That, coupled with the fact that Dee was a coward and did not tell him that she was the one who was taking pictures of Lindsay at this party and sent them to Lauren. I had nothing to do with any sort of pictures. And then here he comes saying some smart remark on like one of my pages. And so I message him like a normal human. And I go, "Hey, is there like an issue, a problem? Like, I'm not your enemy, Aiden. Like, what is the issue? We can talk like adults. Like, what is your, major malfunction? Like, you took these pictures and what you did at the party was unacceptable." And he even said something so like pretentious, like talking to a child. Like, I let that slide. I gave you a pass for that. He said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Who are you, God?" "I gave you a pass for that? I'm sorry. What? Like, who are you, bro? Like, who do you think you're giving a quote unquote pass to? First of all, I'm not going to lie for you. Second of all, I wasn't asked to lie for you. Third of all, I didn't know what I was supposed to lie about. I answered a question that was asked to me. It's that simple. Like, I'm not going to lie. And I assumed with the question she was asking that you had already told her. So because of the pictures and him getting ratted out because he couldn't tell the truth.
Kate, are you
That was what happened.
Okay. Well, I don't think, what the hell? I don't think people in, like, I want to talk about that case, but I don't want to talk about it during this. And I know I brought up about you and Aiden and all that, but it gets people all like.
Oh, no. I'm just explaining like why it led to that.
Yeah, but I am very interested in that because the other night when he started putting up, I couldn't believe. Oh, look.
Right now, he's just mad that I support her. That's what he's mad about.
No. Yeah, basically. But when the other night when he was saying he had all these phone extractions they sent him, and I was.
Oh, yeah.
What? That totally.
Do you want to know the funniest part of that, though? Is he's literally showing like parts of stuff, but not showing you the message that goes after it. So he takes the entire context out of it. Like, so he's like saying like, this is a conspiracy, but literally the message right after the one he showed says, not that there's any game, because it says like, I'm going to beat him at his own game. But the message right after that literally says, not that it's a game because I'm telling the truth and he's not. But of course he omits that from the audience to make it look like, see, it's a giant conspiracy, everyone. Everyone's out to get me. I'm the victim. So what he does is he omits his own parts in it. He omits the messages he doesn't want you to see because then it actually gives you the full explanation of what's going on to make people believe one thing. And that's the problem. This is what he's been doing for years. It's when people say like he always has receipts, no, he doesn't. He makes up receipts. He spins receipts and he changes receipts.
Yeah. He's going to be dangerous when AI gets.
If he would just
you know.
leave his victim alone, then that he wouldn't have a problem. But he can't seem to do that. So
Well, I was going to give him. There was like 1/2 of a minute when it came out that he had been talking to Karen all this time. There was like a 1/2 a minute. I thought, oh, she screwed him. But then he just accepted that she screwed him. I mean, it's like he knew she was screwing
he
him.
knew what he did. He knew
There
this
was
entire time.
one-
The only thing he could do now is lie and spin some more until the bitter
Yeah,
end. Because I mean, that's all he's
That's
got.
all he can do. And I guarantee you, I don't guarantee you, but if she doesn't get convicted, they'll find a way to convict her on the conspiracy. And they,
Oh, absolutely, 100%. They have more than enough to do so
tampering.
with both of them.
I don't know how it's going to work though, because if she's acquitted, the witnesses would not really.
But that doesn't. So it doesn't. Even if
change.
you're acquitted, it was still a crime at the time you committed it.
Yeah,
So it's not like it's still a crime, so you can still be charged. And I'm guessing the charge would be conspiracy to intimidate witnesses, which was done. That's exactly what was done.
Oh, clearly. Did you know in Texas, witness tampering is you get the same punishment as whatever the charge is, up to murder?
Yeah, I did know that. Yep, and that's not crazy, right? Isn't that crazy?
It's crazy. You don't want to screw with. You don't want to screw, and it happens a lot of times in rape cases. Where I was watching one night, and the guy was just intimidating her and harassing her at the courthouse. Like giving her looks, like you don't want to do this, you don't want to do it.
Oh yeah, they do that every time. Like when we showed up to the court Friday to support Lindsay, they did that the entire time. Like they were looking for a problem. Like that's
Aiden
that's what they do.
He just, when you saw JLR come up there, right? The guy that was yelling.
I did. And he might, I keep hearing, oh, he's not a good person. I don't care if he's a good person. He gave Aiden a taste of his own medicine. So you know what? Maybe don't do that. If you don't want it done to you, don't do it to other people. It's that simple.
Was he back today?
JLR?
Yeah.
No, I have no idea if he was there today. But when I did see him when he was there, people, after that were like, well, he's a bad person. Well, you know what? Aiden Kearney is a very bad person.
He is a bad person. And so is Aiden.
So
match. I don't know so much match. Aiden is smarter than JLR. Well,
he is and he isn't. He tells on himself all the time because his need to brag and his need for revenge sort of overrides everything else, and he has no impulse control whatsoever.
Exact same thing. JLR, the reason he went to prison the last 2 times, well, probation and prison, was because he just couldn't help himself. He knew he was going to go back, but he couldn't help himself.
So narcissism also kicks in at that point, right? Like when you're a narcissist, like you don't care about anybody but yourself.
Yeah, he's got big mental problems. He was in 10 years in the Kentucky mental.
Yeah, I saw that. But I was like, you know what? Aiden got a taste of his own medicine. And it's like all Aiden could say to him is, prison boy, dude, you were just in prison. And then he said, oh, you're scared of a girl? Aiden, you just openly admitted in court you were scared of not 1, but 2 women. Bro, you got an HPO on a woman. So who the hell are you complaining about being scared of a girl? Because Meredith put her arm out and JLR said, ma'am, do not touch me. That is assault.
All the time. I've been following him for almost 3 years. And his big thing is, how's your mama? I know your mama's name is Mary, and you're going to prison, buddy. You're going to prison. He's a snitch.
But it's like, if Aiden wants to come back with comebacks about saying to JLR, like, prison boy, like, you were just in prison. You were just a prison boy. Like, the hypocritical amount of zero self-awareness. The zero self-awareness is frigging astounding.
Well, JLR has self-awareness, and he thinks he's a big-time troll, but it keeps getting him, put in prison. So I don't know. Maybe he needs to change career goals or something.
They all do. They both do.
Yeah. I was hoping he'd come back. I was
I
really
kind of, I
hoping-
kind of was too, to be honest. I was like, oh, you know, like if he doesn't, maybe I will. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, something's got to give at this point. It's kind of a little ridiculous. Like, what people don't realize is behind closed doors, Aiden continues to harass,
Yeah.
intimidate, bully, and even threaten people to this day.
The
To this day.
doxing, the threat. Yeah. People will say, "Oh, JLR is doing better now." He's not doing. Yeah, he's doing it behind the scenes, and if you know his pattern, you know what he's doing.
So that's the funny part is just like JLR, Aiden has a very easy to spot and easy to predict pattern because he just can't help himself, right? And
Can't help himself.
for me, like I always give credit to people who change their lives. I am one of those people, right? Like I was an addict. I've been sober going on 16 years this year. I went through a lot as a kid. So I will always give someone credit when they change their lives. They went from, you know, being in a prison to working in a prison. Like that's a, you know.
His problem isn't prison. His problem is not rehab because he has 3 mental disorders and big ones. So his problem isn't he's going to get rehabbed at any point. He needs to stay on his medication, and he's never not going to have the disorders. You know what I mean? Like no one's going to cure him from.
Well, that's a very big problem with people with they oftentimes, and because when I worked at Bridgewater State Hospital, which is a prison, and oftentimes we would get people who just stopped taking their meds for like over a month, and we had to get a court order to like forcibly give them to them because they think that they're okay, you know, once they're starting them, and they're okay, and they are okay until they stop taking them again, and then you know it's just a vicious cycle.
Yeah, and I can tell when he does. He wasn't. He had stopped taking that day he was there. It was obvious from his face, like his.
Oh yeah, doesn't shock me at all.
Things with his eyes, always. I hope law and
Talks
crime.
funny too. The way he pronounces things, I was noticing. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. He has a long history. I mean, he's something else for sure. I love listening to the wisdom of.
I mean,
what's his name?
Which one?
Sometimes it's just too funny. Glare.
Oh God,
Let's just listen to a minute. You don't even have to listen to more than a minute. Watch. Oops.
For a better America, a better society, a more evolved society. Yeah, and I know Benjamin John, not all of them. I'm just saying, I'm just making the point here that you know, these ideas that Abraham Lincoln held true, you know, these ideas that I still hold true. These are definitely good ideas. The basis in which we try to go about getting someone justice. Justice is a right to everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone has a right to justice.
Yes, Claire.
And our justice system is designed this way. I mean, you win some, you lose some. But unless I knew all the details, I'd like.
Did you see the one where he was
and
he was going over Kevin? Oh, did you know Kevin's going to be on Law and Crime? Is it Law and Crime?
I did not, but good for Kevin.
Yeah, either Law and Crime or Court. I hope it's Law and Crime and not Court TV, but 2 times next week.
Good.
Or maybe this week. Yeah, he deserves it for sure.
Yeah, he sure does, dude. He sure does.
I hope they're not going to do it to, if it's Court TV, I don't know. I would hope not to humiliate him, but Galera.
Court TV sometimes, I don't know, they don't really.
Benny Colleton is
Yeah.
But Galera did one. He reviewed Kevin and Lauren having that debate.
Oh God.
Oh my God. It was embarrassing. I mean, it was embarrassing for, I wonder which one it is.
Kevin is a nice guy, Annie. He's a very nice person.
Holy
I
crap.
hate when people run their mouths about Kevin. Kevin is one of my favorite people, besides Lindsay, of course, or Grant. But, we're talking, this whole case has brought out a whole lot of evil in a whole lot of people. I never thought one case could do what this case has ultimately done. And when you're finding yourself on Twitter attacking a woman who is single with 4 children because Aiden says she's bad, and because Aiden put out parts of things but not whole things, omits his part from them, makes bold-faced lies altogether, and you believe it, and you have nothing better to do but sit there and call her children's schools or disparage her or, continue spreading these false rumors and false stories that you literally have no idea what you're talking about because you've never met the woman a day in your life. Like, you should probably take a look in the mirror and say, shame on me, because any person has a skeleton in the closet. Anyone. There is no one who's perfect, dude. There's no one person who is perfect. And if you feel the need to run your mouth about an amazingly awesome woman who you've never met, who her single thing that she does every day is take care of her children and worry about her children 24/7. That is what she does 24/7.
Who are you
Like,
talking
then
about?
there's Lindsay. There is something wrong
Lindsay.
with
Yeah.
them, not her, right? And it's not right and it's not fair because it does affect the kids. Her oldest
Are y'all talking about
is
her now?
12. He can, he can Google things, right? Like, so it's like some of these people use the whole like, oh, well, I'm, like, I think it was the Haley account. Like, oh, I'm just helping. You're not helping her. You're doing that to smear her, Jess Machado. There's no purpose of this other than to smear her and her children. You guys don't know her. You don't know anything about what actually happened, nor have you seen the evidence like I have.
So
What did I just do?
we're just gonna randomly look through some of
This is when I want to reach through
it's
And strangle.
the coaches that we normally fight against.
Because look, what you'll notice he does is he's going to give him a fair chance,
to do
right?
with
He's
my
going to
energy.
listen to what Kevin has to say. Then he turns it on 2 times speed.
Than hating someone. Does that make
Why-
sense?
Why wear the baby Gap shirts? Talk about no self-awareness.
I hope that
It's a size medium. He loves that size medium.
and that's the fact. I'm just fucking lazy.
And then
Like it's
you'll notice, and he does admit he's lazy, but he'll watch his chat to see if he's right or wrong, and then he'll kind of change it up a little.
Of course.
I am too lazy to hate people because there's a lot
Oh,
of
please.
But enough about me, right?
shit about.
Right, please.
It's so fucking bizarre.
Okay. I just hate the way he does him.
It's funny though, because he'll say he's too lazy to hate people. But all he does is review people and critique them. That's all he does.
Oh yeah.
It spread hate. So like, what? Clearly you're not too lazy. You're sitting in front of that screen, grifting away, just making fun of people. And the funny part about the whole thing is he knows absolutely nothing. He knows nothing. Most of these people think they know absolutely nothing. They're going to be dumbfounded when they realize they have been duped, lied to. And I feel bad for some of them. I honestly do. Some of these people aren't bad people,
At this point,
and I feel bad.
At this point, I have trouble with that.
Not for people like him, but
No,
just
I'm
everyday people.
I don't think, Blair, I have known him for almost 3 years, and I don't believe he believes it. I think he's grifting, and he's going to ride to the end, because.
Well, I mean, most of them are now,
Yeah, but the people that still believe it, I feel bad for them only because they're going to be left out in the cold. Like Karen doesn't give a shit about those people.
No, absolutely not. But if some of these people realized, like, some people stopped talking, like, not just like for me, I didn't just stop talking about Karen Reed. I stopped doing live streams on her, but I also then spoke up about the evidence that then came to light to correct said record, right? Some people just dropped off the face of the earth and did not come back to this, which tells you one thing. They know what happened and they're not willing to tell the public because they don't want to get harassed by the mob.
Yeah. Now let's listen.
promise you that I will always seek it relentlessly. If
I
that kind of thing
love
interests you, your contributions in chat are especially welcome. If you're interested in truth in any difficult case, and today we're focused, of course, as always, on Karen Reed, there are some things we all need to do. One is to always monitor our own biases. Did we buy into a narrative early on and now it's hard to let go? Do we have a belief or loyalty outside this case that creates a bias? For example, maybe if you have cops in your family, it might create a bias one way or the other. Maybe there's some emotional need. Maybe you connect with Karen based on her gender, her age, or her race. We all have our biases, and you just have to be introspective and try to be aware of them. Another thing, if you want the truth, is to be aware of hustlers. A hustler is trying to sell you something. A hustler is not seeking the truth. How can you spot a hustler? By the things he doesn't tell you, by the questions.
Dude, Plevin
Watch it.
fucking even dresses like the kind of guy you don't want to get stuck talking to at a fucking,
That's called a bias, my dude.
you know what I mean? Like,
Called a prejudice. Asshole.
he even dresses
No
like
offense,
that
but
fucking guy.
Who is he to talk about
I
any way
know.
someone dresses? Just saying.
I know.
The audacity of that when you're wearing a size medium shirt every day is amazing to me.
Yeah. And that dumbass hat. I mean, why did men wear those? I don't even know.
He doesn't ask.
That's I
Let's look at this first clip.
couldn't answer that.
It's only 2 minutes.
And listen to Kevin. Kevin makes perfect sense. He's very methodical. He's very he thinks before he speaks.
Yeah, but also what people don't realize is Kevin has inside information just like I do. Things that other people don't know and still don't know, but they're about to find out.
Yeah, he said a couple of things. The one of them is that I want to know what she did with that piece of red glass. I'm really anxious to know about that. And the way Sean McDonough is the biggest liar, asshole. That whole story he tells about how he saved those people on the from that Peruvian plane wreck, and he has a medal for heroism. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, I didn't hear that story. Me
Yeah,
and Sean have a different kind of relationship, and I'll tell you just real quick in a short thing why. Me and Sean became friends during this case. In the midst of this case. And when I was attacked relentlessly, Sean was the first person to text me and have my back. And for that reason, I have an immense amount of respect for Sean. Do I agree with him on any of this? No, not at all. He knows that. We've had this discussion. We don't really talk about the case because we don't agree. And I don't agree with any of it. But my respect solely comes from the fact that Sean was the first person and one of the only people willing to be like, you know what, I have your back. And I have to have respect for that.
Yeah, hold on. It's back on. I didn't know.
Flash floodlight combination.
But I want to hear that again.
Now, with respect to the garage, was there a particular way that your brother would have kept sort of the garage area?
Yeah, he had on the left side, he had a 1971 Ford LTD parked over that side. And he would typically park his car on the right side.
So the car that you were talking about before, that being the Chevy Traverse, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the floodlight combination with the camera, that you see that in this photograph, is that correct?
Yes,
If you could, just using the laser pointer directed to his attention to that.
right under the window.
And as far as these particular ring cameras, driveway, garage one, and the front door, this sort of side
Okay, I'm going to go back.
entryway there. Who, if anyone, as far as you knew, had access to those particular?
I'm going to go
right
back
now?
and put it on double.
Essentially, what I'm going.
I'm sorry, jurors, could you stand one more time and raise your right hands? Do each of you solemnly swear you shall well and truly try the issue between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to your evidence and according to the law, so help you God. You can have a seat. Jurors, hearken to these indictments. 2282 CR 117001, Karen Reed of Mansfield in the county of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022 at Canton in the county of Norfolk. Did assault and beat John O'Keefe with intent to murder such person, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder the said John O'Keefe, and is guilty of murder in the second degree and not in the first degree in violation of General Law, Chapter 265, Section 1. 002, Karen Reed of Mansfield, county of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022 at Canton in the county of Norfolk. Did operate a motor vehicle upon a way as defined in Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 90, Section 1, or in a place to which the public has a right of access, or upon a way or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensees, with a percentage by weight of alcohol in their blood of 8/100ths or greater, or while under the influence of intoxicating liquor, and did so operate said motor vehicles that the lives and safety of the public might be endangered, and by such wanton and reckless conduct so described, did cause the death of another person, to wit, John O'Keefe, in violation of General Law, Chapter 265, Section 13 and a half. 003, Karen Reed of Mansfield in the county of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022 at Canton in the county of Norfolk. Did operate a motor vehicle upon a way or in a place to which the public has a right of access, or upon a way or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensees.
To believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You will have to consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which you believe any witness. You can believe all of what a witness says, some of it, or none of it. It's entirely up to you. It is part of your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in the testimony that may arise during the course of the trial and to determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, you must determine whether or not the Commonwealth has proved the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The lawyers have their own important role in this trial. They are, of course, advocates. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence offered by the other side that may not be admissible under our rules of evidence. Similarly, we may engage in sidebar conferences over here out of your hearing. They're not intended to keep secrets from you, but to allow the lawyers a little more time to argue their points so that I can rule on what you may consider as evidence. If I agree with an objection to a question during trial, I will use the term sustained. You are then to disregard that question, and you're not to speculate as to what the answer might have been. In the same way, you are to disregard any evidence that I tell you is stricken from the record. If I reject or overrule an objection, I will allow the witness to answer the question, and you may consider that answer. But you're not to give that answer any more weight than you would have had no objection been made. Please do not hold it against the lawyers if they make an objection. That's part of the lawyer's job. The lawyers have to let me know when there's a potential issue about the admissibility of certain evidence of law under our laws. You must decide this case solely in the evidence presented in the courtroom, and this will include the sworn testimony of witnesses and may also include exhibits that are admitted into evidence, any facts which I tell you may have been agreed upon by both sides, and any facts which I indicate to you that you may take as a matter of common knowledge. Question to witnesses, no matter how artfully phrased, are not evidence. Only the answers that you receive from the witnesses who are testifying under oath are evidence. If one of the lawyers or I refer to some part of the evidence that does not coincide with your own recollection, it is your collective recollection which you are to follow in your deliberations. In this case, I'll allow you folks to take notes. Any jurors who wish to take notes during the course of the trial, except during opening statements and closing arguments, because again, those aren't evidence, we'll hand out notebooks after the openings this morning so that you can take notes. They'll be provided to you daily. Your notebooks will be collected every day. They'll be kept locked up and confidential, and they're destroyed at the end of the trial. You're not required to take notes. The choice is completely up to you. Some jurors may feel that notes are helpful, particularly if the case involves many witnesses or complicated issues. Notes also can help you to remember specific testimony or evidence, such as times, places, dates, names, relationships, events, distances, things of that nature.
Now, initially, when John O'Keefe's sister passed away, sort of the
jury instruction she's giving is pretty good. I'm glad she's doing it in a way where she's telling them that, you know, no matter how artfully a lawyer says something, it is not evidence because the lawyer said it, because we know how artful Yannetti and Jackson get.
As before, you had indicated that Ms. Reed had gone upstairs for some period of time. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's at your brother's house on Meadows Ave?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, had she gone upstairs with?
Her father.
But how long were they upstairs for?
10, 15 minutes.
And as far as, was there anyone else in the upstairs area of the home with them at the time that they were upstairs?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if any, conversations did you have with her while she was at the house for that period of 30 minutes or so?
None, really.
And as far as any other members of her family, without any reference to what it was, what, if any, sort of substantial conversation, what, if any, conversation did you have with either her father, her brother, or the brother's wife?
Again, none, not really. I didn't really have much interaction with any of them while they're at the house.
Now, you're obviously familiar with your brother's house on Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the house itself, what, if any, sort of security did your brother have installed on that house on Meadows Ave?
He's gonna, excuse me, a ring. He had a ring doorbell, and then a ring camera floodlight combination above the garage doors overlooking the driveway.
And when you say the doorbell, how many sort of points of, how many doors or entrances into the house were there?
With cameras, I would say 2. I mean, the driveway and then the main front door of the house.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Just 3 photographs, exhibits 2, 3, and 4. If you could just look at those briefly, look up when finished. And generally speaking, sir, do you recognize what's depicted in those 3 photographs?
Yes. The first.
Before we get to them, just in general, do
yes.
you recognize those? Okay. And what do you recognize this them in general terms? What do you recognize them to be photographs of?
That's my brother's house at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 2 up on the screen. So I'm going to shift my approach again, Your Honor. I'm going to hand you here as a laser point. Basically, just put this button here. Okay. And again, sir, what's up on the screen is exhibit number 2. What are we looking at here?
That's my brother's house at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And as far as the Ring doorbell camera that you were referring to, is that something that's visible in this photograph?
Not in that photograph, no.
And so typically when you would come over to your brother's house, what would be sort of the general points or door that you would use to go inside the house?
So either the garage door or there's a side door right behind that bush.
So behind that bush, is there any sort of like walkway or anything like that over there?
Yeah, so there's a walkway that leads up to a couple of steps and then to the entryway.
Is that where the Ring doorbell would have been located, labeled as sort of the front door?
Yes.
And the garage area with the driveway that you were referencing in relation to this photograph, is not depicted in this photograph, is that fair to say?
Correct.
So which sort of, with relation to this photograph, understanding that it's not depicted in it, where would that?
The driveway would be to the right side of the house as we're viewing it from here.
And if I could turn your attention to the next exhibit number 3, Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit number 3?
Correct.
And whereabouts in relation to the house, what are we looking at here?
So that would be the driveway, right side of the house, 2 garage doors, the upstairs window, and the Ring camera / floodlight combination.
Now, with respect to the garage, was there a particular way that your brother would have kept sort of the garage area?
Yeah, he had on the left side, he had a 1971 Ford LTD parked over that side. And he would typically park his car on the right side.
So the car that you were talking about before, that being the Chevy Traverse, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the floodlight combination with the camera, that you see that in this photograph, is that correct?
Yes,
If you could, just using the laser pointer directly to his attention to that.
right under the window.
And as far as these particular Ring cameras, driveway, garage one, and the front door, the sort of side entryway there, who, if anyone, as far as you knew, had access to those particular cameras? How would they be accessed?
Most likely through the Ring app on your cell phone. And I believe the only ones who had access to was my brother and Karen Reed.
And as far as your brother,
All right, I'll strike that, see if you can lay a foundation.
as far as your brother was, what if anything would he do with reference to those Ring cameras and his app on his phone when people would arrive at his house?
I mean, a few times he'd talk to me through the speaker. If I pulled up to the house and he wasn't home, and he would speak to me on it, but I'm not sure if I follow the entire question.
No, and that's exactly, so there were points where you would come to the house, correct, and he wasn't there?
Yes.
And he would sort of talk to you through the Ring application, is that
Yeah.
fair to say?
Yes.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed was, when you say you believe she had access to it, what leads you to believe?
I believe the kids had mentioned it before. Kaylee and Patrick, mostly Patrick.
All right, I'm going to strike that.
Now, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, exhibit number 4. And again, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 4?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what part of the house we're looking at here and what, if anything, in relation to the ring that you observed.
That is also the driveway from a different view. Call it the top of the driveway looking down onto the street. Right in this picture here, the ring camera or the floodlight ring is not visible.
And the walkway that you were talking about that was behind the bush, do you see that in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay, if you could direct the jury's attention where that is. So if you follow that walkway sort of around to the bush, where does that lead?
Right to the like breezeway door.
If I may approach it.
Yes.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, the ring camera that we're talking about, have you seen those on like a disc form? Is that correct?
Have I seen them on a disc form? I'm not sure if I follow that question.
Sure. Have you viewed any ring camera footage from either the front door or the driveway to your brother's house?
No, I didn't have access.
Now, you want to maybe approach?
Yes.
They're in that smaller courtroom today.
Yeah, it's thank God that it kind of backfired on them to use the whole, it's unconstitutional. Now they can't have anyone in there. So it kind of what they were trying to do with that is get it moved out of Dedham, into a different area, and it didn't work. It backfired.
Well, and she can't have her little film guy there that is part of their.
All right. So, Mr. Lally, you have something to mark as an exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor. So there are two discs, one labeled Meadow Ave ring videos. Oh, sorry.
So they've already been marked.
Already been marked.
All right. So the next, go right ahead.
No. Okay. So.
And let us know if you want the lights dimmed at all, Mr. Lally.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Do you want that now?
Yes.
Would please? Thank you.
So, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from what's been marked as Exhibit 6, the driveway camera. If I could have video number 161. And if you could just pause that just for a moment. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, what's up on the screen there? Do you generally recognize what's depicted there?
It looks like Karen Reed's vehicle, my brother's vehicle, and looks like another SUV behind it. I don't know the two people.
If you could, just using the laser pointer before, if you could just direct the jury's attention to which vehicle you're talking about when you. So, starting with Ms. Reed's vehicle, where is it in this video that you observed?
I believe it's that one right there.
And your brother's vehicle?
Is back there.
And the vehicle you're referring to is your vehicle? Where is it? And if you know, when about is this video depicting in relation to what you've described as the events of January 29th?
That would be in the morning, coming back from the hospital, mid-morning.
And as far as the people within this video, do you recognize any of the people within?
That'd be myself. I believe that behind me could be Kerry Roberts, because I believe that's Kerry Roberts' car. She drove my father back from the hospital to One Meadows.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run the video.
Oh, that's my mother.
Oh, that could be hard.
Also, to answer the question about John's house, I'm not sure that even was. If I remember correctly, he may have moved into that house when his sister and brother-in-law died, and he took custody of the children.
where they lived before? I thought he had moved from.
I thought that he had wanted to keep the kids in the same place. As that is what I originally
Ms. Gilman, from the
remember.
same exhibit, if I could have Bill Mark 165.
Okay.
But I'm sure whatever was left to him by them, he also used if he did buy this. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't just on a police officer's
Now, with
salary.
respect to this video, do you recognize the vehicle that just pulled into the driveway?
That looks like Karen Reed in the photo, in the video. I assume that's her father's car.
So this would have been the time that Ms. Reed, the defendant, arrived with her family from the hospital as well?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run that through. Thank you. If I could ask for the next labeled video from Exhibit 6, number 166. Gentlemen, if I could ask you to pause there. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, with the last video, the two individuals sort of walking over to the house, do you recognize who those were?
It appeared to be Karen Reed and her father.
And the individual who just got out of the same vehicle, do you recognize that?
That appears to be Karen Reed's brother, Nathan.
Again, this particular day, January 29th, at your brother's house, that's the first time that you met him, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this one. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit number 6, if I could have video 169. Just there for a moment. Now, as far as you mentioned earlier in testimony that after Ms. Reed arrived at the house, that your nephew Patrick came home as well?
Correct.
And do you see your nephew Patrick in this video up on the screen now?
Yes.
So this would depict when he got dropped off, essentially.
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run that, please. Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit 6, if I could have number 176. Pause that right there. Now, from this video, you referenced earlier in your testimony, Ms. Reed had gathered some belongings and then had left with all of the vehicles that her family came, correct?
Correct.
And do you recognize anyone depicted in this video, number 176?
That's Karen Reed.
And what, if anything, do you observe in this video her to have in her hand at this time?
Looks like some type of a bag.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this one.
Uh-oh. Awesome. I usually have more people. Everyone is playing this. Everyone. Her long sign. There's no sound. Oh, somehow it clicked off. Hold on. Hear it now?
OKEEFE,
And where is it that you live now?
West Bridgewater.
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
Hear it now?
I live with my husband, Paul, and our two girls.
And how long have you lived there in West Bridgewater?
Be 10 years this year.
And your girls, how old are your girls?
Now 13 and 10.
And what is your husband's name?
Paul,
And how long have you and Paul been together? How long have you been married?
will be 24 years this year and 17 years married this year.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do.
And what do you do for
We
work?
didn't miss,
Um,
we didn't miss a bunch at all. What did we miss a bunch of? We didn't miss a bunch.
Currently, I switched jobs. Currently, I work for a mechanical contractor.
And just sort of in general terms, what type of work is it that you do?
I'm their marketing director.
And you said you switched jobs, so how long have you been doing this sort of new job?
I'll be there 2 years in October.
And your husband, Paul, how did the two of you meet?
I was his waitress in a bar when he was in college.
And as far as your husband Paul is concerned, his parents, what are their names?
John and Margaret,
And your husband Paul, did he have any siblings?
2, an older sister and an older brother, John and Kristen.
And of the 3, John, Chris.
Okay, so did we just miss Karen leaving Stowe? Did anything happen? Did I need to sit here? We saw this part.
Some type of a bag.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this one.
I mean, I don't know what we missed. Wonder if they found her tail light here.
Ms. Gilman, from that same Exhibit 6, could I have video number 185?
Okay, so nothing really happened except we just missed her testimony.
Lily.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name? for the record?
Sure, it's Erin O'Keefe, Okeefe,
And where is it that you live now?
West Bridgewater.
And who, if anyone, do
It
you
wasn't a
live
few
there with?
minutes, though.
I live with my husband Paul and our 2 girls.
And how
No,
long
it's
have
okay.
you lived there in
Put
West
it down for
Bridgewater?
a second.
Be 10 years this year.
And your girls, how old are your girls?
Now 13 and 10.
And what is your husband's name?
Paul.
And how long have you and
See
Paul
running
been
bucks
together? How
down
long
there.
have you been married?
Will be 24 years this year and 17 years married this year.
And do you work now?
I do.
And what do you do for work?
Currently, I switch jobs. Currently, I work for a mechanical contractor.
And just sort of in general terms, what type of work is it that you do?
I'm their marketing director.
And you said you switched jobs. So how long have you been doing this sort of new job?
I'll be there 2 years in October.
And your husband, Paul, how did the 2 of you meet?
I was his waitress in a bar when he was in college.
And as far as your husband Paul is concerned, his parents, what are their names?
John and Margaret,
And your husband Paul, did he have any siblings?
2, an older sister and an older brother, John and Kristen.
And of the 3, John, Kristen, and Paul, who's the oldest, who was the youngest, and what sort of the age difference between the 3?
Kristen was the oldest. Johnny was next, and Paul being the youngest. And Paul's 3 years younger than Johnny? 4.
And your sister-in-law, Kristen, she was the oldest, correct?
Mhm.
Was she married at some point?
Yes, her husband Steve.
Do you recall about when it was that your sister-in-law, Kristen, and Steve got married?
They got married in 2006.
And your sister-in-law, Kristen, and her husband, Steve, did they have any children?
They did, Kaylee and Patrick.
And Kaylee and Patrick, about how old are they?
Kaylee is 16 now, and Patrick is 13 now.
Now, excuse me. At some point, did their last name was Furbush, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, did your sister-in-law, Kristen, her husband, Stephen, and their children move to the town of Canton?
They did.
And about what time or what year was that?
2009, 2010, I believe.
And if you know, where had they been living previously before they moved to Canton?
They were renting out their townhouse in Abington, so they were living in Dorchester with Johnny.
And if you know, at the time that they were living with Johnny, were both Patrick and Kaylee born yet? Or
Just Kaylee.
just Kaylee? So fair to say she was relatively young at that point.
Yes.
Now, at some point, your sister-in-law, Kristen, got sick, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall when about that was that you learned of that?
It was June 2013, beginning of June.
And do you recall what she was sick from or what the diagnosis was?
She was diagnosed with glioblastoma.
And at some point subsequent to that, she passed. Is that correct?
Correct. 6 months later,
Sometime in fall, November of 2013.
November 11th, 2013.
Now, at that point in November of 2013, as far as you and the rest of your family was concerned, what was sort of the plan or the expectation as far as what was going to happen with the children, Patrick and Kay?
I know that my in-laws were helping while Steve was still here. Steve passed away 2 months later, but my in-laws were helping Steve kind of get acclimated.
And what, if any, role did your brother-in-law, you call him Johnny, is that correct?
Yes.
So what, if any, role did your brother-in-law Johnny have with respect to the kids during this time?
He was very involved because he was very involved when my sister-in-law was sick. I think he was out on, he'd hurt his hand or something when he was working out on the, when he was out on the streets, I guess. And so he was on disability and was helping and going to the hospital all the time and being with Kristen.
And you mentioned he was out on disability and that he was working. What was it that your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe, what did he do for work?
He was a police officer in Boston.
Now, you mentioned that shortly after your sister-in-law Kristen passed away, her husband Stephen also passed away, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what, if anything, sort of came to plan, or what happened with respect to your niece and nephew following their father's death?
Paul and Johnny went out to lunch one day, and we had kind of assumed because Johnny was out on, the streets doing his job like that Paul and I would take the kids, and Johnny said he was going to do it.
So he sort of volunteered or stepped up to do it, correct?
Correct.
And pursuant to that, where did Johnny go to live? Where did the kids live when he did that?
Johnny moved into their house in Canton, the original house that Steve and Kristen had bought. He moved in with the kids there.
And about how long was it that Johnny lived there with the kids before he assumed that role?
Maybe 4 years, 4 or 5 years. I don't remember the exact year that he bought the new house.
And so they lived there for 4 or 5 years, and then you mentioned that he bought a new house. Where was the new house that he bought?
The new house is the house now on Meadows Ave in Canton.
And so from whenever time Johnny bought that house, he lived there basically with the kids, Gillian and Patrick, until he passed away as well, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to your niece and nephew, what, if any, sort of legal relationship did Johnny have with respect to the kids, Patrick?
He became their guardian.
And during the time that, from the time that your brother-in-law Johnny sort of took over that guardianship with respect to your niece and nephew, as far as dating was concerned, what, if any, sort of long-term relationships did you have during that period? Before you answer that, if I could just ask you for your definition as far as what do you deem or term as far as a long-term relationship?
1, 2 years, I guess, as a start, 2 years.
So during that time, after he assumed sort of guardianship of the kids, how many of those relationships, 1 to 2 years or so, did Johnny have during that time?
2.
And what were the names of the people that he had those relationships with?
The first was Amy, and then Karen.
And just to be clear, by Amy, that was where she lived, what town?
She resides in Westwood.
And she had children of her own, is that correct?
Yes.
And the second that you mentioned was Karen, is that correct?
Correct.
What is Karen's last name?
Reed.
Just for clarity purposes, do you see the person, you knew Karen Reed, correct?
Yes,
So just for clarity purposes, for the record, do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Black or blue blazer.
Or just that's the record reflect identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, as far as her relationship with regard to your niece and nephew, what, if any, sort of legal relationship did she have with regard to either your niece or nephew or to your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe?
Legal, none.
Now, as far as over the course when was the first time that you recall meeting the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I believe it was in June of 2020 during COVID.
Based on sort of your understanding, when was that in relation to when they began sort of their relationship?
I think it was in February or March of that same year.
So right around the time that the pandemic caused a sort of general shutdown, correct?
I think so, yes.
Now, as far as you were aware, did you know of any sort of pre-existing relationship or any time that they had dated in the past prior to that February, March of 2020?
I learned that after the fact.
So fair to say during any sort of previous time that they may or may not have dated, you hadn't met Ms. Reed, you weren't aware of her at all?
Correct. I had not met her.
And do you recall sort of where you were or what the circumstances were the first time that you met the defendant?
I believe we were all coming to our house. It was either, it may have been a birthday party or Father's Day, but we were out on the patio. I think it was June.
So John O'Keefe, Miss Reed, as well as the children came over to your house for some kind of holiday or something?
Correct.
Now, from that time sort of going forward, how would you describe sort of your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I liked her a lot.
And as far as prior to January 29th of 2022, would you consider yourself or characterize your relationship as friends?
I would.
And about how often, sort of from that time of when you first met her in June of 2020 through January, the end of January 2022, how often would you see sort of your niece, your nephew, Mr. O'Keefe, and or Ms. Reed?
1-2 times a month. It was COVID, so when we could be outside or all get together, or if there was a birthday.
And were there any occasions where you would have occasion to spend time with or hang out with the defendant outside of either your husband or your brother-in-law, John O'Keefe?
Yes, and we talked quite often.
And just in regard to sort of in person, about how many times was that?
Without them, I don't recall.
Now, as far as your understanding of sort of the living arrangement around it, how often, what was your understanding as far as the relationship and sort of where everybody lived or where everybody stayed, or how often things like that?
I believe that Karen was there most times. I do know that she liked to go home on Mondays just to kind of have a fresh time by herself, and Thursdays she was teaching an online class, so she would be home on Thursdays as well. But for the majority of the time, I believe she was over there.
Now, just to be clear, when you say over there, you mean the house on Meadows?
Correct.
When you say she was home, where else did she have a home during that time?
In Mansfield.
And had you had occasion to be over her house in Mansfield at any point in the time that you were friends?
I had gone over once, yes.
Now, with respect to their relationship, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as fights, arguments, issues, anything like that?
I think normal relationship, you know, the stuff everyone goes through.
If I could ask you just if you could expound upon that a little as far as when you say normal relationship stuff, what exactly do you mean?
I know that, you know, my in-laws being there often could be stressful. And, you know, two people with kids and life, normal everyday relationship.
Now, during this time frame, you were living in West Bridgewater still, is that correct?
Correct.
And where were you, like what town were you working in at that point?
At that time, I was working in Brighton.
So fair to say, relatively long commute between Brighton and West Bridgewater on a daily basis?
Correct.
And so during that sort of long commute, what, if anything, would you do with reference to the defendant, or who, if anyone, would you typically talk to on those long commutes?
I would text her or call her and say I'm hey and driving, and or she would call me and we would just shoot the breeze and just talk.
Was that something, how often would you do that?
Quite often.
Now, as far as your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed, you considered yourself friends or friendly, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that something that you communicated to her, or she communicated to you in any way?
Yeah. And yeah, we would say how well we got along, and she would say if they ever broke up, she hoped that she and I would stay friends.
Now, Mrs. O'Keefe, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Actually, first, let me bring it back a little bit further. So New Year's Eve going from 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
Do you recall where you were or who you were with around that time of New Year's?
We were in Aruba for my mother's birthday.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, were you in Aruba with?
My mother, father, sister, husband, and our 2 girls.
And over the course of that, were you also aware of where your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe, and Miss Reed, and children, Patrick and Kaylee, were at that time as well?
They were also in Aruba.
And so where they were situated in Aruba, where was that in relation to where you were situated?
We weren't close. You'd need a cab. It was not the other side of the island, but far enough away you'd need to catch a cab. They were more downtown.
And what, if anything, did you know about sort of who they were with or how they had come to be there in Aruba?
They were with a large group of people. I don't know how many, but there was a large group of people that was going down.
And as far as you knew, was there any one person, excuse me, in particular that organized sort of that trip? Or
Yes, Laura Sullivan.
and do you know Laura Sullivan?
I do.
And how do you know Laura Sullivan?
I know Laura through Johnny. He's her son's godfather.
And fair to say, as far as you knew, that Mr. O'Keefe, Johnny O'Keefe, and Laura Sullivan had known each other for some time.
Correct.
Now, at any point when you were in Aruba around the time of New Year's, did you ever meet up with or connect with Miss Reed and Johnny O'Keefe?
We did not.
Now, at some point in time when you were in Aruba during that same time frame, what, if any, conversation did you have with Miss Reed and family?
I don't believe any with Johnny. Karen texted me on the flight down. The flight attendants were Karen and Erin, and we were trying to arrange and see if there was a time we could get together.
So the flight attendants on their flight down had the same names as both yourself and Miss Reed?
Yeah, she texted me and said that.
And so you had been trying to arrange some time or some day to sort of meet up, is that correct?
I don't know. I don't recall. I had texted her on New Year's Eve to see where they were.
And what, if anything, did she reply? Did she reply in text?
She did. It wasn't until later in the evening that she had caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the lobby of the hotel.
And what, if anything, further did she indicate to you in regard to that?
Just that they got into an argument about it.
And so did the two of you, and by the two, I mean it's sort of the two groups of families, did you ever connect or meet up at any point when you were in Aruba?
We did not.
Do you have any further conversation with Ms. Reed in reference to what she had indicated occurred at their resort?
I responded and said, like, kissing, and I don't recall what her response was, but I had missed the next text. She said did I want to meet up? She had freshened up and did I want to meet up? But I had missed it and was either already going to bed or just missed it until the next day.
So she had indicated to you via text that they had got into an argument and then further indicated or asked you if you wanted to meet up, correct?
Correct.
All right, Ms. Tillelli, I'm just going to give a brief instruction at this point. All right, excuse me. So, folks, you just heard testimony about statements that were allegedly made by the defendant. You're really not to use the statements for the truth, but you can consider them solely on the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind and as they go to the nature of the relationship between the defendant and John O'Keefe. Thank you.
Now, between that time in Aruba and January 28th of 2022, had you had occasion to meet up with Johnny O'Keefe and or the defendant Karen Reed or the kids or anybody from that Canton house?
No, our older daughter tested positive and she and Paul had to stay back in Aruba. So we didn't have, and then by the time they got back, it was back to school and we didn't have a chance.
So your oldest daughter was quarantined along with your husband in Aruba, and they came back sometime after you and your younger daughter?
Correct.
And with respect to that, that sort of weekend of January 28th and January 29th, what, if any, plans did you have initially to meet up with your brother-in-law, Johnny, and the defendant?
Johnny had been communicating to Paul that wanted to get us together on the 29th. And I said, there's a big storm coming. I don't think that's going to happen.
And so you were aware somehow of a big storm coming in on that weekend as far as the 29th was concerned?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall sort of about what you were aware of as far as that storm, like how severe, what kind of storm?
I don't recall specifics, but I knew that it was a big storm that was coming for Saturday with a lot of snow.
And so you didn't think that was a good idea to set up a time to meet up with that?
Correct.
Now, on that date, January 28th, what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Reed on that day?
She had texted me while I was waiting for the school bus, asking if there was any chance I was out without Paul.
Was that a typical thing that she would text you as far as the without Paul part?
No,
And you indicated that you were waiting for the school bus, is that right?
correct.
And at that time in January of 2022, you had two daughters, correct?
Yes, correct.
Were they sort of in the same school as far as on the same bus?
No, they were not. They're separate schools.
So fair to say one was maybe in elementary, one was in middle school?
Correct.
So as far as around that time that you received the text, would that have been the younger daughter or the older daughter that you were waiting for?
The younger daughter. It was after 3 o'clock.
And who comes home, or at that time, who came home first, the younger daughter or the older daughter?
Our older daughter.
And when you received that text from the defendant, what, if anything, did you, or how did you respond to it?
I said that I was waiting for the school bus and we had basketball on Friday nights.
And the basketball on Friday nights, was that something that was one of your daughters or both?
Both.
And do you recall, well, let me ask you this, with regard to your daughter's basketball, at least at that time, what, if any, sort of relationship did your husband have to those basketball teams?
He was the coach for both of them.
And was that something that was sort of like a local league, is that correct?
Town league.
Town. And did all of you, and by all, I mean yourself, your husband, and the two girls, did you all go to both games that night?
Correct.
And do you recall about what time those games were?
6 or 7.
Now, Ms. Reed reached out to you and texted you, and then you responded as you described. What, if any, further conversation did you have with Ms. Reed on that day?
I asked her if everything was okay, if something was up. And she responded and said, just another day, I wish I didn't talk to an O'Keefe after 2004.
And how did you respond to that? If you?
I said, what happened? What's going on? And they had bickered, I guess, about her taking Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts in the morning before school.
And just to be clear, when you say they, you mean Johnny O'Keefe and Karen Reed?
Correct.
Do you recall sort of how that conversation evolved, or what, if anything, else was said during that time?
I just knew that they had gotten into some type, I don't know if it was an argument or there was something. They bickered about her taking them, and he said that she spoiled them.
Now, as far as your conversation with Ms. Reed in regard to the weekends, what, if anything, did the two of you talk about as far as sort of plans for the weekend?
I said I was anticipating a storm, so was probably going to hang in the neighborhood with everybody.
Now, as far as later on in that afternoon, what, if any, sort of further communication did you receive from Ms. Reed that day?
I think the last text was a picture, something that popped up in her memories of my children and Kaylee and Patrick from the Cape that summer, and said, this just popped up in my memories and made me smile.
Now, did you have occasion to talk with Ms. Reed any further on that day, the 28th?
No, that was it.
And so you went to your kids' basketball games, came back to your house, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall about what time you went to bed that night?
It was either close to midnight or after, because Paul and I were sitting up watching TV.
Do you recall what you were watching on the TV?
Yellowstone.
Was that sort of a binge watch that you were doing?
Yes.
Now, before you went to bed, did you have occasion to sort of, knowing that the snow was coming, did you have occasion to sort of look out and make any observations about what the weather was like before you went to bed?
I noted that while we were still up watching television, that it was snowing already.
And did you have occasion to see whether or not it was sort of sticking to either the pavement or the grass or anything like that?
I looked out on the deck and it was starting to accumulate on the deck, sticking to the deck.
You know about what time that was?
Probably around 10:30 or 11.
And this is at your house in West Bridgewater.
Correct.
Now, you go to bed and at some point you wake up on the 29th. And if you recall, what is it that wakes you up the next morning?
I woke up to my husband on the phone with his mother saying he's going to be okay. He's going to be okay. And they got off the phone and I said, what happened? And what's going on? And he said they found Johnny in the snow this morning.
And after that phone call, what is it that your husband called you?
He's pacing around and he goes to the bathroom to brush his teeth because he said that he was going to drive to the hospital.
And do you know what hospital he was going to drive to?
Good Samaritan.
And based on the weather and sort of the road conditions, what, if any, concerns did you have about that plan of your husband's?
I was concerned with him driving because the roads weren't good.
Now, as far as your in-laws, so your father-in-law is John O'Keefe Jr., is that correct?
Senior.
Senior. And your mother-in-law is Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe? Is that
Correct.
And what, if any, information did you have as far as were they going to the hospital, and if so, how were they doing?
They were going to the hospital and Carrie Roberts was going to pick them up because they didn't have a car that could drive in the snow.
Now, was Carrie Roberts someone that you knew prior to this date?
I knew her from when Johnny moved to Canton.
And at some points, do you recall approximately how long was it between the time that the phone call comes in and the time that your husband left your house?
10 minutes.
Relatively quick. I'm sorry, I just have to.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. So then, when your husband is leaving, what, if any, similar to earlier the previous evening, what, if any, observations did you make as sort of the weather and what was going on outside at the time?
It was snowing when he was leaving. Heavy.
Now, at some point, you're at home and your children are at home with you, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, who, if anyone, do you reach out to sort of find out what's going on?
When Paul was brushing his teeth, I said to him, where's Karen? Where is she? Is she okay? And I called her and I could hear the phone pick up and she didn't say hello. I just said, Karen, what the hell is going on? And she just yelled back in the phone, John's dead. And Carrie Roberts grabbed the phone from her and said, no, he's not. He's at the hospital. They're working on him. And I didn't know what was going on.
Was there any further conversation on that initial phone call that you made to?
They were in Carrie's car waiting for an ambulance to pick up Karen. And then Carrie was going to pick up my in-laws.
As far as sort of going through that day, what was the next learned as far as your brother-in-law, Johnny, and who did you learn from?
When I spoke to Carrie in the car, I asked her to take my phone number. I knew she was going to the hospital and I was nervous that Paul was going to be there by himself. So I asked her to please keep me informed as to what was happening when she got there.
And without any reference to anything that Ms. Roberts may or may not have said to you, did you receive further updates from Ms. Roberts throughout the course of that morning?
I think I called her every 5 minutes.
And at some point, did you learn what sort of the status was in regards to John?
I think it was, I don't recall the exact time, but Carrie had texted me or called me to let me know when they were finally called in by the doctors from the emergency room.
And what, if anything, did you learn once they've been called in by the doctor?
Objection.
All right, sustained.
At some point later on in that day, did you have further conversation with the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I did.
And do you remember approximately what time that was?
I think it was around 1 o'clock.
And if you recall, was that a situation where you called her or she called you, or?
I called her because I didn't know what was going on. And I kept saying to my husband, has anyone checked on Karen? Is Karen okay? So I called her.
And when you called her, what, if any, conversation did you have with her at that time?
She answered the phone and said that I was on speaker and she was in the car with her dad and they were driving to Dighton.
And what, if any, questions did you ask her about what had happened, and what, if anything, did she say?
I asked her, I said, what the hell happened last night? And because I couldn't understand first how they were together, if they had been arguing earlier in the day. And she told me that they were out, that she dropped him at a party afterwards, didn't feel like going, so dropped him and went back to Canton.
What, if anything, did she say occurred after dropping John Young?
She said she went back to Canton and I think woke up around 4:30 and couldn't find him, and woke up Kaylee to see if Kaylee had heard from him at all.
What, if anything, did she say happened after that?
She said that she went to go out and look, but the roads were bad, so went back and called Kerry and Jen so that they could drive together.
And by Kerry, you understood that to mean Kerry Roberts?
Kerry Roberts.
And by Jen, who, if anyone, did you understand that?
Jen McCabe.
Is that someone that you knew or were familiar with at that time?
I had never met Jen.
And what, if anything, did she say happened after that when she went out with Kerry and Jen?
I don't, is it possible to refresh my memory on that?
Without getting into that, just as far as beyond sort of what happened, what, if anything else, did the defendant say to you as far as
She told me that she had to remember the bad times, which struck me as an odd comment to say, but I assumed since she was at the hospital that maybe she was medicated, but it just struck me as something odd.
now, in addition to the having to remember the bad times, what, if anything else, did she say to you at that point during that phone call?
She said, I don't think I'm ever going to see you guys again. And I said, of course you will. We're friends.
Now, following that conversation that day, did you ever speak with the defendant, Karen Reed, again?
No.
Now, one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Just one last question, ma'am. So in regard to those last two statements that you had testified about, was that all part and parcel of the same conversation when the defendant indicated she was driving back with her father to Dighton?
Correct.
Okay. So there was no further conversation after that conversation shortly after 1 p.m.?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have no questions.
All right, Ms. O'Keefe, you're all set. Thank you. Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Officer Stephen Sarif to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
You can sit or stand, whatever you want to do.
Thank you.
Just ask that you speak into the microphone, please. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Officer Sarif, S-A-R-A-F, Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police Department?
About 27 years.
Now, were you working with the Canton Police Department on January 28th into January 29th of 2022?
I was.
Do you recall what shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working midnight to 8 shift.
Midnight to 8 a.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
And were you dispatched to a call at approximately 6:05 a.m.?
Yes, I was.
And if you recall, what was the dispatch in regard to and where specifically were you dispatched to?
It was a call of a person that was unconscious outside, I believe it was 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Now, that particular area of Canton, are you familiar with that area of Canton?
Yes.
And as far as the town of Canton is concerned with respect to police department, is there sort of different sectors within the town that you would be assigned to patrol?
That's correct.
And the area of Fairview Road, would that be within your sector that you typically patrol?
That was West Sector.
And how many sectors within the town of Canton are there?
4.
Now, that particular area of Fairview Road, what type of area is that? Is it residential, commercial, or something else?
It's residential.
And the roadway of Fairview Road, there's houses on that roadway, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there any sort of, it's a paved roadway, is that correct?
It is, yes.
It'd be lanes, are they divided by any sort of lines in the middle of it?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, owns or maintains that particular roadway?
The town of Canton does.
Now, you received that dispatch. Where were you, if you recall, when you received the dispatch?
I was, there's a church right next to the police station. I was in that parking lot.
And with respect to the evening of the 28th into the morning of the 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as sort of forecast of the weather or anything sort of pending coming?
Yeah, it was snowing pretty good that night. It was a snowstorm that evening.
So there's a snowstorm that had been predicted, is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. There was a snowstorm actually occurring around that time, just after 6 a.m.
That's correct.
And at the time that you're responding, a little after 6 a.m., was it light out, dark out, or something?
It was dark out.
And the time that, if you know, how much time elapsed sort of between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived in that area of Fairview?
It's pretty close to a couple of minutes maybe, because I didn't obviously go as fast as you could go because the roads were pretty snowy.
During the course of, you have been working sort of since midnight, correct?
Correct.
And over the course of your work throughout that evening, had you, or what, if anything, had you noticed with regard to snow removal as far as town plows or anything like that?
I don't understand. Were they plowing? Is that your question? They were plowing the roads.
Okay. So there had been some sort of treatment or plowing to the roads prior to your response, as far as you know?
Yes.
What were sort of the road conditions or the visibility or anything like that, if you recall, during your response time?
It was snowing pretty well. The roads were definitely slippery. It took me a while to get to the destination.
And if you recall, sir, what was sort of the path of travel that you took from, you mentioned you were in the church parking lot next to the police station, correct?
That's correct.
And where is the police station located in?
So the police station's on Washington Street, 1492 Wash.
And so what was sort of the path of travel that you took from the church lot next to the police station to Fairview?
So I went past the police station onto Chapman Street, and then from Chapman Street I went to Fairview Road.
And when you were approaching Fairview Road, are you taking a right or left or something?
It's a right.
And as you were taking that right onto Fairview, what, if anything, happened with your vehicle as you were taking that turn?
Nothing that I recall.
And that particular, coming from the Chapman side of Fairview, Fairview goes from Chapman and then it goes down to sort of, let's say, the bottom of the street. It connects with another street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the street that?
Cedar Crest.
Cedar. And if you're coming from the Chapman side down to the Cedar Crest side, what, if anything, is there as far as an elevation? Like, is it uphill, downhill, or flat?
It's down. It's down a hill, fairly decent sized hill.
Now, as you are driving down Fairview, what, if anything, I mentioned it was dark outside, correct?
That's correct.
So what, if anything, beyond sort of the headlights on your cruiser, did you utilize for assistance as you were driving down Fairview?
I had a spotlight on the driver's side, a handheld spotlight to try to locate the house in question.
And if I could just ask you a little bit about the type of vehicle that you were driving. So was it, what kind of police cruiser were you driving?
It's Explorer.
So SUV, is that right?
Yes, SUV, yes.
And as far as those, or the particular cruiser that you were driving on that occasion, what, if anything, is it equipped with as far as cameras or anything like that within the vehicle?
Yeah, it's equipped with a camera for front and back, and in the rear seat of the cruiser.
And so as you're driving down Fairview, you reach out and start to utilize your spotlight sort of on, where is that located on the cruiser?
It's on my left-hand side.
And is that a spotlight that's outside of the cruiser or inside of the cruiser? Where is it located
On the outside of the cruiser, but there's a handle that manipulates it so you can point the spotlight where you want to go.
Okay. So you have some sort of tool within the cruiser where you can manipulate where it points?
That's correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview, utilizing that spotlight, what, if anything, do you observe out in front?
Well, as I got to my destination, I saw 3 people on the lawn of in the snow, waving at me.
And initially, when you see these 3 people in the snow, do you have any idea sort of who they are, or male, female, anything like that?
There were 3 women, and I later learned it was a male subject on the ground.
And so when you initially are sort of approaching or getting to the residence, you indicate you see the 3 women waving at you. Could you see, or what, if anything, could you see the body at that point?
I saw that there was somebody on the ground. Yes.
So you could see the 3 women, and you could see a person on the ground.
That's correct.
And at some point, subsequent to this, did you learn the identity of the person on the ground?
I did.
And who did you learn that?
John
person?
O'Keefe.
And prior to this, day prior to this dispatch, did you know John O'Keefe in any way?
No,
Now, the three females that you saw sort of around Mr. O'Keefe's body on the ground, at some point later, did you subsequently identify who those three people were?
I did.
And who did you identify?
One was Karen Reed. The other one was Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts, I believe.
All right, sir, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay, or speak into the microphone.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Now, you arrive on scene and I'm assuming you get out of your cruiser, is that correct?
That's correct.
What, if anything, did you do from there?
I walked over to the scene. I first asked, is this person, a drug user? He's have an issue with drugs. Somebody said, no, he's a Boston police officer. I said, okay. I checked for a pulse. I couldn't find a pulse. Then I went back to my cruiser and tried to find the AED, which is an automated external defibrillator.
Back just for a second there. So you indicated that you checked for a pulse, correct?
That's correct.
And where on Mr. O'Keefe did you check for?
On his neck, it's carotid.
So if it's carotid, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you made contact with sort of the skin area in his carotid area on his neck, what, if anything, did you observe as far as Mr. O'Keefe when you did?
I couldn't find any pulse or anything like that, and he was cold to the touch.
Now, when you did this, Mr. O'Keefe, you mentioned was sort of on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
And how was he sort of positioned on the ground?
He was laying on his back.
And as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe during this initial time when you're checking the pulse, what, if anything, did you observe sort of on him or around him or anything like that?
I didn't really.
Let me ask it a different way. So as far as you mentioned that when you arrived there, it was snowing out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so how much snow was in and around or on top of Mr. O'Keefe when you first observed?
It was about, let's say about 6 inches on the ground. There was a light dusting on top of him, I would say.
And what, if any, observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe and sort of how he was dressed at this time initially that you observed?
I don't recall what he was wearing.
Now, with reference to the residence at 34 Fairview Road, if you're standing in front of the house on the street facing the house, which side of the property was Mr. O'Keefe lying on his back?
As you're facing the house, it's to the, I'm sorry, go again. Can you say that again, please?
So if you're standing on the street facing the house, was Mr. O'Keefe more to the center of the property, the right of the property, or the left?
He was on the left of the property, yes.
Now, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, in this sort of area on the left side of the property, what, if any, sort of other landmarks or other things that you observe on that side of the property?
To the left of the property, there was a fire hydrant, a bush, and a flagpole, I believe. To the left, to the farther left, like more near the property line, I would say.
Now, with reference to, mentioned that there was snowing out and there was snow on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
What, if anything else, did you note as far as the weather conditions, as far as wind, temperature, or anything like that?
It was, I would say it was near blizzard conditions. It was snowing really, really hard.
And how cold? Obviously, January, it's snowing out, it was cold, but how cold was it, if you know, when you first arrived?
Less than 32 degrees. I don't know exactly. I mean, it was cold.
So you pull up in that area with the three females. Are they to your right or to your left?
I pulled up, basically, I had my cruiser straight on.
And so which side of the cruiser were the three females and Mr. O'Keefe when you pull up and stop?
Was straight ahead.
Straight ahead, okay. And
a little to the left.
And what, if any, other vehicles did you observe sort of in the roadway in that area where three females were and Mr. O'Keefe?
There was another vehicle in the roadway on the side of the road. I parked basically right behind that.
And do you recall anything about that vehicle, like what type it was, what color, or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, with regard to the three females you identified as Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts, do you recall where they were in relation to Mr. O'Keefe, each of them, when you first sort of pull up and get out of your cruiser?
So when I arrived, I saw Miss Reed looked like she was giving CPR to him, and she had blood on her face.
Now, in addition to yourself, there are other sort of first responders that are dispatched to the scene as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And of them, who, if anyone else, was on scene at the time that you arrived?
When I arrived, I was the first to arrive. Then there was Officer Mullaney that came a few minutes later, and then the fire department came after him, and I believe Sergeant Good came at, like, within that. I don't know how many minutes, but it was pretty close.
So you're first to arrive on scene, and then Mullaney comes a couple of minutes later?
Yes.
And about how long was it between when Officer Mullaney arrives and when the fire department arrives?
Couple minutes. I don't.
And then at some point after that, a Sergeant Good comes, is that correct?
That's correct.
Sergeant Good is a sergeant with your department?
That is correct.
Now, the fire department, when they arrived, do you recall what type of apparatus they had that arrived on scene?
I believe it was an engine. They usually come with an engine and an ambulance.
So to your recollection, it was at least an ambulance and an engine.
Yeah. Yes.
When you were in transit, sort of coming from the church parking lot next to the station to 34 Fairview, what, if anything, did you have activated on your cruiser as far as lights or sirens or anything like that?
I believe I might have my blue lights on. I'm not sure.
As far as the time that you're coming, this is shortly after 6 a.m. in a blizzard, was there, what, if any, sort of other vehicular traffic did you observe en route from church parking lot to 34 Fairview?
There wasn't any that I can recall.
So you go to get your AED device from your cruiser, is that correct?
That's correct.
And around that time that you're retrieving that, what happens?
The FD, the fire department, came on scene, and they took over care of Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, beyond sort of just checking pulse, as far as around that time when you were checking the pulse in the carotid area for Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, other observations did you make with regard to any injuries or anything else on Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, when I first got there, he had blood on his face and it was just wiped away. So that's the only.
So there was blood on his face that was wiped away?
That's correct.
Now, when the fire department arrives on scene and they sort of take over resuscitative efforts with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the person you identified as Ms. Reed, firstly, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing?
Seating at the table right there, black.
Does this record reflect identification done by the witness?
Yes.
After the fire department arrived and they sort of take over resuscitative efforts with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, observations did you make of Ms. Reed and what she was doing or saying at that time?
Ms. Reed was visibly upset. She kept saying, this is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this. And she was very hysterical.
And
she kept asking, he's dead. Is he dead? Is he dead?
And with that specific phraseology, that's something that she kept saying?
Yes.
And by your repetitive nature, I'm assuming it was said something that she said more than once, correct?
Several times, correct.
And when she's saying this, can you describe sort of how she's saying this? I mean, is it a whisper? Is it a scream? Or is it something?
She was yelling pretty good.
And with regard to her repetitive question, as far as is it dead, what, if any, response did you provide to her in regard to that?
I just said they're doing the best that they can. I don't know.
Now, at some point, did you direct Ms. Reed, the defendant, to somewhere else away from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, I tried to get her out of the elements. I put her in a car. I don't know if it was my cruiser or another cruiser there, but I had her sit in the back seat just to get out of the snow.
And did she stay in that cruiser for any?
She stayed in for a few minutes and then she was like up and down, up and down.
So sort of in and out of whatever car you put her into.
That's correct.
When she would come out of the car, where would she go?
She was just walking around. From what I remember,
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, he's laying on his back on the ground. That location, where was that in relation to the roadway of Fairview?
I would say about 20 feet off the road.
So if it's 20 feet off of the road, is it fair to say that was on sort of the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
Yes, that's correct.
And at some point, the fire department takes Mr. O'Keefe's body off of the lawn, is that correct?
That is
And where
correct.
were you in relation to Mr. O'Keefe when that happened?
I don't remember.
And if you don't remember, do you recall anything about sort of what the ground looked like when Mr. O'Keefe was lifted up?
I don't recall. I didn't.
Now, that area around where Mr. O'Keefe was, when you initially come up, you see him on the ground and you check for a pulse. If anything, did you note around Mr. O'Keefe's body as far as the condition of or disturbance of the snow around?
I noticed that there were footprints and track marks around the body itself. There was none coming from the residence or the area. It was just right around the body itself.
And so the position that Mr. O'Keefe is lying on his back on the lawn, correct?
Correct.
Is his head closer to the house or the street or something else?
I believe his head was closest to the house.
And the footprints that you're talking about, was that between sort of his feet in the street or above his head, or where was it in relation to?
Basically all around him because people were walking around him.
And as far as beyond sort of the immediate area above his head, between his head and the house, what if any footprints or what if any disturbance in the snow did you observe up there?
I didn't see any.
Now, Officer Saraf, about how long was it that you were on scene?
I want to say about an hour and a half.
And at some point, the fire department transports Mr. O'Keefe from the scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you know to what facility he was transported to?
I don't recall where they went.
And after Mr. O'Keefe was taken away by the fire department, as far as the three females, Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts, do you know where they went or what they did following that?
They, after talking to Sergeant Good, they left in their car. I don't know where they went. The car that was there, they left.
Now, at any point in the time that you were on scene before they left, did you have any conversation with any of the three of them?
I asked, where were they, what happened? And what were they doing?
And who specifically did you talk to, if you recall?
Well, I asked Ms. Reed, and she couldn't really tell me too much about what happened. Ms. McCabe said that they were drinking in a couple bars downtown.
Let me just stop you before, as far as, so just sticking with Ms. Reed. You asked her what happened and you indicated she didn't really tell you much.
No.
Why not? What was her condition like at that point?
She was very upset.
So the same upset that you were describing earlier, did that sort of continue throughout the time that she was on scene while you were there?
I would say yes.
And at some point, did you speak to Ms. McCabe without reference to what she told you?
I'm sorry.
At some point while you're on scene, did you speak to either Ms. McCabe or Ms. Roberts without reference to what they told you?
No. I mean,
Let me rephrase.
rephrase it, yeah.
At some point when you're on scene, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
And at some point when you were on scene, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Ms. Roberts?
I didn't speak with Ms. Roberts, I don't believe.
Was there someone else from your department that was speaking with Ms. Roberts on scene? You know.
I believe Sergeant Good or Officer Mulaney was.
One of the other two officers that were there.
Correct.
Now, following Sergeant Good's arrival, who, if anyone else from your department, arrived on scene at some point?
Detective Lank, Detective Sergeant Lank, and Lieutenant Gallagher.
And if you know, when was their arrival in relation to sort of when you arrived?
It was light out, so I want to say maybe 7 o'clock-ish.
And so for the period that you were on scene, you said it was about an hour and a half, is that correct?
That's about right.
The weather conditions that you described sort of when you first arrived, what if any change occurred in the weather conditions from the time that you arrived and the time that you left?
The conditions lightened up a little bit. I mean, it was still snowing, but.
Still snowing, still cold, correct?
That's correct.
The wind, was that still persistent as well?
I would say yes.
Now, at some point after Ms. Reed, the defendant, left the scene, did she come back?
She did.
And do you know how long a period it was that she was gone between when she left and when she came back?
Just a few minutes.
And do you know why she came?
I don't know.
And when she returned to the scene, who, if anyone, did you speak with her further at that point?
No,
Who, if anyone, did you observe her to be speaking?
I don't recall.
Now, the initial ambulance that showed up took and transported Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, after that ambulance left and Ms. Reed came back to the scene, what, if any, other apparatus from the fire department arrived on scene at that point?
Another ambulance came.
And who, if anyone, went in that ambulance for transport?
They took Miss Reed to the hospital.
And do you know what hospital that she went to?
I don't recall.
May I have one moment, Ron?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, if I may request the lights be dim.
Okay, could we dim them, please?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 8 up on the screen. Thank you very much. Now, Officer Sarif, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen as exhibit number 8?
Yes,
Or what do you recognize as?
it's the house 34 Fairview.
And that's the house that you responded to on that date, is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
And what's contained in that photograph, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed roughly when you arrived on that date?
Yes.
May I approach you, Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Direct your attention to this. This is just a laser point.
Yep.
I'm trying not to point it in anybody's eyes. Basically, this button here, you just click on that, and that will shine wherever you want. So from this photograph in exhibit number 8, sir, where Mr. O'Keefe's body was when he first arrived, is that visible in this photograph or no?
I would say it would be over more to the left.
Okay, so further off to the left, is that correct?
That's correct.
Before we get to that, just briefly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 13. You could please enlarge, thank you. Now, Officer Sheriff, do you recognize what's contained in this exhibit number 13?
It's a street.
Fair enough. Fair approach to witness, Your Honor.
Yes. Sorry. Let's see.
So what I placed before you as exhibit 13 is that what's up on the screen.
Yes, this is.
And is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what Fairview Road looked like around the time that you were dispatched and arrived on scene?
Yes,
Absent the lighting condition, you mentioned it was dark when you arrived, correct?
that is correct.
So this is sometime after when the sun has come up.
Correct.
If I could ask you to flip to the next exhibit number 14, if I could have that one. And again, officer, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 14?
Yes,
And you were testifying earlier about sort of footprints in and around where Mr. O'Keefe was, is that correct?
that is correct.
And what's depicted on the screen in exhibit number 14, is that fair and accurate portrayal of the footprints that you were talking?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Ron?
Yes.
So now I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit 18. Thank you, Ms. Cameron. If you could enlarge that just a little bit. Thank you so much. Now, from this photograph, well, first and foremost, do you recognize what's depicted up in exhibit 18 on the screen here?
Yes,
And this is 34 Fairview Road, correct?
that is correct.
And in regard to, you had mentioned some sort of landmarks off to the left side of the property, you're facing the property from the street, correct?
Yes,
And if you could, using that laser pointer that I placed up there before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to first those landmarks that you observed. I'm sorry, officer, if you could, while you're.
Oh,
directing,
sorry.
if you could just describe what you're.
so there's the flagpole right there, there's a bush there, and right there, I believe, is the fire hydrant.
And so where in relation to this photograph, if you can see it here, was Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first arrived?
It's right in this area right here.
Now, if I could turn back just a moment, when you indicated that you were coming up to the scene and you could see the three females sort of waving and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
About how far away were you from them when you first observed them or first saw them?
About 20 feet or so.
And when you are driving down Fairview, if you could describe to the jury, where is your direction? Sort of, where are you direct as far as you're driving a vehicle? Are you looking straight in front of you, or are you looking out the window, a combination of both, or?
I was looking for the house numbers, trying to find the house where it was, and there was, I saw the motor vehicle parked on the side of the road.
And that sort of leads to my next question, sir. So what did you see first? Did you see the vehicle parked in front of you, or did you see the people off to the side of you?
I saw the vehicle.
May I approach this to retrieve now?
Yes.
Do you want this?
So, Officer Sarif, you had testified earlier in regard to a camera within your cruiser, correct?
That's correct.
And subsequent to that day, have you seen the video of your arrival to the scene from the cruiser camera perspective?
I saw it once.
Okay. And Your Honor, I would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit the cruiser camera stream 1 from cruiser 683.
Or is there an objection?
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I can reach across. I'm sorry for the back and forth, Mr. Officer, but if I could ask the lights again. Ms. Gilman, if you could play what's now been marked as Exhibit 25. And if you could just pause it right there, Ms. Gilman. Officer Saraf, what's up on the screen? Is that what you recall as far as the sort of visibility and the roadway conditions when you first left the church parking lot?
Yes.
And this is you sort of leaving from the church parking lot as you're going to 34th Fifth, correct?
Yes.
Now, there are a number of different sort of things up on this screen. There's an indication as far as the speed that the vehicle is going, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And where is that located, if you could, with the laser pointer there?
Sorry. Whoops, sorry.
Now, along sort of the bottom of that particular video, there's an indication as far as mic, brakes, lights, sign, correct?
Correct.
If those are activated, is there any sort of change in sort of the depiction there? Does it change sort of color or anything like that that you're aware of?
I don't know.
Okay. And the 683 on the bottom right corner, is that the cruiser that you were in that day?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as sort of the top middle of this video, there's a date and a time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
As far as you're aware, that date and time that's up there, that's accurate to when this occurred, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we're sort of looking in real time, correct?
Correct.
So Ms. Gilman, if you could just let it run from this. Ms. Gilman, I'm sorry, if you could stop with this briefly. So Officer Saraf, this road you're traversing at this point, this is Washington Street, is that correct?
That is correct.
And at some point, you're going to then travel through and then take a right onto Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, if you could, just for the jury's sake, as you approach Fairview and as you're taking that right turn, just direct their attention to the fact that that's when you're turning onto Fairview.
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, you can go ahead.
So this right here is Chapman Street. This right here is Fairview.
Gentlemen, if you could just pause there for points. So officer, similar to as the turn onto Fairview, at some point, if you observe the point at which you believe you sort of illuminated your spotlight on the side of the cruiser, if you could just speak up and draw the jury's attention to that as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could continue.
Right about now, I believe I put the spotlight on.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could just sort of run it from this point to about the 4-minute mark, and then I'd ask you.
Right there.
Right there. Now, Officer Saraf, this is, you were testifying earlier as far as the vehicle in front of you that you observed first, and then sort of the parties off to your left as far as the two females waving and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
And if you could, just using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to number 1, where the vehicle is that you observed in front of you, and then number 2, where you observed the 3 females and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground.
So here's the vehicle right there, and the females are right there.
Thank you, sir. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you wouldn't mind just running this straight through until about 7.5 minutes. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I'm sorry. Prosecution. I have no further questions to this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Will there be a cross-exam? Because this may be a good time to stop if there is.
There will be a cross-examination.
Okay, so jurors, we're going to stop for the day. I have to caution you, those same 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And just to remind you, tomorrow will be a half day. We'll go from 9 o'clock until 1 o'clock with the mid-morning. So thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
All eyes, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and leave them on your chairs. First row, follow me, please.
Wow. I don't know. After seeing that dash cam footage of how dark it was and the weather conditions, I don't believe that she's seen him from the back seat when the people in the front seat didn't see him. But that's just my opinion.
All right, could I see counsel at sidebar for a moment, please?
I don't want to hear the sidebars. I wish they'd let us hear the sidebars. Look at her smugness. She's so smug. Ugh. I don't know. And, you know, why, if there was no pulse, why was no one attempting CPR? It looked like people were standing, running around. She kept running back to the passenger side of the car. I don't know. I don't know. I think that she had been down that road prior. She knew where he was. That's how she was able to immediately scream out, "Hey, he's there, he's there." It just, I don't know. I don't know. But darn, I wish we got to listen to the sidebars. But man, she's so smug. It's just, oh, the ego. Hills will be right back. I'm just going to chit chat with y'all about what we just watched. What do y'all think about the video, about what the videos you just watched? I mean, wow. She very unlikable, very unlikable. One thing is the driver would not be able to look as much as the passengers. Well, if she was going slow, because of not only the weather conditions, but because they were apparently looking for him. But you're right about that. But there was a passenger in the front seat who seen nothing. So how does somebody from the back seat? I don't know. We had an accident in the wintertime, similar conditions. It was dark. The one, hey, Rainbow Perry, the one victim was thrown from when he was hit. He was hit from the road off the highway down. He landed down in the trees. Now it's snowing pretty good. The roads are a mess. It was dark. It took us a minute to find him, and we were right there. unfortunately, he succumbed to his injuries. They were just too severe, him and his brother. They were hit by a drunk driver. Wasn't his first time. And he didn't even know he hit anybody. And he hit them. They were pulled off the road. And that's how he was flying like a bat out of hell and off the road. And yeah, it was bad. It was bad. The younger brother, unfortunately, ended up under the truck and stuck to the exhaust system because it was so hot. It was just awful. It was awful. But it took us a minute to it took us a minute to find the patient in the air that was hit and thrown off the road. So I don't know how she immediately picked him out. I don't know. Why do the residents who are cops not come out at all? Cops are all over my yard. I will be outside asking. Yet, after a heavy night of partying, I do believe that they were sleeping. They were pretty intoxicated. And also being a police officer, I mean, even the neighbors didn't come out. Being a police officer, you would not, and not on the case, you would know to stand down, to not interfere. I can't wait to hear their testimony because I know I've seen it on, posted on Twitter, the statements and stuff on Grant's pages. But I want to hear it from them. I want to hear what they have to say. So I'm looking forward to when they're called to the stand. I'm guessing that's what they're going to use. But, when you're passed out from a heavy night of partying, he was a distance from the house. I'm sure at that time of the morning, because I know when I ran EMS, we would be respectful with our sirens because of the time periods and stuff. And they still do that now here. So maybe they didn't hear the sirens because they weren't on. But he was a good distance from the house. And maybe it didn't even dawn on them that, hey, that's a police officer laying out there. They may not have even known, what was going on. We don't know if he was, though. If he was hit with the brain injury and the skull fractures that they're saying, maybe he never did get back up. And if he would have been stumbling around with all the snowfall, it would have covered the prints. It could have been. We're going to find out, Ducking Fox. That's a good point. We're going to find out. There's been so much distraction in this case, purpose distraction with rumors and gossip that, I need to hear what they have to say. I need to hear what the husband and wife, the police officer in that home, has to say. But even neighbors didn't come out. I'm nosy, but I'll be honest. If I was passed out cold from a heavy night of partying, and it wasn't, there was a good distance from the home. And even looking out the door windows, they wouldn't have seen much. From their door windows. So, yeah, maybe just, I don't know. But see where he was, I don't know. I can't wait to hear their testimony. I'm really looking forward to hearing their testimony. Yeah, things that make you go, And that's true. They were pretty intoxicated. If she was still drunk, chances are they were too. And honestly, they couldn't have interfered anyway, which they would have known that they couldn't interfere. It would not have been their investigation. It's sad that they didn't have
some work I need to do. Don't get too
Oh.
comfortable, and we'll call you back in at that point in time. Okay, so we'll be in recess.
Okay, I can't.
All rise.
I can't pause or nothing. Because it's Hills's video. I don't think I can. Let me see. No.
I can pause it. What do we want to just take it down?
Yeah, they're done for the day, so.
Okay.
But I'll tell you what, Hills, after that dash cam video, that even makes me even question what Karen said even more.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to rewatch it though. If
I mean,
y'all
it was.
I'm doing something right now. It'll take me about 10 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Seems like a lot of saving face going on. Yeah, it does. I mean, there's careers involved here. That's why them saying that it was a setup, you know, they set her all out, you know, there's just the magnitude of what it would have taken to do that. And it was a 20-second, most likely butt dial phone call. There is no way you could have contacted everyone and came up with this big story in 20 seconds. I don't believe it was a cover up because there would have been easier ways to say it. I mean, the weather conditions, being intoxicated, anybody driving up the road could have, you know, if he was out there walking up the road, could have hit him. There would have been just such easier ways to cover it, you know. That's just my opinion, but, you know, unfortunately, we all have them. I don't know. That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know. I think the prosecution, the state, is gonna blow some people's minds with what they have. I do. I don't think they would be going. I don't think they would have upgraded the charges or, you know, hammer. I just don't think. Yeah, I think they have more than we know, and it's all going to be put together. And I do think it was Karen was the one telling Jen, you know, to Google it. How long does it take? I don't think that. Yeah, that just all doesn't make sense to me either. Yeah, I am too. But if you're passed out cold from a heavy night of partying, and you know maybe him or her did, you know, wake up and look out the window and didn't see nothing. I mean, because where he was located, they wouldn't have been able to see that from the windows or the door. But I'm nosy. But you know, I don't know if I would have been after a heavy night of partying and being, you know, out cold. You know. I don't think they do that with the sirens blaring, no, Mystery. We didn't. If it was, you know, in the middle of the night and stuff like that, or they don't even do that here. When I had to call when my husband had his heart attack and I was doing CPR and we lived minutes from the ambulance, you know, they were here at minutes. They didn't have their sirens on. It was, you know, 3 o'clock in the morning. We didn't do that going down residential streets in the middle of the night. We didn't blare our sirens. And if you have curtains and blinds, you're passed out, you're not going to notice the lights, you know. It could, I don't know. Like I said, I really am looking forward to hearing their testimony. And I don't know if Karen's going to take the stand or not. My guess would be her attorneys would do everything possible to talk her out of it, but her ego and her smugness, thinking she's got everybody, you know, fooled and she's now got this celebrity status. I think she's going to try to talk them into her taking the stand, which of course is her choice. They have to abide by what their client wants. But I think it would be actually case suicide if she takes the stand. But, you know, she's got an ego. She's got that chip on her shoulder. I don't know. Believe me, I'd love to see her take the stand, but I don't know if we're going to see it. Well, thank you for coming in, Rainbow. I don't know. There's, like I said, this is one trial that I'm not missing none of. I've been too invested in this case, and I've been too invested in the drama side of it with Turtle Boy and the writers and his legal antics, you know? Back when I was running, um, you could actually, if you were in an ambulance and it happened to one of my crew members and you're flying over the speed limit, you can actually be pulled over. It's changed now, but yeah, state trooper actually followed the crew to the ER. Yeah, it's pretty sad. True, but where I live, they only go silent when they come into complex in the middle of the night, even in the daytime. I know for her calls, they don't run sirens for that reason. Yeah, well, yeah, see, we would shut the sirens down. And they could have just shut their sirens down when they turned on the road, not to disturb the neighborhood, you know. Because the last thing you want is a bunch of people out walking around being nosy, you know. Your job is to get that patient loaded, stabilized, and to the ER ASAP. And like I said, I know when they came for my husband, there was no sirens. There was lights, but no sirens. I don't know. So what do you guys think so far of what you've heard? I mean, what's your feelings on it so far? That dash cam footage, I don't know. I just don't get how she's seen him from the back seat in those conditions, and it was dark, and it was really dark. I mean, there was a light there, but it didn't light anything up. I can't even tell who's in chat. I get that, Danny. We have EMS in our complex. Not all are old. Most are due to ODs in the backseat. Oh, wow. Backside of the complex. That's sad. That's sad. But it's, unfortunately, it's part of everyday life. I mean, they expect several of those a day. Years ago, no, you didn't. Hey, B. Tim. What'd you think of today, B. Tim? What'd you think of that dash cam footage from the first patrol officer on scene? I mean, the weather conditions were bad. It was really dark. I still don't get how she's seen him from that back seat without already knowing he was there. And then what it did show of her on scene makes me question too. Hills will be right back, Tim. And I noticed they didn't cross-examine the sister-in-law, which, you know, what could they even ask her? I mean, really, she wasn't there. She wasn't a part of it. But now it's getting interesting with the witnesses because the state's calling, you know, the police officers and stuff now. So tomorrow's going to be good, I do believe. Railroad tracks behind the house. Maybe they're used to sleeping through noise. That could be. But you know, like I said, after a heavy night of partying, you're passed out. You're passed out cold. And it wasn't like it was in front of their door. They couldn't even see where he was from the windows or the door. And it being snowing, and there was a lot of snow. You've seen it. There was a lot of snow. And it was so dark. I gotta grab my charger or my phone's gonna die. You stay to yourself, doors locked, blinds closed, day and night. I hear you. I hear you. I keep my door locked 24/7. It's just a habit. Yeah, she can take her time. We got this, honey.
What's up?
3 to 5 minutes. That's all I need.
That's okay. You go
What's
do
up?
what you gotta do. Hey Tim, did you get to watch any of it today? I know you work all day, but I didn't know
No,
if
I
you
watched
could
it.
listen.
I watched it. I did fast forward. I thought it was the beginning. A lot of people were complaining about how the Commonwealth was a little bit dry, and there was a lot of names, and then people commented about how the defense was kind of like all over the place and didn't really make sense that much. Really, he was bringing up Proctor a lot, but what was really damning was it basically. Now, the witnesses from the Commonwealth, it shows that there was a rocky relationship between Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, especially with John, kissing. It showed that, she was basically over with John, that she was like, she didn't want to talk to, she wished she'd never talked to another O'Keefe. It really does show that. A lot of times the Aruba trip was brought up again, obviously, but also what was a major situation, in my opinion, was the showing of exactly where the location of the body of John O'Keefe was found, and also the video showing how dark it was. Everyone's saying, like, how could he have not seen John on in the snow? All these people walked out of the house and they could not see John, and it's like literally 6 o'clock in the morning. The cop can't even see houses passing by, let alone a person. And when he pulled up with the spotlight on Karen Reed on them, you barely could see one person, let alone 3 people and a person lying in the ground.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. I know we had an accident one time, and it was in the middle of the night, and it was winter time, and it was really dark. And the patient, when he got hit, he flew. It took us a minute to find him, and we all had spotlights.
Yeah, it's out. And you know what? It's interesting that the defense's opening was so ridiculous. Like, how could they have not seen all these people walking out? And it's like, now you see a video and you see it. Also, I would say that it was very good that the video was shown of like the location, like the yard of John. Not John. I mean, I think it was John or Karen, but the location, showing that they didn't remove any taillights. They were removed. They weren't shoving Karen Reed out. That Karen Reed was just going about her normal day, removing things from her car, which is kind of weird to me. If I knew someone was, my significant other is dying in the car, I wouldn't be like relaxing doing that, but whatever.
Yeah,
But
she did go back to the passenger seat several times.
Yeah, several times to the passenger seat. And like, you didn't see anyone pick up pieces of debris from the floor, any pieces of like tail light or anything supposedly that's supposed to be there. You don't see none of that. So it's like, okay.
Tomorrow's going to be interesting, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, I think he's probably going to have a good hour of cross. Alan Jackson.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Alex Jackson, I'm shocked Alan Jackson did not do opening statement. I think he's saving for the last. But that was wild to me that he didn't do that. I'm like, man, this is your strong suit, man. You are good at these opening and closing statements. You're good at giving speeches and stuff like that, passionate speeches and closings. Why the hell do you have like fucking Yannetti up there? Like the guy is mumbles. He's one step above the blonde lady.
Okay.
Yeah, I really thought Jackson was going to do the opening. I wonder if he's going to do the closing.
Wonder why he didn't open.
That's weird to me. Why the hell did Alan Jackson not open? That was the wildest thing. And did you see that video about how dark it was, Heel?
See, I was busy, but now I'm going to go back.
Bro, I'll show it to you. I was watching Troll Mafia's thing because they're doing their thing. But let me see as well. But here, I'll play it here. You can play it, but like if you go back to the video and you
Yeah, I
go,
would have to go find it.
I already found it, by the way. But
Okay.
Here.
Oh, I can't see it.
Yeah, let me see. Let me see.
All I have to do is find it on my. So annoying.
Here, I'll show it for you. Time starts now. Exactly.
Do you have it?
Oh, I can get it. Give me one
No,
moment.
no, I'm getting it. I've got it. I was just. Okay.
Just go to the part where he's like the patrol guy does the video of the car.
Hold on. Okay.
All right, no problem.
Yeah, I didn't see about 10 minutes.
Oh, it's wild how
It-
dark it is. It's
I
so
was like,
dark.
This is the
You
time
could-
you pick.
You can't even see houses while he's driving with the spotlight.
Yeah, I was trying so hard not to act like I wasn't paying attention, but I wasn't. Okay, hold on. We'll get it.
We will get that. We will get that video.
Yeah.
I just want to see like I want the glare. I want all these people that talked about like how they, how it's so impossible for all these people to walk out of the house and not see.
Oh, I know. Okay, so I want to watch it from when he gets in his patrol car.
Yeah, start from there and play it. It's quiet, so you can talk while it's going.
The 683 on the bottom right corner, is that the cruiser that you were in that day?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as sort of the top middle
6 in
of
the morning.
video, there's a date and a time. Is that correct?
Okay, how many inches of snow is that?
6 inches, they said, and it was still snowing.
Because that was another thing is, it was a dusting and it didn't start snowing.
It wasn't. You'll see how much snow it is because
Yeah,
you'll see in the video.
It's a good bit of snow.
Okay.
The free Karen Reed, they're gonna cope now. The copium is real.
The time that's up there, that's accurate to when this occurred, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so we're sort of looking in real time, correct?
correct.
So Ms. Gilman, if you could just let it run.
Let it run.
I'm going to fast forward speed it up. Just a
Yeah,
little
speed it up because he's just driving, but it just gives you an
until
idea
it
of
gets closer because then I want to really look at it.
yeah.
I was side-eyeing it.
Yeah, side-eyeing.
So, Officer Sheriff, this road you're traversing at this point, this is Washington Street, is that correct?
That is correct.
And at some point, you're going to then travel through and then take a right onto Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you could, just for the jury's sake, as you approach Fairview and as you're taking that right turn, just direct their attention to the fact that that's when you're turning on Fairview.
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, you can go ahead.
So he's going, I have a question. So he's going to turn onto Fairview from Washington.
Yeah.
When Karen and when they turned, they were on Cedar Crest when they first got there. So they're coming from a different way, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's really a lot of visibility there. And this is a lit up street too.
There's no way.
Nope.
There's no way.
Not from the back seat unless she already knew where he was.
And this is 6 in the morning, let alone not 1 o'clock at night.
Yeah. Okay. Another thing. Do those roads look like the snowplow has been through?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
You'd see embankments, you'd see the side of the road where the snow was pushed up by the plows.
We need that
So this right here
deposition
is
of
Chapman
lucky.
Street.
Now there's some, that looks plowed.
Okay, this is Chapman Street. He's going on Chapman.
Oh, I thought they just said.
He didn't appeal to me.
I just hate, I'm going to be wrong about where his body was.
No, actually, it was further left.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he pointed out.
Yeah,
Well,
you were pretty close.
You were pretty close, actually. You were pretty close. He was not in the middle.
This
He
right
was
here is
way to the left.
Fairview.
This is Fairview. This is him turning on Fairview.
So, officer, similar to as turned onto Fairview, at some point, if you observe the point at which you believe you sort of illuminated your spotlight on the side of the cruiser, if you could just speak up and draw the jury's attention to that as well.
Okay.
I mean, look at the visibility. Wow. I mean, I could see it like clear as day.
Okay. Are they going to be on the right or the left?
They're going to be on the left.
Okay. Okay. So keep in mind, if they're on the left, if it's on the left, Karen was in the back passenger seat, right? That's what I read. She was in the back passenger.
You're going to see Karen in this video.
Right, but I'm saying, so when they drove up the same way, she saw the body from the right passenger seat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is looking quite impossible.
Right.
I mean,
just so funny to me.
Kathy's gone. She's gone.
Right about now, I believe I put the spotlight on.
So he has to put the spotlight to see 3 people, a car, and a person on the ground.
Now that does look like it's
from
been
this
loud.
point to about the 4-minute mark, and then I'd ask you.
Right there.
Okay, see the car up ahead? That's where they are.
That's
And
their
look,
car.
can you see them? Like, go back a little
No.
bit. Could you see them at
No.
all?
Sir, this is how you were
Nothing.
testifying earlier as far as the vehicle in
Is
front
that
of
the
you.
flagpole?
You observed first, and then
Yeah, that's the
sort of
flagpole.
parties off to your left as far as the 2 females waving.
See, I
And
thought they
Mr.
were
O'Keefe on
right.
the ground,
He was
correct?
right here.
That is correct.
And if you could, just using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to number 1, where the vehicle is that you observed in front of you, and then number 2, where you observed the 3 females and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground.
So here's the vehicle right there, and the
Oh, Kathy P's in backstage by that way.
Okay, so they
females
were
are
right
there.
here, right
Wait,
there.
Yeah, by the way, Heels, Kathy P's in backstage.
Okay, one
Mr. Gilman,
second.
if
Oh my
you,
God, people are
wouldn't
going to
mind
keep interrupting
running
this
this
fucking
straight
one
through
moment
until
in my
about
life.
7.5.
Sit down, Kathy. Was that Kathy?
I don't know. She said,
There's like all kinds of people back here.
I don't know who Twisted Tragedies are.
Tristan, I know who she is. Okay.
It's me. Sorry. I just got home.
Okay, here we go.
Kind of scare me with your avatar, to be honest with you, but anyhow. That was a joke.
Sorry.
But this isn't actual footage, right?
This is actual footage. You're going to see Karen Reed. Yeah. This is the footage the day of. It's 6
Where's
o'clock in the
this
morning.
body? Okay, here we go.
Yeah. You don't see it.
Jesus Christ.
And you have a spotlight and a cop car and the location.
Okay, did everybody leave the courthouse now and go home with their tails between their legs or what?
I don't know. I don't watch it.
Who knows?
But you could see it, if you play it a little more, it shows Karen Reed running around the back and she's
It's
running.
playing right now. I'm not.
No, it's not playing. You're not shared screen. You're not shared screening.
Yeah, I am.
No, you're not.
Okay. Look, share a screen. I don't understand what's going on. Because it said it was sharing. You see it now?
No. Oh, yes, I do. I see it now. I see it now. Sorry. I was looking at the other screen.
I gotta go back a little bit.
Yeah, go back a little bit and you'll see like literally, yeah, it's crazy that the defense completely lied to a jury and everyone for the past 2 years.
No, also you don't get to see where John is because the cruiser is not facing
This right
him, but
here is Fairview.
look at the visibility, you wouldn't be able to see him anyway. So how did Karen?
How did and
So
how are they going to
also,
blame like
Similar
10?
to as the turn onto Fairview.
How are they going to blame like 10 people of not seeing John when it's darker than this and it's snowing?
And the visibility is absolutely crap.
Like, okay.
And that's what Jerry Roberts was saying. And
Well, what
everybody,
they're going to
oh,
say
you
is it wasn't snowing as hard. That's what they're going to say. It wasn't snowing as hard
No,
when
it
it
wasn't.
happened.
I've heard it over and over. Well, whiteout conditions for some people, and then those goddamn weather reports people kept putting up.
Oh, God, yeah.
Whatever.
At some point, if you observe the point at which you believe you sort of illuminated your spotlight on the side of the cruiser, if you could just speak up and draw the jury's attention to that as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could continue.
I'm thinking that this is the best view you can get.
Yeah.
So this is the best view you can get. So I would say if you're in the back of a seat, you probably have worse view. You're not
Oh
having
yeah,
a
sitting in
spotlight.
the back seat.
Yeah. And you don't have a spotlight like this.
And they
cop
don't have a
has.
spotlight like the police have. They didn't have a spotlight to look to see where John might be.
And even with the spotlight, he barely was able to see 3 people, a car, and a dead body.
Right about
And
now,
they
I
will go
believe
back
I put
on
the
this.
spotlight on.
They'll go back on this and look at the tire track.
I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman,
You know,
if you could just sort of run it
to
from
see if
this
she
point
came
to
back up
about
there.
the 4-minute mark.
This is a disaster. This is a disaster for the defense. Look,
Right there.
look, he right there. He sees them with a spotlight.
he sees them now,
Yeah.
right there. That's them.
No, a little bit more by the car. You see the car?
Yes.
They're right there. And wait. And then eventually he turns
Right over
it right there. Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
Sarah, this is.
But you can barely tell that those are people. You can barely tell that those are people standing there.
Tell me when to stop. Tell me when to stop.
You can stop it right now.
Mr. O'Keefe.
No, no.
Correct?
Tell me when to stop when I'm near the people. Is that them?
That's them. Yeah, that's the people.
That's them. So, like, you can't even tell that there's people standing there.
Those are the people.
Kidding me? Well, they're
There's
further
no
over
way
the
she's
yard.
seen that man.
That
Mm-mm.
is closer to the yard. If that's
Yeah.
them, they're in the middle of the yard.
No, they're not in the middle of the yard. The guy pointed it
There's
out.
the flagpole.
That's correct.
No, he was more to the left. Watch.
They're
Okay.
sort of on the curb-ish side of, like, the
On the
grass is
curb.
where they are.
Just using that laser pointer to direct the jury's attention to number 1, where the vehicle is that you observed in front of you, and then number 2, where you observed the 3 females and Mr. O'Keefe on the home.
So here's the vehicle right there, and the
Sheila.
Damn,
females are
Sheila.
right there.
Okay, right there. Look at the tires.
Ms.
She said,
Gilman, if you
stop.
wouldn't mind just running this straight through until about 7.5.
Yeah, there are a lot of factors, but this gives you like the prosecution, the defense has been putting out.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the defense has been putting out there that there's no way for 10 people to not see John in the snow. It's so clear as day.
And they're coming from over there, probably going that way.
Yeah. They're
And
driving the opposite way. I mean, like, come on. Like, this paints a picture, and this is what I mean by, like, the defense doesn't lie, but they don't tell the whole story. And this is it.
the defense isn't. If they can tell you what Karen said, that's their client. They're not lying. If they
Yeah.
her story.
What makes me mad is this isn't the first thing that they sort of the defense sort of gaslighted on, and like, you know, of course that certain people are going to turn it to make it sense, but you can't see anything here, right? They don't even, how does Karen see John from the back seat right away when none of the, and then what I don't think is a great look is Karen, as you could, like, as you play the video, Karen runs around screaming, right, back and forth, and at one point like pushes someone almost. It's like, it's the way that she acts
It's weird.
wouldn't, it's weird, right? It's weird. It's strange. It's not like a person, like, I'd be like probably on the ground or literally next to,
Right.
you know,
Here's a couple
him,
of-
not
A couple of
acting
things.
the way
for
she's
me.
acting.
A couple of things for me is one, she's calling him, gets the answering thing, right? And throws it in the seat. And that's when she says, stop the car, whatever. And then it's recording her hysterics. Is that on purpose? I mean, is she that freaking awful?
I don't know. I don't know if that was on purpose or on accident, but either way, it doesn't help her.
Yeah.
And then she's leaving instead of going to the hospital with him.
Well, I think she eventually goes to the hospital.
Yeah, because she had to. They made her.
Yeah. Eventually, she does go to the hospital.
Not for him.
Yeah, not for him.
Right.
No, they had her restrained. They had her restrained.
Yeah, but she was going home and they made her come back.
Yeah.
It wasn't like I'd be beating
Yeah,
on
which
that.
makes no sense because the first place I would be doing is following that ambulance to the
Yes.
hospital.
Yeah.
Very
I've done
true.
that. I mean, I've had relatives that like I were close with. I followed them to the hospital. I was like, okay, let's go. And you go straight to the hospital. You
Yeah,
go
as
straight to the waiting
hysterical
room.
as she was laying on
Yep, you go
top
to the
of
waiting room and then you wait for them to come out and get you until you can go in.
Yeah, man, you follow that ambulance. I've done that, unfortunately, a few times in my life, which is not exactly the greatest.
Me as well.
But like that's the usual mode. You don't just be like, okay, well, guys, I'm going to go home.
Yeah, call me, let me know how it
Call
goes.
me later. I'm always,
Yeah,
like,
I mean, the excuse I think is the kids. I think that's the excuse they're going to use is, oh, well, somebody had to go home to the kids, but she told them to call Mrs. Oh God, what's the lady's name? It starts with a C, I think, but she told them to call Mrs. Whoever for the kids.
Yeah,
If
she
they-
left the kids while she went looking for him. She left
Yeah.
the first time and the second time.
Yeah.
And that girl was home by herself while they were out partying.
Yeah, exactly.
So
it's so weird.
I don't know. This video just secured it for me. I don't know. If there's just no way she's seen that man from that back seat.
Unless she's getting, unless she's,
Here, look at that. What is
Yeah.
that?
what?
The tire. Look at these tire tracks.
Yeah. Well, that's probably them, maybe. I don't know. Like when
Well,
they
I
pulled
don't
in.
know.
Who knows? But look how Karen Reed is like,
Okay.
just like.
That Karen and that's Carrie.
Yeah. No.
Oh, okay.
No, it's the opposite.
That's not Karen, is it? Is that
That's
Karen?
Karen. That's Karen. Yeah.
Camera here.
That's Karen right there. Yeah.
The one with the theatrics.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's putting on too much. It's too
Big
much.
theatrics. Like they're big theatrics. Watch.
Mm-hmm.
Like
because again,
she's
she
being.
throws herself on top of him, even puts her mouth on his mouth.
Yeah, she had to get the blood off of her because she had like.
But
blood on her
she
face.
doesn't jump in the ambulance with him. Like
Yeah.
a fight to Well, I'm not believing it.
That seems, and like everyone else, she's almost knocking someone over. She's running around. It's like holy fuck.
Get to the car where your phone is.
But she goes in the car twice. What are you going in a front seat or a back seat that you were just in that you know that's not in there? Like, you know?
Make sure the phone's still going.
This is crazy. I don't know how anyone could be sitting here and thinking this was like a bad day for the Commonwealth. This is a disaster for the defense. They've painted.
They're gonna say that though. They're gonna say it.
They painted a very clear picture that number one, that
What is she going in the car for?
I don't know. She went in the police car too. Apparently,
We don't know. She goes in the car multiple times. She doesn't take anything out. We have no idea why she does it because you were just in the car, right? So you know what's in the car and what's not in the car. It's not like you're looking for blankets in the front seat of a car, but she goes into the car numerous times, back and forth, back and forth.
Because I know the back was open. I thought that's where they got the blankets from.
Yeah. No, I thought it was actually Jennifer McCabe that got the blanket.
Jen went to go look, but there was no blankets.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I know that was open. I thought maybe that's what.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. But like the whole situation is, I mean, like, yeah, she was probably still a little
Is that
drunk.
Carrie? Or is that Jen? Where are you going? Where are you going?
Well, the one without the hoodie and everything is Karen. She's running
Right.
around.
But somebody's over here.
Someone's over there on the phone. She's on the phone talking to someone.
Sure.
Oh. That's Jen on the phone talking to her sister and telling her, "You need to get out here and help me clean this up."
Don't say that. They're gonna think that's real.
No.
That's what they repeat over and over.
John McDonough said it on Melanie Little's.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. That's what he said.
Oh, my
Melanie Fake Little, who can't even get the details correct, talks about slander and threatens everyone else, and then literally goes and slanders Aiden's victim and says she faked a pregnancy, which, by the way, never happened. She didn't fake a pregnancy. She was very much pregnant. And then acts like she's want to threaten other people. Get out of here.
Yeah.
She doesn't even understand defamation law. Like, I'm not going to say it because, you know,
What?
my
No,
friend.
she doesn't.
No, I'm saying, like, you know, I'm not going to state the like criterias that she would have because my friend's currently in a defamation lawsuit. Like, I'm not, just in case Betty watches this, but like, she's clearly wrong with New York. And because I've talked to attorneys in New York, a lot of them, and she's clearly wrong with New York. I know New York defamation laws pretty well, actually.
She's wrong in a lot of aspects, and I question whether she's actually a real attorney or how the hell she made it to law school in the bar.
She's a real attorney. No, she's just had like, I think she's been
Wasn't
like,
the title of it defamation per se, which has five different things.
yeah.
And they're egregious. Like, you flat out accuse someone. That's what Betty's trying to say.
Yeah, and I'm not going to get into details on that because just in case.
No, I want to get into not going to get it. Well, I can, but I'm not going to get into details. But I'm saying it's like
I don't want to give Betty pointers. That's why I'm trying to give Betty pointers. I'm just like,
it's too late for her. Anyway, it's like saying you're a thief or a murderer or you have a disease.
yeah,
You're having sex with someone, and there's one more. And it has to be egregious.
yeah, and it's depends on state to state though in certain things.
Well,
I'm not going to say
that's
which one.
It's pretty much it everywhere I've looked.
Yeah, I mean, I'll type in the back for you guys.
Is that going to be it for that?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's it. They stopped. They didn't do the cross examination. They just ended it after
But
this.
if you go back, the officer points the location where he found where John was.
Yeah, I
The
saw
photos.
that, but I still doesn't tell me where he was. I
That
mean,
gives
it's
you an
like
idea.
pulling teeth to get the goddamn location. Because it looks like they. I'm going to turn this down.
And then number 2.
And they're right here. You're sure that right there is them?
Yeah, that's them. Let me see.
Yeah, that's them. That's them right there.
But you know, let me show you something. Like, I think I'll have to go to the timestamp because he does the pointer with the. I'm surprised JLR was there. He lost his like. Okay, like if you go to the timestamp of that video at 6:05, 6 hours and 5 minutes, you'll see that he starts pointing to the location. 6 hours and 5 minutes.
That's where I am. See it right.
Because he uses the pointer. Too bad JLR wasn't here. He can use his fingers. He could be like he lost his opportunity at this
His
one.
crooked finger.
His fingers. I was just thinking that the entire time. Finger pointer.
I was disappointed he wasn't at the.
I was disappointed too. Maybe he had. He said to himself, "Let me wait." He probably knew like the whole. That's the. He's pointing to the flagpole.
Me too. I was disappointed.
I think he was scared to go there today. I got it was a little much.
He doesn't know how to milk this thing. I swear to God, he should have went there with a table and just said, "Debate me, TV. Debate me. I challenge you. Debate me."
The problem is he doesn't know anything about the case.
I'd have provided the popcorn.
Yeah, and Betty. Betty should have gone.
Betty, well, yeah, a lot of people like fucked up. Like but they're too lazy. They're tragedy pimping Sebastian.
I'm gonna take the dog out real quick, so I'm gonna stay muted for a minute.
Okay.
See, that's where they found John.
Yeah, that's
This
where they
one
found
here
him.
is where they found
Right there.
Yeah, yeah.
Woo!
So it's essentially, it's in the mulch bed, dude. It's
I
like
don't
in the
know.
mulch bed.
Okay, that's what I've said all along.
Yeah,
Thank
you were
you,
right. Well, I mean, It wasn't like other people that
Thank you,
said
Jesus, I was right. Not thank you, Jesus, John is gone. Okay.
Okay. Like other people that were like, he's in the middle of the yard. It's like, no.
You can't put condescension of saying no. And it was a smattering of snow. It wouldn't have been covering him. Whiteout. It wasn't whiteout. I don't know. It was like
It looks pretty white out to me. It looks like a lot of snow to me.
Well, and
it would have been very difficult to see John in the dark in a snowstorm. As you could see when the officer arrived, you couldn't see a goddamn thing. So even if it was right after it happened, nobody's looking for a body over on the side of the yard in the mulch bed and tree line with bushes. Like you're not looking for that.
And that's another thing I said, because they had gone, it was when they passed the bushes that Karen saw him. And then I got the bushes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Bushes. Actually, that was in the charging the indictment.
Yeah. I just don't know how like they're gonna cope with this because this is a bad day for the defense.
I mean, my guess is like what I said earlier. I know you weren't here, Tim, but what I said earlier today, which is all they have really is cross-examination and trying to sort of eat away at the police investigation and say it was botched and it was bad and like that's all they have, and then like hoping that some witnesses help them on cross-examination. Because
by the way, did I mishear something? Where was he in the opening for the prosecutor for the defense? Did they bring up the dog?
I don't think so.
I might have missed that part.
Hopefully, I was just wondering because I was like, please tell me they didn't bring
it
up the dog.
It was very laid back. I mean, he was bringing up all kinds of crazy shit, but
yeah, like
it was he had a long opening. Yannetti had a long opening.
Yeah, we can make him go fast. But the prosecutor was like, God, man.
The prosecutor's is like
he hadn't said.
The prosecutor's more like matter of fact. He's just talking about the timeline of events, and there's a lot of names involved. There's 10 people in the house. He has to be like very matter of fact. And a lot of people got annoyed with the earlier questions of like, okay, getting the pedigree of John and their relationship with John and all that. But that's just foundational questions that you have to lay a foundation before you start getting into the nitty gritty. And that's I think that was the situation there. And it really did show. It painted a very interesting picture of basically a relationship slowly breaking apart to the point where she didn't want to be with him anymore. And the defense.
Oh, she didn't want to be with her.
Yeah. And vice versa. They didn't want to be with each other. Well, maybe he didn't want to be with her. And then she was kind of like mad about that. Yeah. But like, it just shows you that it's not as like she's lovey-dovey. I mean, like the one word she said in the interview, can you describe John? He's frugal. Okay, lady.
That was a weird flex. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Loves dogs, loves the beach, frugal.
Yeah, I mean, okay. That's a great description about a person if you've dated and slept with for 2 years. Okay. That's great.
And then the sister-in-law said John would get upset because she would spend too much money on the kids. Did
Spoiling them.
See her spend money on the kids, or did she tell you?
Yeah. Well, didn't she say that he's spoiling? She was mad that she was spoiling the kids or something?
That sounds like something she would say.
Yeah, I'm like, man, are you a narcissist?
It's totally ridiculous because those children, they just lost both their parents in a very short period of time. Like, who cares if he spoils them a little? Like, for Karen, for somebody who comes from and has a lot of money like Karen, like, it just sounds really pretentious. Like, we're spoiling the kids. Well, I mean, yeah, I am spoiling them a little because they've been through a lot. Like, I probably would too.
We have someone in the chat, Jane.
Jane says, great point. Okay.
Jane says the investigation at the scene was poorly done. How do you know?
Yeah, I mean, like the thing is with the whole investigation, like
people don't know; they just assume because that's what they were told.
We're gonna find out more about the investigation probably tomorrow with cross-examination and more police officers. A lot of the things we've heard about the investigation being poorly done is leaked information from the
The-
defense
yeah.
to Turtle Boy to do a propaganda thing. We
Let
don't
me just
know.
say, Karen's investigation was poorly done.
Yeah. Karen decided to go on Facebook and just grab photos from 7 years ago and accuse some, and then use a storyline from Monster House as a method, like a motive to kill John. Oh, he's a nevercracker or whatnot from that monster hunter, but he doesn't want anyone in his yard. And everyone, the officer knew another cop. Yeah, no shit. Most likely, the other cop would probably know about John.
Small town, no offense to you, or any small town in the country, and people are the cops are gonna know the citizens. That's kind of like the point, or are gonna be related or whatever. Like any small town, that's like pretty much gonna happen. Like that doesn't make the investigation. The problem is people have only been told this nonsense for how long? And again, like you just said, it came from the defense and the defense only. So, like, we're gonna find out why they did
Even when
X,
people
Y, or Z.
even when people were going over the case, it finally clicked. Like a few days ago, I'm like, they never tell her. It's like Karen is an aside. She just drove there, but then we're going to talk about all the other shit. And if you try to talk about Karen, you will get sidetracked because of all the crap they inserted into it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I mean, like a lot of people
always leans towards her.
Yeah, and a lot of people bring up the whole cups thing, and I'm like, how
Everything.
else? And they bring up the snow. They bring up the snow blower thing. I'm like, listen, how else are you going to get snow for? Like, try to look for evidence on the scene. How else are you going to?
Well, I could explain you the cups thing right now. The cups thing was because Canton PD does not, or nor did not, and I don't know if they probably still don't, have the equipment to collect blood. And they thought that it would be very important to collect the blood. And so they grabbed the solo cups. They had to wait for the CERT team. They're the ones that have that. This is a small town,
Right. But then they took the solo cups and they put them in a paper bag, which is used all the time to collect evidence, a paper bag. Then they closed the paper bag. But the cup would have probably been clean. I don't know. What did it matter? The blood was in snow that was contaminated. I mean, there was shit on the snow. So they just picked it up, probably put it in a cooler. And so what? That blood wouldn't have
They took blood droplets is what they did. They took the blood droplets that were right there. And so that's the way. I mean, otherwise they wouldn't have that. Like, it's that simple. They did what they had to. And sometimes in policing, it doesn't make it bad. Sometimes you have to, figure it out. Like, you gotta
improvise.
You gotta improvise. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you. You have to improvise. And that is exactly what they did.
Yeah, and the problem is, and I would say this to a lot of content creators that keep on stating, "Oh, the police did not." They don't have anyone that pops up to explain the police procedure and like evidence collection and all that stuff. They simply say, "Well, look at these pictures of these cops. How terrible!" And it's like, okay, can you explain to me? And how does that relate to how they could have messed up so that they got the wrong person? Can you
What
do that?
I want to hear is, I cannot wait to hear Proctor and the clothes. Like people saying, what was it? He carried those around with him 3 weeks. He is the one that
he did not carry them around with him for 3 weeks. And that's so, and he did not change John's clothes or wash them. So Jane was saying, like, she was talking about like investigating people at the scene. Let me just dispel one rumor right now that has been going around for quite some time. They did go in 234 Fairview that morning. So I don't know what you mean by the people at the scene. The people at the scene were talked to. They were interviewed. They did go in to the house that morning.
And
these things did happen.
If you heard what Saraf said, okay, let me finish with Proctor. So Proctor, he's in charge of the evidence. Once he takes it, like the clothes, he's in charge of it from then on. Those clothes had to go to some lab. I forget the name of it. They had to go to this lab to be tested, right? They found the particles and all that. It's his job to then pick them up from there, bring them back, and put them into evidence. So he didn't carry, and I don't know this for sure, but I have common sense that he didn't fucking carry them for 3 weeks.
No, he did not carry them around.
But he's
No,
responsible for it anytime it moves. That
Yeah.
means evidence is his.
And I mean, and I think like the defense has got to try to paint Proctor as this wild card individual that would just do anything to get his, get his friend off, or whatever, that supposed friend. It's like, guys, it's just ridiculous at this point. Like, it's to the point where I'm going to have to see a serious like a direct and a cross examination of Proctor, but for them to prove their case.
Here's why they probably didn't go in the house.
Ridiculous. I was added to the conspiracy yesterday. I mean, it's just, it gets worse.
It's pretty close to a couple of minutes maybe, because I didn't obviously go as fast as you could go because the roads were pretty snowy.
During the course of, you've been working sort of since midnight, correct?
Correct.
And over the course of your work throughout that evening, had you, or what if anything, had you noticed with regard to snow removal as far as town plows or anything like that?
I don't understand. Were they plowing? Is that your question? They usually they were plowing the roads.
Okay. So there had been some sort of treatment or plowing to the roads prior to your response, as far as you know?
Yes.
What were sort of the road conditions or the visibility or anything like that, if you recall, during your response time?
It was snowing pretty well. The roads were definitely slippery. It took me a while to get to the destination.
And if you recall, sir, what was sort of the path of travel that you took from? You mentioned you were in the church parking lot next to the police station, correct?
That's road. It's on my left-hand side.
And is that a spotlight that's outside of the cruiser or inside the cruiser? Where is it located?
On the outside of the cruiser, but there's a handle that
It's
manipulates
what
it.
you
So you
said, so.
can point the spotlight wherever you want to go.
Okay. So you have some sort of tool within the cruiser where you can manipulate where it points?
That's correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview, utilizing that spotlight, what, if anything, do you observe out in front?
Well, as I got to my destination, I saw 3 people on the lawn of in the snow, waving at me.
And initially, when you see these 3 people in the snow, do you have any idea sort of who they are, or male, female, anything like that?
There were 3 women, and I later learned there was a male subject on the ground.
And so when you initially are sort of approaching or getting to the residence, you indicate you see the 3 women waving at you. Could you see, or what, if anything, could you see the body at that point?
I saw that there was somebody on the ground. Yes,
So you could see the 3 women, and you could see a person on the ground.
that's correct.
But at that point, they even say that they took the snow off of him, right? Like they moved the snow off of him and tried to put a blanket. Karen's laying on him.
Yeah, there was snow on him. Yep.
And at some point, subsequent to this, did you learn the identity of the person on the ground?
I did.
And who did you learn that?
John
person?
O'Keefe.
And prior to this dispatch, did you know John O'Keefe in any way?
No.
Now, the 3 females that you saw sort of around Mr. O'Keefe's body on the ground, at some point later, did you subsequently identify who those 3 people were?
I did.
And who did you identify?
One was Karen Reed. The other one was Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts, I believe.
All right, sir, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay, or speak into the microphone.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Now, you arrive on scene, and I'm assuming you get out of your cruiser. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What, if anything, did you do from there?
I walked over to the scene. I first asked, is this person a drug user? He's have an issue with drugs. Somebody said, no, he's a Boston police officer. I said, okay. I checked for a pulse. I couldn't find a pulse. Then I went back to.
Like that means anything. Does he do drugs? No, he's a police officer. Okay.
To my cruiser and tried to find the AED,
Agreed.
which is an automated external defibrillator.
Back just for a second. So you indicated that you checked for a pulse, correct?
That's correct.
And where on Mr. O'Keefe did you check for?
On his neck. His
See,
carotid.
I think he had been dead for a while.
It sounds like he had been gone for quite some time.
Yeah.
So his carotid, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you make contact with sort of the skin area in his carotid area on his neck, what, if anything, did you observe as far as Mr. O'Keefe when you did?
I couldn't find any pulse or anything like that, and he was cold to the touch.
Now, when you did this, Mr. O'Keefe, you mentioned, was sort of on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
Sort of.
And how was he sort of positioned on the ground?
He was laying on his back.
And as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe during this initial time when you're checking the pulse, what, if anything, did you observe sort of on him or around him or anything like that?
I didn't really
Let me ask it a different way. So as far
There you
as
go.
you mentioned that when you arrived there, it was snowing out, correct?
Correct.
And so how much snow was in and around or on top of Mr. O'Keefe when you first arrived?
It was about, I would say about 6 inches on the ground.
Oh, bingo,
Yep.
bingo. Bitches.
There was a light dusting on top of them, I would say.
And what, if any, observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe and sort of how he was dressed at this time initially that you observed?
I don't recall what he was wearing.
Now, with reference to the residence at 34 Fairview Road, if you're standing in front of the house on the street facing the house, which side of the property was Mr. O'Keefe lying on his back?
As you're facing the house, it's to the, I'm sorry, go again. Can you say that again, please?
So if you're standing on the street facing the house, was Mr. O'Keefe more to the center of the property, the right of the property, or the left?
He was on the left of the property, yes.
Now, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, in this sort of area on the left side of the property, what, if any, sort of other landmarks or other things that you observe on that side of the property?
To the left of the property, there was a fire hydrant, a bush, and a flagpole, I believe. To the left, to the farther left, like more near the property line, I would say.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned that it was snowing out and there was snow on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
What, if anything else, did you note as far as the weather conditions, as far as wind, temperature, or anything like that?
It was, I would say it was near blizzard conditions. It was snowing really, really hard.
And how cold?
Funny.
Obviously, January, it's snowing out, it was cold, but how cold was it, if you know, when you first arrived?
Less than 32 degrees. I don't know exactly. I mean, it was cold.
So you pull up in that area with the three females. Are they to your right or to your left?
I pulled up, basically, I had my cruiser straight on.
And so which side of the cruiser were three females and Mr. O'Keefe when you pull up and stop?
Was straight ahead.
Straight ahead. Okay.
And a little to the left.
I'm trying to get when he.
And what, if any, other vehicles did you observe sort of in the roadway in that area where three females were and Mr. O'Keefe?
There was another vehicle in the roadway on the side of the road. I parked basically right behind that.
And do you recall anything about that vehicle, like what type it was, what
I
color,
don't.
or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now,
Oh my God, hurry up.
Hurry up.
Yeah, I just want this part.
Which part?
with regard to the
What?
three females you identified as Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts, you recall where they were in relation to Mr. O'Keefe, each of them, when you first sort of pull up and get out of your cruiser?
So when I arrived, I saw Miss Reed looked like she was giving CPR to him, and she had blood on her face.
Now, in addition to yourself, there are other sort of first responders that are dispatched to the scene as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And of them, who, if anyone else, was on scene at the time that you arrived?
When I arrived, I was the first to arrive. Then there was Officer Mulaney that came a few minutes later, and then the fire department came after him, and I believe Sergeant Good came at, like within that. I don't know how many minutes, but it was pretty close.
You're first to arrive on scene, and then Mulaney comes a couple of minutes later.
Yes.
About how long was it between when Officer Mulaney arrives and when the fire department arrives?
Couple minutes. I don't.
And at some point after that, a Sergeant Good comes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, beyond sort of just checking pulse, as far as around that time when you were checking the pulse in the carotid area for Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, other observations did you make with regard to any injuries or anything else on Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, when I first got there, he had blood on his face, and it was just wiped away. So that's the only.
So there was blood on his face that was wiped away?
That's correct.
Dude. This guy. He'll never make.
Now, when the fire department arrives on scene and they sort of take
I just want to get to what Karen said.
Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, observations did you make of Ms. Reed and what she was doing or saying at that?
That's what I want.
Miss Reed was visibly upset. She kept saying, "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this," and she was very hysterical.
And there you have
And
it.
she kept asking, "He dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?"
And with that specific phraseology, that's something that she kept saying?
Yes.
And
Okay.
by your
So, because of that and everything else, why would they think to go in the house and, you know what I mean? Like, she
They
kept
wouldn't,
saying-
but they still did go to the house to talk inside the house to talk to people.
They were looking for witnesses, but I'm saying, as far as going in to say, y'all beat this guy up and throw him outside or what?
Yeah, there would be like no police, like for instance, like they wouldn't be like, okay, let us search your house right now. We need to go into your house. It's like, okay, then they would be like, okay, well, you're gonna have to present a
You
warrant.
have to have a warrant.
Like
Well, they would need to run their probable cause, but there's no probable cause. Karen's saying, I did this. It's my
Exactly.
fault. Is he dead?
I mean, just because someone's found on your yard doesn't necessarily mean all the people in the house are guilty. It could be the guy next door. It could be someone else. It could be he just walked out there and got hit by a snowplow. You don't know until you do an investigation. You can't assume everyone in the house is guilty and we should investigate because that's the crime scene. That's what
And she had told Carrie, when she called Carrie, she told her, I don't know if she said I think or she said definitively.
She said John's dead
because he's been hit by a snowplow.
Yeah.
Yeah, she said John's dead. He was hit by a snowplow.
Yeah, she didn't say John was beat up in that house by those people. I let him in the house and he was beat up by those people. I think if she would have said that, the cops would have been like, oh, really? Then let's go in the house.
Right. That arriving, he was the first patrol officer. He would have not even known if John had any connection with any of the homes. He could have been just somebody walking down the street.
Yeah. He said, his first question was, does he do any drugs? And they're like, no, he's a cop.
Yeah,
You didn't know the guy was a cop.
Right.
Does they have sex with boys? No, he's a preacher. Priest.
What?
Doesn't make sense. I'm just saying, because he's a cop, he doesn't do drugs. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I get you.
I think they were thinking maybe it was an overdose. That's why he asked that question.
Yeah, what he's trying to find out is, do I need to get my whatever it's called, Narcan?
Right.
Correct. Narcan. Yep, that's what he was looking to find out.
Yeah, I think that's what he was trying to find out.
Did this officer
It would have been.
participate in the CPR?
He didn't do. This guy didn't do shit. This guy drove up. He didn't know what's going on. He just wants to get to Burger King.
Well, his training, the first thing he should have did when he checked for the carotid artery for no pulse would have been to do CPR.
Well, he went and got his AED thing. See, in the report, it said he went to his car to get his AED, but then the ambulance arrived, so he didn't do anything. But
the ambulance didn't.
Yeah, that's not how he's telling it now.
Yeah, I just think this is like, this paints a very interesting picture, and I just don't understand. I'm wondering what the cross is going to be. I mean, like, what is he going to state that? What is he going to refute in this man's testimony?
Are they done for the day?
Yeah, they're done for the day. They're done.
Yeah, they're not going to do a cross till tomorrow, but I think what the cross will be, is going to see Jackson or Unity try to get Seraph to sort of retract or make it sound like he didn't actually hear what Karen said, or could she have been saying like, oh, it was my fault because she dropped him off. Like that's what you're gonna start hearing is like this sort of conjecture of trying to like make it sound like, well, she felt responsible. She wasn't actually responsible, but she felt responsible.
I mean, they could try, but my opinion is Jackson better start getting off his fucking ass because I have a feeling that Yannetti is not prepared. Like you have your top gun, Jackson. This is your top gun. This guy defended Weinstein. This guy was like, did all these trials, and he's just sitting there.
Yeah, so why have Yannetti make the opening statement? I didn't understand that. Why not have Jackson do it? He commands more presence.
Yeah, he's way better. I mean, honestly, they lost a very good golden opportunity with this because a lot of people were very disappointed with the defense's dry. It was very dry and matter of fact. And if Jackson would have came in there with like his flair, it would have probably earned a couple of points for the defense, but apparently he just sits there on his ass and just fucking looks at his hair. I mean, what are you doing?
Also, remember, they weren't allowed to bring in anything third party for opening statements. So,
and it says, I think because he's a local lawyer, but like, why is he there? Like, this is your time to shine. Yeah. Like this.
Yeah, no shit. And he's probably getting paid more than Yannetti.
Yeah, like, this is your time to shine. This is what they brought you over here. You are the big guns. You are the guy that's going to come in there. And you are very good at this. I've watched Jackson's opening and closing. He's very, very good at it. And he's.
I was always surprised he didn't do opening, and if he doesn't do closing, that's nuts.
That's
That-
crazy. That's borderline malpractice at that point.
I think he'll do closing. Maybe that's what they decided is Yannetti would do opening and he'll do closing since he does command presence. I think he should have done both, in my opinion. I don't know why you would choose to not use him in both of those things, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, like, I think, what were you guys think, Teals?
We're gonna see Clara.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Because I've
no.
got to see how
Baby gap.
Every time you guys say that, all that comes to my mind is baby shark doo 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 baby gap doo doo.
see how he explains all this. Look at him.
You know he's nervous when he makes that look on his face.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, shit. He did the same thing when he tried to say that the kids weren't
Yeah,
interviewed.
you won't see Karen in this dash cam footage.
Oh, yes, sir. You do not watch it, sir? You will.
Always wrong. Always.
Fucking idiot.
Wow.
Tell us you don't know about the case without telling us you don't know about the
Don't
case.
know about the
What is this testifying now is donut face Tupper. Wow. Dude must have said something wrong. We're not going to see Karen.
Okay, so who exactly was in the video then, baby shark? Baby gap?
He's like, it's the
This might be
same
better than
thing.
finding it the first time.
It's the same thing. You're not going to see Karen in this video, guys. Just like
That
the
wasn't
kids weren't
Karen.
interviewed.
I can't.
Oh my god. The glare is like.
Well, surely the other guy had. You could hear
Lazy.
them.
Right here is Chapman Street.
It's Chapman Street. Here's Chapman Street, guys.
Here we go.
Can we get better earphones that don't look like
I
you just
know.
bought them from like JVC or whatever the fuck what they used to be open, like the music
Like, get some
store?
earbuds, bro.
Here we go. Let's go.
Okay, don't look too disinterested, Claire. You know, I'm sure it's not like all that great, you know, for you.
But Karen's not going to be in it. You can
He's
guarantee-
playing background music.
He'll probably get a super chat and put that ugly ass thing up there.
For
Why
a
are
second,
you
I thought that was in my head because I had to watch him, and I'm like, that's definitely the soundtrack of watching him.
Yeah, why is he playing background music?
Riveting
during
stuff,
a
buddy.
Trial,
Riveting stuff.
fucking
Listen
great.
to it. Riveting stuff, but
bro. You are
Yeah,
fucking
he's playing
horrible
fucking-
at this.
circus
spotlight on.
music.
This is a man's murder trial. Like
Oh,
this is
my
like a like not a murder, but this is a woman's murder trial, and he's acting like it's a joke.
Oh well, I was cheering for the
They all act like it's a fucking joke, and somebody didn't lose a life, and a family wasn't destroyed, and then innocent people's lives weren't destroyed, and then in turn, more innocent people's lives weren't destroyed.
Claire, why don't you play that music while like that lady was crying about her, that brother was crying about his dead brother? You know, like that. You know, John O'Keefe's brother was crying. Look, there's Karen.
Paul O'Keefe is a rock star, by the way. I just want everybody to know that Paul O'Keefe is a rock star.
Let's
Yeah,
look at
he
his
did a good
face.
job.
Let's look at his face when he's wrong again.
Let's mute.
That is correct.
If you could, just using that laser pointer
Look at his face. That changes. It's like the oh shit face. Oh my
Look at the
god.
freeze. Look at the freeze on his face.
Females are right there.
He got the cigarette out. You know he's fucking mad when he gets
He
the
got
cigarette.
he got stressed.
Oh wait,
That cup was running empty.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go, guys. I completely was wrong about 30 seconds ago. I didn't say it. You know, Karen would be in the
And
video.
you're gonna see hysterical Karen.
What?
I thought you weren't going to see Karen.
And
You just said you're not going to
dollars
see
to
Karen.
You're gonna
Did
see
he
a
not?
very calm Jen McCabe.
Okay, hold.
Okay.
First
Okay,
of all,
somebody in the
someone
audience.
being calm. First of all, someone being calm. If they're not calm, dude, just standing there doesn't mean you're calm. They're still looking on as to what the fuck do we do? You got to let the first responders do their jobs. You got to let the cops do their jobs. At this point, there's nothing left for you to do but wait. And so you take her standing there as calm while Karen's running back and forth in and out of the car like a fucking maniac, getting an Academy Award for the goddamn acting job she's doing.
Okay, everybody mute.
Okay.
Could just using that laser pointer direct the jury.
Why am I hearing something? Oh, because he's talking on there. Never mind.
So here's the vehicle right there, and The emails are right there.
It's coming if you wouldn't mind running.
Oh my God, Claire, this is sad. A glare wrong in less than 30 seconds, guys. What a fucking idiot! I swear to God.
Oh, here we go.
I'll tell you what happened. He must have been talking during this, so he's behind a little bit. And someone in chat said, "Oh no, Karen's there," and then he goes, "There, you're gonna."
Yeah, and he realized he was wrong.
Yeah, and that's like,
Oh, 100%. That's what happens every time he's wrong. Someone says something and then he just reads it off the screen as if it's like natural, as if he didn't just learn it right there.
Now you're gonna see
That was a great laugh. by the
hysterical
way. Thank you,
Karen.
Claire. Laughing at you always brings me joy for the day.
and dollars to donuts. You're gonna see a very calm Jen McCabe.
because somebody in chat told
Yes.
you. Fucking.
I mean, like when my stepfather was in the hospital or taken to the hospital, I didn't start screaming or running around up and down. I acted calm and talked to the ambulance people and went to the hospital and dealt like a normal person.
Yeah, even in the movies, they don't.
Did you guys see that little comment from Microdots? That whole area was lit up like a Christmas tree. No, the area in front of the vehicle that's in front of the car. Not to the left, not to the right, sir. So, Microdots, maybe you want to use your eyeballs?
Yeah, not try to,
Richie, use your eyeballs.
I mean, listen.
Turtle boy from the beginning.
Yeah.
And Microdots had his body like in the middle of the yard.
Yeah, all of them got everything wrong. They got the FBI. The FBI was going to stop this. They got how it wasn't snowing wrong. They got it was lit out. It was very light. It was not dark at all outside. And he even got wrong that this video wouldn't have Karen Reed 30 seconds ago.
Just a minute ago.
Just a minute ago, he was wrong. I mean, if we could count the how many wrong statements this motherfucker made, we could probably make a soundtrack.
Glare is just.
That would be amazing.
I just want to see what he says. What's your explanation, Robin? Glare.
You hear the dialogue? Does it sound familiar?
What dialogue? It's silent. There's no sound, dumbass.
What the fuck is he talking about?
There's no dialogue.
All you hear is Karen screaming no a couple times. That's it.
Look how she's acting. Who is that guy? Is that the ambulance guy?
No. That's I think there's the police officer, Jen
okay.
McCary, and they're the police officer. And
yeah, that's not Karen's car.
And Karen's acting like complete, over dramatic at this point, running around, and while everyone else is trying to be calm and handle the situation.
She goes back again.
How is running around going to help the situation? Not going to help.
And that's what normal, especially anybody who's seen a trauma before. I've used Narcan on a couple of people. I've done all that. So I've worked in the medical. Anybody who's worked in medical, to be calm. So if any of these people have children or worked in medical, especially kids get into accidents. They do dumb stuff all the time. Screaming around, running around, screaming isn't going to help you. The only thing that's going to is thinking with a calm, level head.
Why is she going back to the car? That's very interesting.
Heels, I'm going to jump down. I got to get dinner for my kiddos, but I will be here tomorrow with you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
See ya.
Bye.
Now that is who? That's Jen because she's on the phone.
Yeah.
Telling him to come clean up the mess.
Apparently, according to Sean, the greatest, cop around.
Oh, yeah. Wonder what he's saying to
Yeah, who you're seeing here is Karen Reed, Carrie Roberts, and Jen McCabe.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, the person who's frantic is Karen Reed.
Uh-huh.
You mean over dramatic, trying to make it look like she gives a fuck?
Academy Award right there.
While everyone else is trying to give information to the police officer and trying to actually try to save this man's life while she's running around like a lunatic.
I don't even know he's dead yet. I mean, I would figure he was, but they're telling her They're
And
working.
look at her. She doesn't even like
What?
no tears.
Just watch her face, though. Watch how smug she is when
Oh,
the
yeah, there's
lawyers
gonna be
get
a
up.
fucking
Watch.
cross-examination.
Stop for the day.
She sticks her nose in the air as if she's better than everyone in that room.
Oh,
Watch.
she believes it.
With anyone, don't
What a
do any
cliffhanger.
independent research or investigation into this
Good
case.
job.
Claire, you're an idiot,
Good
Claire.
job, Karen.
Anything about this
I could
case,
have taught you better. That was
tomorrow will be a cocktail.
Look at her face.
Tomorrow's a half day. Awesome.
Yeah, it's right. Yeah, it's
Okay,
wow.
I got to hear
Claire.
his commentary here. He's got a little bit of time left.
Okay, we're gonna hear the Claire's commentary. Okay, let's see.
Tell us what you think, buddy.
He doesn't think that's the problem.
That's the problem. I think we're gonna have to wait.
To find out what he thinks.
Yeah, he has to read the chat. He doesn't actually do research. He's like, oh my god.
No,
he doesn't
the chat
know.
is the research. What do you mean? The idiots are the research.
Okay, here we go.
All right. So,
All right,
So guys,
tell us.
what we got.
yeah.
Yeah.
Let me think. Let me read the chat. Read the
And
chat.
it always surprises me what he says. Like I
Okay,
think,
I'm fucking speechless.
Why?
I mean, it's funny because it's like I totally this is exactly what I expected, but I mean, at the same time, it's like, dude, part of me was like, you know,
Yeah.
I want to give the justice system the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean?
Point
I
out
wanted to
anything?
give the justice system a benefit
No,
of the doubt to
stop.
some degree, at least. Like, give me something. I know Karen Reed's innocent.
They
but,
just did.
like, let's see a fight. You know what I mean?
What? You had two
A
people
fight?
testify.
Back in the day when
yeah,
Tyson was in his prime, right?
What?
right.
You knew Tyson was gonna win. You know, like when he was in his prime.
Okay.
You knew
Basically,
Tyson was
he's
gonna
saying like
knock
this isn't
somebody
even a
right
fight.
the
That like
fuck
Karen's
out.
totally gonna win, and
But,
he must be smoking some
You know,
serious shit.
You got your TV hooked up with the pay-per-view and all that shit. You invited people over. You got a spread full of drinks.
This is just
and
legal
snacks
analysis of a
and
court
shit.
case.
What?
This is his legal analysis of a court case.
I think what he's saying is we all got our popcorn. We're all ready sitting here, and then nothing happened.
What is he talking about?
No, what he is saying is this isn't even a fight, basically. Like, give us a fight. Come on, Commonwealth, you're not giving us shit. Like, this is all what we already know. Like, that's what he's basically trying to say. Like,
Claire, maybe you're a little bit too slow, and you might be too slow. But like the fact is that the two witnesses before was to show that their relationship wasn't hunky dory, that they were breaking up. It was a rough situation. They showed the police video to show how snowy it was and how dark it was to rebut the defense's claim that they could not, that there was no possible way they couldn't see John there. By showing that video, it shows how dark it is and gives a people perspective. It also shows that the defense is full of shit when they said it was no snow out there and it wasn't that bad. I mean,
clearly remember when Turtle Boy first came on Blair, and he was saying there was like not even 2 inches of snow on the ground, and emphasizing it. Okay, Blair, now you see. I don't get it. You see
none of these people are going to admit they're wrong, though, because then they have to admit that they've been grifting the entire time and they knew.
Also, they pointed out where the body was, which was not in the middle of the yard.
Right.
Like all you idiots all these idiots, including Blair, has been stating. It's like this guy is so, and the weird thing is like he doesn't give this very common sense analysis of someone who's paid attention to the case. He's just like, guys, about Tyson, and he was in his prime. This is just like that, guys. It's just like that. Let me put the soundboard on.
Now I'm spending money on this, but I'm saying like you had it all ready to go because you were expecting a fight. Nothing. Then what happens? Fucking pre-Buster Douglas, exactly. Then what happens? What happens?
What?
Tyson knocks the fucker out in 90 seconds. 90 seconds, and then you're like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me?
What is he
Dude.
talking about?
Alan Jackson is gonna wreck this
What
guy
he doesn't seem
on
to
cross-examination.
grasp
He's
here.
gonna destroy him.
Alan Jackson, my dog could wreck that guy.
What is he going to destroy him? What is he going to rebut? That
Yeah,
it
what
wasn't
is-
snowing and dark outside? That he didn't see like Jen McKay, like what, like not Karen Reed say something? Like, what is he going to rebut? Do you have an analysis? No, you're too
What he
busy-
doesn't understand is, do you know how damning what that officer just said was to a jury? The officer just told a jury that Karen Reed said, I did this. It's my fault.
Yeah.
I killed him. Like, is he dead? Like that was just told to a jury, okay? Like, what do you don't understand about the fact that that is bad? That is very, very bad for the defense.
And the mother, and who would ever listen to the glare? Literally, he's watching a video in real time, and he says, "This video is not going to have Karen Reed," and he has to get corrected by his own chat in less than 30 seconds. That has honestly, glare. I'm not even mad at you today. You made me laugh.
And it's not going to take nearly as long as that bullshit we just had to sit through. That was the most asinine shit I've ever seen.
And what he's doing right now, he's playing to Turtle Boy. That audience, that's what he's playing.
What is asinine about
Like,
showing
okay,
the
so
condition of the night of the
It's
incident?
asinine because he doesn't know the court.
We
Listen, this is too funny.
see Karen Reed, hysterical. Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe, calm as cucumbers, right? I mean, and then
Holy shit, he has to read the chat.
and you ask this guy a question, you go, well, can you tell us what we're looking at? He's like,
It's laying a foundation. He can't lead the witness, dumbass. Oh my god.
I can't wait.
You know nothing
And
about the legal process.
There's so
nothing.
many questions that Alan Jackson is going to ask this
Self or court
he's
cases
gonna
work.
wreck this guy. He's going to ask him. He's going to ask him. Is it standard procedure to tape off the scene? Is it
Not
standard
always.
procedure to knock?
Oh my god.
They did tape off the scene, but it kept on blowing off because of the
It was a-
winds.
Yeah,
Dumbass. Oh my god.
But it's not always standard procedure to tape off a scene. It's the middle of the night. There's nobody trying to come into the scene other than the police. So
Hi, people.
Knock on the door and ask if everybody's okay. Do you mind if I
They
go
did.
inside?
They did.
They
Well,
did, and it fell off during the wind, and they also blocked off the block.
No, he's saying they should have knocked
he's
on the
saying
door, and
they should have knocked on the door. They did. They went inside, dum dum.
Make sure everybody's okay, which he didn't do.
Well,
Nobody did this.
Yes, they
Nobody
did.
this.
What it was Seraph, right? Seraph's the one that went, or was it good?
I can't remember, but I know they went in. They went into that house. They talked to everyone. So that's a lie. He has no idea what he's talking about.
Never.
Sergeant Lank showed up,
Shocker.
right? Sergeant Lank shows up. We haven't even gotten this far yet. But
Yes,
wait till
day
Sergeant
one.
Lank shows up. Sergeant Lank takes the stand because that cross-examination is going to be so much fun.
Yeah.
But Lank shows up. Right. Why? I mean,
You're gonna
is it standard procedure to collect blood samples in solo cups? Did you see a lot of blood on the ground?
Oh my god, never be an
All they
attorney.
showed was him driving up, idiot.
Okay. Can you mute this moron for a moment? Okay. The reason why he asked him about the photo, what's in the photo, that is a normal question in every deposition and every trial in the world. Okay, in the world. You know why, Claire? I'm going to explain this to you because you might be too stupid. Because sometimes there's a court reporter and or that person that's speaking into that microphone that's like repeats everything the lawyers say, and it gets written in a transcript. So when an appeal process happens, they know what the witness was looking at. So they have to ask the witness, what is this object? So it's written in a book. And you don't know this because you're a dum-dum. Okay? You're stupid. And the problem is you're arrogant and stupid. If you were not arrogant, if you weren't arrogant, you would know that. And you're like, this lawyer's asking him what is this? That it's normal, dumbass. Okay.
Beat him just dropped the mic.
Like, you know nothing of court procedures, you know nothing about depositions, and you know nothing about anything, and you're trying to like figure out this deposition. It's fucking stupid. And then you have Coda says, B-Time, how does he not understand it wasn't a murder at first? He was still alive. He died at the hospital and at first, and they had no idea what happened, no reason. Well, I mean, like, he basically, like, they have to rule it. They can't just
They pronounced him dead at the hospital because they had to warm him up to a certain temperature. He was dead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was deceased, but my guess is they can't rule he's deceased until he goes to the hospital, probably.
Yeah, they can't until they.
Correct. They have to at least try to bring you back to life too. So.
Because I can't wait to see the autopsy, the entire report, because I'm telling you there was lividity on his back.
Oh, okay.
When you look
So John had, I will tell you, John had he did have other marks and bruises and other things. Like they've been saying for this long time, he doesn't have anything, below the neck. Yes, he does. And yes, he did. And that will come out in the 100-page autopsy report.
Well, I know his pancreas was red, and that's how she determined hypothermia. But I do kind of remember something about bruising, but I can't find it anywhere. I hope it's in the.
Because it isn't in anywhere. It's in the report that's not public.
Right. And that red, that they keep calling boxer bruises on the back of his hand, I think that's lividity.
Yeah, that's not boxer bruise. Listen,
I'm pretty sure that's from the IV.
Yeah, anyone that thinks that
that's on his hand, it could be, but it's way up on his hand.
No one gets black and blues in the back of their hands when they're fist fighting.
If you're really, really dehydrated and they can't find a vein anywhere else, the hand is the best place to go to get it. And if you're out in the cold like that, pretty much dead, that's where they're going to put the IV, is in your hand right there on the side.
I'm trying to read Baby Blues. It says, I have a question for the gentleman on the panel. When a defense presents the evidence that her lawyer talked about, that the defense talked about during opening, what will you say then? I'm not quite sure of the question, to be completely honest with you.
When the defense presents evidence that her lawyer talked about, the thing is right below the heart on my, you know how you
It says defense talks. That's what it is. It's defense talks. Yeah,
everybody needs to remember that the things that the defense said before this trial started, the jury is never going to hear about. They're not supposed to hear about it. This conjecture, all the fancy talk. A jury is never going to hear that. They're not supposed to hear that. So they don't have to explain any of that in this trial.
No, I mean, most likely, like, even the openings are not considered evidence. They're not considered, like, they're just like they're presenting what they're planning to prove. They're not supposed to be used as, like, evidence in the case. What's supposed to be used as evidence in the case is witness testimony and actual evidence and stuff like that. Now, I think, like, the defense is going to have to do some reason. They have to push that there's enough reasonable doubt that, other people could be, because they have a Bodie defense. My understanding of a Bodie defense is, like, you don't have to name a person. I think that was the thing. And
the Bodie defense is about the law enforcement.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's third party culprit.
Thank you.
Yeah, Vanetti's trying to do third-party culprit and the Bodie defense.
Yeah.
But Bev was very clear. Judge was very clear that if you want to bring a third-party defense, I will allow you to develop it, but it has to be relevant, and she wants to see some sort of evidence that points to it. And so I don't think you're going to find them using that too much, because they don't really have anything.
Yeah, I mean, like, the problem is when it comes to Proctor and painting. I apologize. I'm above texting.
Handholding the last string, but that too. But I'm just saying, it's not from being in a fight. The ME would know what's what.
Yes, I'm thinking the one on the side of this bruise on the side of his hand. I almost certain it's from an IV.
Yeah,
I think Scott, what's his name? My boyfriend, that was on Melanie Little.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. I forget his last name too, but I know who you're talking about.
It's Scott. Scott's in there somewhere. Okay. I apologize up above. I was talk texting. Yeah. Because I can't figure it out. Are you
he's going to. So you see
today when the lawyer told the jurors that he has evidence that he talked about, what will you say then? Because it didn't help.
Well, if I see the evidence, then I'll make a determination of the evidence.
Well, can you tell me what she's saying?
My guess is, like, will my opinion change if I see the evidence? Like, if he's actually going to be, like, showing me the evidence that he supposedly has.
The
But
problem
he doesn't have it because the judge already asked for it for them to do the third party defense. If they had it, they would have had to give it to the judge.
Yeah, but wait, let me just explain something.
Yeah,
The problem with Proctor, the problem with like trying to discredit like the reason why it was successful with like OJ Simpson's trial when they tried to decredit that officer was because he collected the DNA and they were trying to make like an idea of like, okay, he might have planted it, like he did something there. And if they're going to try with Proctor, the problem is there's so many other people that wasn't just Proctor there. So, you know what I mean? And it wasn't just like only him collecting the key parts of the evidence. There's other people. And that's the problem.
Yeah. Well, and there's a difference between a witness and questioning the detective. You know what I mean? Like he was saying he wanted to question him as a witness. But I think there's a difference. Or I could be wrong, but that's what I was thinking is when she said as a witness.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know that you would call the police officer a witness.
Yeah. But the openings, like, listen, the thing is, the openings were always going to be very weak because they can't really get into certain things. And I think, honestly, like, for instance, the defense couldn't get into the third-party culprit defense. I mean, they were toting the line a little bit, but they couldn't get into it. And the defense is basically setting up a timeline of events. He's just basically, and you have to remember that when you're watching that guy, he's very dry. He's very matter of fact, just gets to the facts, the meat and potatoes. And that's how he is.
Well, despite everyone saying that that Lally kept changing the story. They had one, then they had this. And I can't find where he ever changed his theory. I don't even know his theory. You know what I mean? Like they were saying the 3-point turn, that came from Karen. Then there was something else. Karen hitting with a glass. I never heard that. He's always been, that's why it seems boring is because now we're seeing proof of what he's said all along. No one could see him in the snow. The people leaving the house couldn't see him. And none of that was brought up. Yannetti was contemplating his navel for like 9 months or something.
I don't know what the fuck he was doing.
Yeah,
I don't know what the defense was doing in all this time period. I mean, honestly, they did nothing. They would have been better off, honestly.
Hoping they could get it dismissed, hoping they could get rid of it before a trial. That's why.
Yeah, right. But that was I think she thought she could plea down the first manslaughter charge. So they were just kind of sitting back, waiting on a court date, whatever. Then boom, June 9th. The first time she was arrested was early February. Then June 9th, that's when all of a sudden everybody in the house, why didn't you ask them about this during the first grand jury? They didn't have all of this.
Yeah, of course.
None of that came up before the grand jury.
No, not till after.
Yeah, and Baby Blue, of course he's going to say he's going to bring evidence. That's what every opening of a defense says, basically. I'm going to bring evidence.
Yeah, they just lay out their case.
Yeah, it's just a normal thing. And the thing is, it's like you have to realize if you watch this guy for over a year, almost like a year, like I have this guy is like literally, he doesn't lie, but he doesn't explain everything. And you're going to see that. And you're going to see you're going to see a lot of the situations like that in this whole situation.
And there's been so much twisted, like the video of her saying that Brian and Colin beat up John and then my tailgate. She just said my tail lights and then John was pulverized.
Yeah.
Well, that make any, and so Lally says, and he wasn't definitive. He just said, I don't know, something like he got beat up and he smashed him on the tail light or whatever.
Yeah,
everybody lost their mind about how Lally lied about what she said. I don't know what she said.
Yeah, I think most likely there's going to be testimony from that officer that was probably taking that video. And honestly, that's a pretty damning thing to say while you're in the precinct. And then, of course, they're not going to actually show the video. They're going to make the audio, my understanding. But still, to have her making like these comments, and then you're going to hear her making more comments and more comments. You know what I mean? You could say like as many times.
That's why I think she'll take the stand. If it's not going well, her narcissism she'll be like, let me do it.
Yeah, I mean, like this woman has. I mean, if I was being accused of murdering person, my mouth would be shut.
Yeah.
Like absolutely 100%. You would not see me making any comments to anyone. I probably wouldn't even do a TV interview. To be
Me either. Nothing till it's over.
Yeah.
That was shocking to
Yeah.
see her do interviews. That was shocking. And I want to know, did they get the notes?
They did.
They did. Okay.
They did get a lot of the notes. Some of it not, but they've gotten a lot of the notes from there as well. And not only that,
One of them said she took a piece of the taillight, but I still can't find it. And she did something with it. Like she took off a piece of it. And I thought they said she put it in the parking lot. Which she's trying to show, see, that's where I broke it.
that the defense was all over the place. He
was all over the place.
Yeah, he was all over. And the problem is that one of the reasons why he's all over the place is because he can't accuse people without facts. So he had to stick to the facts, and there's really no facts that support his position that there's this grand cover up by the police officers to cover up a murder, and that, people beat up John and threw him in the front of the yard. Actually, if you listen to Turtle Boy, his theory was that they not only beat him up, and the dog bit him and all that stuff, but they put him in Cullen's back of his car and drove it to that location to dump him right where Karen was at the time and throw him there. And that's why there's no footsteps.
From the back of the house to the front of the house, but there was no tire marks anywhere. Got it.
Yeah.
And left him with his phone.
Left him with his phone.
Yeah.
I mean, these are police officers that have an understanding of their profession. And you think they thought the greatest idea was to toss a guy in the front of the yard.
Alive with his phone.
Alive, with his phone, where he could pick up his phone and say, "Hey guys, I've been beat up by a bunch of people. Send someone to help me."
Right. I mean, no one is gonna. You'd have to be an idiot, and we have seen idiots would believe that. And there's no drag marks. There's no. The blood is all around him.
There's nothing.
The cocktail glass and the straw. That's damning because you wouldn't beat him up. The dog,
The straw gets me. The straw. The straw is a very good actual piece of evidence.
It is because what do they throw that out there with him too? Here's your drink. I think the cocktail glass is what hit the tail light.
I like how when Melanie Little was asked that the expert, it's like, can a body break a taillight? And he's like, yeah.
I know.
And you had the glare sitting there, be like, he's holding up a taillight, and it's like, how could a bone break taillights? And it's
Why can't I ever remember his name? He said hi to me from.
Also, I want to know how they're going to explain her hitting John's car, because the bumper is going to hit John's car before a tail light. So show me how it's possible for the tail light to hit the car without the bumper doing it first.
Her tail light was broken when she was leaving there, and you can see it. Anybody that sits there and who was it? Ashley Banfield. Yep, it's not broken. Are you fucking kidding me? But I don't think that. I think the only part the tail light's going to play is on the shirt.
All right, so Kodo's asked me to read something. Okay, let me see. On January 31st, Dr. Irina Scodibello.
I love her name,
Scodibello, from the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. The doctor advised the troopers that she observed several abrasions to the victim's right forearm, 2 swollen black eyes, a small cut above the right eye, a cut to the left side of the hip of his nose, and approximately 2-inch laceration to the back right of his head, and multiple skull fractures that resulted in bleeding of the brain. Dr. Scodibello further advised the troopers that the victim's pancreas was a dark red color, indicating hypothermia was a contributing factor to his death. Dr. Scodibello opined from her examination that the significant blunt force trauma injuries occurred prior to Mr. O'Keefe's becoming hypothermic, as evidenced by the hemorrhaging in his pancreas and stomach. Mr. O'Keefe had arrived at the Good Samaritan Medical Center with a body temperature reading in the low 80s. The doctor opined that the extensive injuries to his head likely rendered Mr. O'Keefe incapacitated. The doctor further opined that upon reviewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries and her examination of the body, she observed no signs of Mr. O'Keefe being involved in any type of physical altercation or fight. In addition, Dr. Scardy Bello testified extensively regarding her examination and finding before the grand jury. See attached grand jury minutes dated May 19, 2022, as well as grand jury exhibits 24, 26, 27, as well as Dr. Scardy Bello's report of autopsy. The OCME file number 2022-1697. In her testimony, the doctor described the medical definitions of lacerations and contusions and abrasions, as well as differences between the three. The doctor testified that the victim had abrasions to his right. Give me one moment. Let me just give me a second. To his right arm. She described abrasions as scratches caused by a blunt object. Contact with a blunt object. She went on to describe them as a cluster of them on his right upper arm, and on his right forearm, mostly linear, ranging in size from a few millimeters to up to 7 centimeters. Dr. Scardy Bello testified that throughout her thorough extensive external examination of the victim's body, she observed no signs of an altercation or fight. The doctor also testified extensively to the injuries or swelling of the victim's eyes. Dr. Scardy Bello testified that from her examination of the victim, both external and internal, that the bleeding and subsequent swelling around his eyes was related to a very small fracture in the skull. She testified specifically that the injury initiated or started in the back of the head caused all the fractures in the skull, and then the eyes got red or black or purple because of the seepage of blood from the small blood vessels. The neuropathology report completed by Dr. Renee Stonebridge, also of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, and attached here too as Grand Jury Exhibit 27, are consistent with Dr. Scardy Bello's findings. That's what she wanted me to read.
I want to see the 100-page one.
It's going to be very interesting when it comes out.
It's going to be great. It's going to be amazing.
Okay, so Turtle Boy on Twitter.
Douche nozzle.
Here's what he says. It sounds familiar. Notice Jen McCabe is calm and composed in police dash cam videos and never once looks at John's body. She immediately seeks out every cop on the scene and begins talking to them. She never suggests going in the house. I have to close this. She never
How do you
suggests
know?
going in the house and getting blankets from her sister and cop husband. Meanwhile, Karen Reed is running around hysterically crying. Blah, blah, blah. So Will probably clicked on this and went, oh shit. Showing genuine shock and emotion.
Let me explain this to like the dumbasses in the back.
They want you, wait 1 second. They want you to believe that 5 minutes later, Karen, in a state of hysteria, asked Jennifer McCabe to Google, how long did I encult?
Oh, she definitely did. She did.
Did you not see her in a state of hysteria, screaming and acting crazy? I mean, like, yes, she did.
Yeah, I think state of hysteria covers it.
Also, the fact is that people, when they are faced with a tragedy or a situation or an emergency situation, usually you want them to act calm and collective so they can figure out the situation. For instance, let's say John was a diabetic. But let's say John had had some other medical conditions. That would be good for them to be, answering those questions or talking to the police officer, not running around with their chicken, like their head chopped off like a chicken, like just running around crazily. Okay. So
Just back and forth for no real reason.
Yeah.
I want to know why she went in the car.
Yeah, multiple times too. What are you like? What were you going to find in the back seat? People are going to say, oh, blankets. She was just in that car. She knows there's no blankets in the front or the back seat.
Yeah. The fact is that many people have to be calm during an emergency. We all don't act crazy during an emergency. I mean,
Running back and forth. That's crazy.
yeah.
Okay,
And-
look at the comments. Did you notice the plow truck up ahead shortly after the officer? Wait, there was, okay, the one I just saw says, is it me or does the right side taillight look the same as the left side?
What?
Do they think that's her car?
That's not her car. And
That's not
also,
her
yeah,
car.
left side taillights do look like right side taillights. Wow, you're a
Yeah.
genius.
That's not her car, guys. That's
You're following right
she
along.
left-
I'm sorry, Tim, what were you going to say?
I'm just saying, like, this is just so stupid. They think the car that's parked in front of John is Karen's car. No, that's not Karen's car. If you read the documents, you would know that's not her car.
People are so dumb. Oh my God. I saw McCabe push Karen at 6:11:58.
No, that was Karen pushing Jen McCabe. She pushed her right with her hand. Like, what do you mean, dude?
Oh my God.
I
This
feel-
is
When
the
Karen tries to truck right through her, like, are you guys like blind? My legally blind daughter can see this stuff. So I don't know how you can't.
I thought you were going to say you're legally blonde. Like
and here again,
No, my daughter's legally blind and she can see that video. So like, I don't know what it really astounds me when they say the opposite of what your eyes are seeing.
I still can't get over the most simple and blatant lie of 6 inches of snow accumulation. Sounds like compensation measurement, whatever.
What?
Yeah, if there was 6 inches of snow on the ground, why is his body only dusted with snow? If he had,
Because before you're dead, your body is warm. Therefore, guess what, people? It would melt.
Yes.
yeah, there was nothing under him.
Yes.
They said it was grass or whatever.
Yes. It would. It
But
would
the
melt.
lack of logical thinking just amazes me. When you are still alive and your body is warm and it is snowing on you, those snowflakes are not just going to stay on you until you're cold. They're going to melt.
Yes, that's how it usually works. You're writing a comment.
Yeah, I can't.
Oh my God.
It takes me forever. I'm so sorry.
It's just like, let me write a comment while live streaming.
While
this
I'm
shit.
here. See if I can do it without a mistake. Nope. There you go. 'Cause they're saying, why wasn't Jen knocking at the door? Why wasn't Karen like an hour before?
Yeah, like why wasn't Karen basically stating like if she knew like, oh my God, he was beat up, it must have been the people in the house. I left him there. And then suddenly, why did she like just claim, yeah, I hit him, it was a question. I mean, like, come on.
Video has nothing. They're so gaslighted.
They don't understand the video. That's the sad thing. They don't understand it's supposed to show the situation at that night, like that morning, basically. The situation that it was snowing, it was very dark, and that's the point of it. And that most likely people are not going to see. I know this is above a lot of people's heads to think, like, oh my God.
I mean, it's scary.
It is odd, Annie, that they fixate on Jen so much. I mean, it's because it's the only person they can really make an evil out of, to distract from Karen. That's kind of what they're doing here.
Let me ask you a question. I mean, if we're gonna point blame at people for their reaction, why is you have Karen Reed in the courtroom watching a video of the most horrific thing in the world, the situation of finding out her
one that
boyfriend,
and
she doesn't even shed a tear or look sad.
Yeah.
No, instead she snubs her nose higher in the air.
Has been waving at her fans for months on the courthouse and the steps, like.
So if you're going to sit there and be like, oh my God, why are these people not acting like, why is Karen Reed not even like look sad in the video? While we're live streaming, during this live stream, when she was in the court, she didn't even look sad.
Mind you, and I'm going to point this out. Peg O'Keefe is sobbing. Okay? Sobbing.
And I don't mean to make a light because just now in my head, a Saturday Night Live went through my head of Jackson doing his closing, Karen standing up, giving him a standing ovation because she cannot help herself.
Yeah, it's just holy fuck.
Like in court, she'll smile after he's done with whatever he says. Then she gets mad at Lally, like visibly mad.
I mean, I can't really blame her for getting mad because I would be mad at too if I was going to be sent to go to
But
jail.
you don't show it
Yeah,
in
I
the
know.
courtroom. You stone face.
Yeah.
Jen will take the stand. Yeah, I think Jen is a witness. So yes, she
Yes,
would
and
take the
we'll
stand.
take the stand, and they're going to have to go in there and make it look like they're going to have to make a jury believe that a woman who was nice to John for 7
A
years,
soccer mom. You're a soccer mom. Okay?
was a sociopathic killer that basically sat there at her house researching ways to kill her friend. Which, by the way, the 227 times is not 227. The Celebrite expert, everyone, I remember the Glare was showing me the Celebrite data. He was saying, "Oh, look at this 227 time. Look at this 227 time. It proves it." And it turns, and when it goes against him, he suddenly doesn't want to talk about it anymore.
That, and remember you told him the dog DNA hadn't been found?
Yes, and I was right.
Yeah, I knew that too beforehand. And then they're all like, well, of course there's no dog DNA. But dude, if you guys are saying that he bit John, and that's what you guys keep saying, right? He bit John, the dog, Chloe, she bit John. So if that's the case, right, you have to bite through clothes. Therefore, dog saliva would have to be on John's clothes. No, no, because Proctor had them for weeks. You realize that the evidence is bagged, right? Like it's not, he didn't just carry it around under his arm, like licking his fingers and sticking his fingers in it. Like,
he's responsible for it. Wherever it goes, he has to pick it up and bring it back.
Correct.
In the chain of custody, we don't have those reports.
No, we do not.
But they'll bring them out. We'll see them now, but we don't have those.
Yeah.
Jackson always tries to get off with a technicality because I read some cases. It's always like a technicality.
I mean, which, by the way, was probably what he's trying to do. Like, my guess is he's trying to what I'm shocked is that, if he didn't have enough to throw away that piece of evidence from the court, he was trying to get the DNA test to be thrown out, and the judge wasn't hearing it. And the judge, in my understanding, a lot of people were saying, oh, this judge is biased. This is a defense attorney judge. This is a judge I've heard is a very defense attorney friendly. Very defense attorney friendly. So for her to be side-eyeing the defense, it says a lot. Baby Blue, page 17 of the affidavit. I can send it to be Tim to show you if you would like. What am I showing? God, Coda making me wear
Yeah, I have to hear some more Glare.
Let's hear the Glare. Maybe he'll educate us on.
Explain why? Well, they're not going to ask him that, but we're going to eventually. The question's going to be asked.
What's the question?
He lost what? 3 liters of blood?
Oh my God.
Why only 6 droplets of blood were on the ground?
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Lord.
Interesting.
Why?
Because it seeps into the ground. Genius. Oh, genius.
Is it standard procedure to use a leaf blower to blow around a crime scene?
It's a
Is
snow
that standard
blower.
procedure as well?
Snow blower.
All of these questions, people, that we've been asking this entire time are going to come out.
Yep, and you're not
tomorrow.
going to like the answer.
And it's not going to take the whole half a day, by the way. It's not going to take that long.
What?
That I promise you. Lolly is.
Is he an idiot? Of course, it's going to take the whole half a day.
It's going to take 6 weeks. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, first of all, it's going to take more than 1/2 a day. First of all. Second of all, blood doesn't just, stay on snow and stay on ground, pooled up. It seeps into the ground, just like, I don't know, rain, genius?
Well, also,
Okay,
I would and I would also say that John.
Look at all the blood.
Yeah, and John was covered in blood to the point where, Jen had blood on her face from trying to do. Not Jen, I mean, Karen Reed had blood on her face because she was trying to resuscitate him or something like that.
His clothes were soaked in blood.
Yeah, so he didn't just have a few drops of blood.
My favorite is when they read the sentence that says he had blood on his shirt. Well, vomit.
On his underwear?
On his pants, on this, and in his underwear. All they got out of that, how did he just get vomit on his underwear?
Yeah.
I've heard it a million times.
Yeah, at first that was the only information I had too. And then when you
But it
wait
was on
and
everything. They mentioned everything. But
yep, and then yep, and so then it's everywhere. So it's like where like, well, how did it get down his pants? Well, there's a multitude of ways it could have done that. Like
they were acting like it was just on his underwear.
we have to remember a lot of these people don't even double check. Like, and you know what I mean? Like after like some of this information came out in small bits, and then there was a big sort of dump around November and December of public and non-public shit that I got.
Can I share my screen for a moment?
Sure.
Let me just show you the blood because I seen this picture
I just
before.
told you that.
Yeah, but there's more. There's like I got better pictures than that actually.
Oh.
Here.
Okay. Oh God, I removed it. I'm sorry. I thought it was clicking it in. There it is.
Yeah, that's it.
That's where I got it.
Yeah, but look, see, what do you think that is?
I don't know.
It looks like blood in there. Looks like blood.
Yeah, I don't know.
So I'm like,
that's just the talking. 3 liters of blood. Where is it? What? Don't know. It's not an issue for anybody else. I haven't heard it from anyone. Have you?
no, it's because it's like, it's a very bad argument. It's a very, very bad argument.
So now everyone is saying, I still can't get over that most simple and blatant lie of 6 inches of snow. There's like 4 different people all in a row. So that's going to be, What?
What?
If it goes to trial, what are you watching?
Who? Oh, I think you don't have your shared screen on your Twitter, so no one's seeing what you're reading.
I'm not on Twitter.
Oh.
Can you see glare?
I can see no, I don't see glare. You're not doing the share screen right now. Remember I did the picture of the blood thing?
I just have to do it again. I don't know why it keeps doing it. It's probably me. Listen, Linda. Now do you see him? No. Okay. Listen.
Bullshit we just had to sit through. That was the most asinine shit I've ever seen. Like, okay, so you're okay, we're driving to the scene. We see Karen.
I'm not good at this, but I'll try to get to it. Damn it. See, I can't. I'm horrible at this.
Is that correct?
Like right on. It doesn't make any sense. Like, why would and I even said I see the prosecution basically winning this case.
Okay, hold on.
Bullshit we just had to sit through. That was the most asinine shit I've ever seen. Like, okay, so you're okay, we're driving to the scene. We see Karen Reed, hysterical. Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe, calm as cucumbers. Right?
Wait on it.
I mean, and then and you ask this guy a question, you go, well, can you tell us what we're looking at? He's like, a street? I don't know. Dude, I can't wait. And dude, there's so many questions that Alan Jackson is going to ask this dude. Like, he's going to wreck this guy. He's going to ask him, is it standard procedure to tape off the scene? Is it standard procedure to knock on the door and ask if everybody's okay? Do you mind if I go inside and take a look around, make sure everybody's okay? Which he didn't do. Nobody did this. Nobody did this until Sergeant Lank showed up, right? Sergeant Lank shows up. We haven't even gotten this far yet, but wait till Sergeant Lank shows up. Sergeant Lank takes the stand because that cross-examination is going to be so much fun. But Lank shows up.
Okay, I heard him say
right.
this isn't even going to trial.
Is it standard procedure to collect blood samples in solo cups? Did you see a lot of blood on the ground can you explain why? Well, they're not going to ask him that, but we're going to eventually the question's going to be asked. He lost what? 3 liters of blood? Why only 6 droplets of blood were on the ground? Interesting. Well, is it standard procedure to use a leaf blower to blow around a crime scene? Is that standard procedure as well? I mean, all of these questions, people, that we've been asking this entire time are going to come out tomorrow. And it's not going to take the whole half a day, by the way. It's not going to take that long. That I promise you. Lolly is making Karen Reed's defense for the defense. I said this from the beginning. When I was first reading the documents of this case, when I was doing it live, I explored this case live with you guys.
He read Sleuthy Goosey's notes, is all he read.
Guys watching, well, some of you. I explored this live, and I was like, I don't see how, when this goes to trial, if this goes to trial, I don't see how this is going to get to trial, yet here we are. But I don't see how, when this goes to trial, that these people are going to be able to answer for this. It doesn't make any sense. And even said, I was wondering why y'all weren't winning this case for the defense.
Sorry.
We're backstage.
Real time right now. We're watching it happen. Right now, we are absolutely watching the prosecution make Karen Reed's defense for Karen Reed's defense. It's crazy. I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen a shit show like this in my life.
Because you've never seen an actual trial mode. You know what it is.
And it's infuriating.
I don't want to have to go back, so let's listen.
Because now you're seeing exactly why the people in Canton, Massachusetts are so angry and why they're gathered up outside.
There's like 20.
We're going
to see now.
You're seeing exactly why in that courtroom, why these beautiful people standing outside of the courtroom.
I swear to God, he said,
are
there's
gathered.
not even going to be a trial or something like that.
Where's the other shoe? That's another
Anybody
question
else
too. But wait, wait.
Yeah, I heard him say it.
Hi, Tracy. Hi, Jennifer.
Oh, good God.
If one more person asks where the other shoe is without reading the goddamn papers, I'm going to lose my mind. They found the damn shoe. Dumbasses.
The shoes and the hat.
Yes, and also the broken, also a plastic straw. And by the way, it's normal for one of your shoes to pop off when you're hit.
Yes, very normal.
Yep. Happens when people get hit.
Anybody know who this bitch is?
That's Ryan Upchurch.
That's Ryan Upchurch?
Yeah, someone used a face app to put Ryan Upchurch's face on a dancing woman. And that was Sticky. Sticky did it as a joke, and then the Glare stole it and used it as a super chat. Because he's a fucking talentless loser.
And everybody says they hate it. And he's
well, because he uses it too much.
Thank you, Tiffany. I appreciate you.
Hi, Tracy.
So that was his take on it, right?
Yes. He's very dumb.
Had to read the chat. They weren't fast enough for him. So JLR,
He knows the story.
Adam Montgomery. He was at Adam Montgomery today.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Tomorrow should be interesting. Hey, Billy. He doesn't. I know he always says, "I watched these trials." Well,
yes, that's a very good point, Kodo. How else would you collect blood from a location that is like the blood is on the snow in a immediate situation, and it's snowing, and the snow is falling down on the blood that could basically destroy key evidence to a case?
what did they want? Someone with a special syringe to come and get the blood and get all? I don't know. It's contaminated.
Like
the 13 came with all the rest of the equipment, but they had to collect what they could in the time that they had, so that it didn't, get lost or anything else. So they got what they could when they could, and the CERT team did the rest.
Well, how did the Glare guy get involved? Well, what happened was Deets on the Streets recommended this case to the Glare. And the Glare basically got sleuths, what is it, crime, not crime, I'm trying to remember her name, I forgot her name, but she made this this pie chart.
Sloopy Goosey.
Sloopy Goosey. He got that. He barely read anything. I don't even think he read anything. And basically Cherry told him what to say. And he saw the numbers grow. And then he started kissing Turtle Boy's ass. And then Turtle Boy went on. And now he's literally a turtle rider at this point. And that's the whole reason why. He only went on this case because he saw his numbers. This guy was because what happened was originally, he lost a lot of people watching him because he went to a channel called Morbid and talked about how he liked to choke his girlfriend, and fuck all his subs. And then he cried about it, and then he started covering, and then he started covering this case, and he's now a full Karen Reed supporter at this point. So I mean, whatever. So he's doing this.
That video was already out. Is that right?
Yeah, the dash cam was partially. I never seen the whole thing. I only saw like a little bit here and there.
Yeah, there was only a brief minute of the first part of it, but the part with Karen running around had not been released to the public. I had seen it, but once again, that is because someone had it in their possession and shared it with other people because he can't not help himself, and
Okay, yeah, and let me explain something about the Coke cup thing. Let's say we say, okay, the cups were contaminated and they shouldn't have been used. Are those pieces of those blood like key parts of this evidence in this case? No. So basically, even if they never did it, then it would mean nothing. So they just use it as a talking point because they don't think. Because most likely
took the blood because they don't know the injury. They don't know what happened. So if someone say stabbed him, and they, like most people, get a cut from stabbing him or bleeding from beating him up, whatever.
Yeah, it's completely wrong.
Somebody else's blood.
Usually, you make an argument for procedure, like bad procedures, when you try to throw out key points of like evidence, like say, like for instance, like evidence that they're trying to throw out a trial. But like the solo cup means nothing at this point.
I don't even think they mentioned them, did they?
They don't, because it means nothing. It means absolutely nothing.
I mean, I never know what they're going to try to throw out there now because they have nothing. So it's like, what little things are they going to make a mountain and, out of a molehill? Because that's all they really can do at this point is try to make small things, very big things, and pull an Aiden, basically. Like, take something, twist it, spin it around, add some fake shit in there, and say it's bad.
Yeah. I mean, like, they don't quite understand that. Number one, I don't even think the federal investigation is going to be mentioned in this trial. They might mention limited about the Internal Affairs investigation on Proctor, but that's going to be very limited. I guarantee you.
Whatever happened with Proctor's DNA?
Their Buchanan's DNA and Proctor's DNA was nowhere. It was not on anything.
Yeah. What happened to that? That was a big deal.
It was a big deal because I got messages from Jen Altman saying that I should not talk about that on my show and that Karen would not appreciate it. And Karen didn't want people to talk about it as if Karen was running my show. And then she
was running Turtle Boy's show. She was like, don't talk about that.
Right, but that just proves it right there. If I'm getting messages from Jen Altman to like, Karen doesn't want people talking about that. It's not public. Well, it just became public. Sorry for you. Somebody else in my chat had asked a question about the DNA. I was responding to that. I wasn't releasing the information myself. Somebody else did.
Who's this dude right here?
Feeling today?
That guy.
Justice is coming. Mr. Jackson, how are you?
Who's that?
Here it comes.
Do
you anticipate witnesses testifying today, or is it just going to be opening statements? We're getting witnesses. We're getting started. Okay. There you have it. So prosecution witnesses will be going today. There she is.
Oh my God. It's like a movie.
It's like zombies, man. Free
Karen, how are you feeling today? Are you feeling confident? We love you, Karen.
First off, it's a quick.
He's
Karen.
so sad trying to get Karen to just even look in his direction or say anything to him, and she won't, and she never will again because she can't trust him and she will not speak to him, and he fiends for her attention.
Mr.
It's like
Yannetti,
really
how are you feeling
sad.
today?
Why don't they make them walk?
Will you be giving the opening statements? Will you be giving the opening statements? Excellent. We look forward to hearing it.
You know they're waiting on JLR to jump out of a boat.
Oh my God! Imagine JLR jumps out of the
I would have
boat.
loved that. I would have fucking loved that. That would have been great.
Karen Reed, Karen Reed,
You're a murderer. You're going to prison.
you're going to prison. I can give you tips. I can give you tips on what to do in prison. How to get by. Just do an interview. with
How to
me.
make food in a trash bag.
So we are going to follow Karen into.
Is this really necessary? Can they not park closer?
Did you hear? We're going to follow Karen into court. First of all, you're not going into anywhere because no one else can go in there. It's genius.
Yeah.
Do they still have like that border thing?
Yes. they
Court.
do.
This should be interesting. Let's get over here.
Busted.
For
I wonder- You can watch that YouTuber that teaches you how to make like jailhouse food. He's
Huh?
really good at it.
What?
Yeah, no, like if I was Karen Reed right now, I'd be watching that guy on YouTube that makes jailhouse food.
Jail food and trash bag. Yeah.
Yeah, he always does busting. He's always like busting when he eats his food. That's the guy I'd be watching because I definitely need
Hilarious.
to cook in jail.
God almighty. So weird.
My question is, why are the police allowing them to exit the buffer zone and just follow them?
Let's go over here.
Yeah, I don't know.
How are you guys? Here's the throng of media. The entrance of Karen Reed for the first day of the Karen Reed murder trial. Let's see what
Yeah, because nobody else goes down there to try to kiss her ass except you there,
happening?
bub.
Here they come.
Here they come. Where's Grant?
There she is.
Probably already inside.
Factually innocent Karen Reed.
Their parents died several years
Looking dapper as usual.
Oh my God! Did you literally see her? She
Yeah.
like gave, like she literally had to like lift her head just to be like, get the fuck away from me, dude. Like I'll give you a bone if you leave me alone. Watch. She lifts her head and
There
like
she is.
gives
The
him, yep.
factually innocent Karen Reed. Looking dapper as usual.
Kills me.
Karen, we love you. It's like, oh my
There they go. The first day of fight for
Sign an
justice
autograph.
begins now. The first day.
Thanks, Captain Obvious. We know it's the
Justice
first day,
begins
dickhead.
now. Here we go. It's time. It's time.
I can't wait for the first day of his trial because it is
It is
fucking
time.
time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that would be.
There you have it,
That's
folks.
the trial I'm waiting for. That's gonna be
There you
fun.
have
That's
it.
gonna be a fun trial.
Oh, I'll be at sentencing with my popcorn.
I'm gonna make a video just laughing at him when he goes to jail.
That's it.
Honestly.
Oh my
So I
God!
think that's all
Beat
it's-
him. Tell me when you make that video. I'm totally in.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make a video where I laugh at him at his sentencing hearing when he gets sentenced to jail. Because I really do not like that guy. That guy's a scumbag.
I don't think many people do, especially when you realize that he can lie about you the way he does, like he did to me and about a million other people, and just blatantly sit there and lie in people's faces, and these people believe it. They eat it up like it's Sunday dinner.
Does anybody know why they allowed third party defense in opening statement? Yeah, but like probably
They did not allow it in opening statements because they couldn't give evidence to the judge to prove that they had a third party culprit. So the judge said not allowed in opening statements for them.
yeah, he basically was talking about like things that he can have facts about, which was basically like Proctor, which was mostly about Proctor. I mean,
Yeah.
let's be real. It was mostly about Proctor. For some reason, Proctor's the main guy.
Read what's on there right now. About Lindsay. You see that? And that's a girl he's.
Wait, what about Lindsay? What does it say?
Can you read the screen?
No, I can't. It's too small for me to read.
Oh, okay. Sources from outside the courthouse are reporting that Paul O'Keefe came to court with Lindsay, and I can't say her last name. Katani.
Yeah, that was 100% false. She was at home with her sick children. So, I mean, again, he can't just help but not leave her alone. As he has his followers scream, "Why didn't she go away? Where? I'm Aiden Kearney. I'm scared." He never leaves her alone. It's a 24/7 harass and poke my mob to harass a single mother of 4 children. She was never at the courthouse today. That never happened. Like, he made that up.
Yeah. No, because he's an evil person. And you know what? I mean, like, he's what were you gonna say, Hills? I'm sorry.
No, it says he went to court with her. Paul only knows about her, I guess, because she lied about being assaulted in order to send me to jail for 60 days. If true,
He is such a liar.
Paul is taking, oh my God.
I literally can't with his lies, because they get like, and this is what I think what really bothers me is that he contradicts his own lies all the time and none of his followers catch it. It's amazing to me that they just, sort of, they sort of just explain it away. And I'm like, you guys are just beyond dense at this point. I can't, like, I want to make very clear, Lindsay is one of my very best friends, and I have seen all the evidence in that case specifically, and he's a bold-faced liar. That's all he does. And what he does is he'll show a piece of a message, like he did the other night, like, "Oh, see, this is the smoking gun, this is the conspiracy, blah blah blah," where it's a message and she's like, "Yeah, well, I would love to beat him at his own game." And then in the very next message, which she does not show to the world, it says, not that it's a game, because what I'm saying is true and what he's saying is false. But of course he does not show that to his followers, because then it would show, you know what I'm saying? This is what he does to sort of rile everybody up, to lie. He omits his part. He's even changed screenshots. It's insane to me.
The Lizzie Proctor thing, saying that she contacted a woman's employer, so would I. If that woman was doing what I think I heard to her.
Yeah.
Yet her husband, they were terrorizing them.
Yeah, that's not okay, dude. If you're going to terrorize my life, does your employer think it's okay that you terrorize people's lives? Like, that's not, I'm sorry, but it's not okay. Like, it's not okay. So, but it's okay for him, just like he did just a day or two ago, to go and dox a woman who's a pediatric nurse, and then go onto her website and write false reviews, and in turn having all of his followers write false reviews. Like that, like, he's a hypocrite.
Yeah, well, when he goes to jail, I'm going to laugh. And, and also, like, even if he doesn't go to jail, his life is a wreck. He destroyed his marriage because he screwed it up.
That's what I don't get. Is like,
he completely destroyed his marriage.
With what he did to his wife.
Yeah, like,
yeah, you have to remember that they scream from the rooftops that, like, "Oh, well, they were separated. They were separated. They were never separated. That was never a thing."
Let me tell you a story. I'm going to tell you a little bit. I remember I was watching.
I think she has one. What?
No, I'm going to tell you a story. The problem is that this guy embarrassed his wife. Like, there's one thing, like, this is your wife. This is the mother of your children. You've completely embarrassed her and humiliated her to the public eye, and you also embarrassed your children. And you should be ashamed of he should be absolutely ashamed of himself of all the things he's done to embarrass his family. And that's
he's not, though.
Thing. Yeah, he should be ashamed. I mean, I was watching, I remember, I think it was Sammy the Bull was talking a story. You ever see Sammy the Bull's YouTube channel?
I haven't.
Okay. So he has a YouTube channel. He talks about a story about a guy, because you know how, like, mob people can have, like, a girlfriend on the side, basically. So he took his girlfriend on this, I think Carlo Gambino came into a restaurant, and he noticed the guy with his girlfriend in a restaurant that his wife visited. He visited with his wife, and he called him over and he said, "What are you doing? Why is your girlfriend in this restaurant?" And he says, "Oh, I just take her here." And he says, "Your wife comes here. All these other people will be talking about you cheating on your wife. They might not say anything, but they know it's embarrassing." And he says, and then he asks, "Do you love your wife?" And he says, "Yeah, I love my wife. I love her. I love her." And he says, "Do you love me?" And he says, "Yeah, I love you." And he says, "I hope you don't love me as much as your wife, because you just embarrassed her in front of all these people."
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, you cannot sit there. He embarrassed his children. And that's the hell he's going to be living through. Because when he grows up, when his kids grow up, they're going to see all his antics. And he's destroyed his home life. He destroyed the most important thing in his life. Just so what? He can get some, sleep with a couple of women and get some people foolish.
Pretty much. I mean, it is foolish, but he doesn't work on any sort of real sense of any sort. He's a narcissist, so he only cares about himself. And Kodo, we
that
are
thing with Lindsay happened on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
the 23rd. Actually, it happened on the 23rd of December.
Well, he was saying he had to go Christmas Day. It was Christmas Eve, and on Christmas Day he had to go to his aunt's house or something, and he was
And
tired.
that's all his own fault. That's of all of his own doing. So you know what? No one feels bad for him for that. Like,
hold on, that's not what I'm saying. No one feels what I don't get is him thinking, poor me. She kept me up till 3 a.m.
oh yeah.
I mean,
But that's how he thinks. That's literally, I kid you not, Heels. That's literally how the man thinks. It's always a poor me. He's the victim of everything. And that's like,
it's Christmas.
He doesn't care about his kids. That's not it. It's about himself. And it's only about himself. That's the problem. And Kodo, we are raising money for Lindsay. Since the, I don't know if you guys heard about this, but the, obviously probably have because of him, but they gave him all of Lindsay's phone, which was a pure accident, and now he is using it to terrorize and harass.
Yeah, I know.
Her life.
We covered it. I covered it with Queen Bee about it.
Oh,
We
you
talked
did?
about that. Yes, we talked about it. The guy, all of that stuff was basically released to him, and honestly, he kind of screwed himself over because he self-snitched. Because the only reason why they found out about it is because he admitted that he went into her account while on a live stream.
Yep.
And got this information from his lawyer. So he almost got his lawyer into big trouble. And also, I think he fucked up his case because I think he might have gotten he might have gotten that restraining order reversed a little bit. But I think because he did that, they were just like, okay, we're just going to make it 50 feet instead of 200 feet.
So you're telling me that Tully accidentally,
a state trooper. It was a state trooper.
Yeah. Yeah, it was Tully. Yep.
Yeah.
So Tully, the one that got Karen Reed's, went up and got Karen Reed's phone.
Yep.
Is the one that accidentally released it?
Correct. And so what's been happening since is they have been using it to harass her consistently and constantly every single day, including Aiden behind closed doors, because that's what he does, right? And so, yes, we are, Kodo, to answer your question, raising money for Lindsay, because now we're going to need more money for her attorney to fix that problem, that we're going to have to put protective order and things are going to need to happen now with all that information, because it goes back 15 years and there's a lot of stuff.
You can't do anything to make her feel. If someone released my entire phone,
I know.
Everybody.
Well, he stated that he had pictures of her kids. He got pictures.
Oh yeah, he's got very sensitive information.
Which, by the way, Mr. Aiden Kearney, pictures of children, especially if they're not properly dressed, could be considered a certain crime.
Is it revenge porn? That's not against.
No, that's called CP. That's called CP.
No, but there's pictures of Lindsay's kids in the bathtub, or in their diaper. That's not. He's disseminating that information.
I wouldn't want my kids' pictures near him.
Yeah.
Right.
So, make sure you do not release that because you could go to jail for a very long time for that.
Did you know?
Too late.
Revenge porn is not illegal in Massachusetts.
Yeah, and that was his statement.
Not yet.
He testified under oath that while in his restraining order, with that hearing, that he revenge porned someone, that he was a revenge pornographer, and the reason why he did it was because it's not illegal. And then he changed it up later on and says, "Well, she was going to do it to me." Okay, bro. No one wants to see you nude, sir. That's goddamn.
Well, right now, Kodo, it's through my Cash App and Venmo right this minute, because the last time we tried to do a give, send, go, they tried mass reporting it.
No, do a GoFundMe. Do a GoFundMe.
We did a give, send, go, but they mass reported it. So
don't do give, send, go. No, I'm talking about a GoFundMe pool, and then set it to a certain amount. That doesn't get reported. I'm serious. You'd be able to get it, and also you don't get taxed on that money when you actually.
But give, send, go doesn't take fees. Cash App, Venmo doesn't take fees, but GoFundMe does.
No, but I'm saying PayPal pool, a PayPal.
Yeah,
PayPal, because Queen Bee did it because she was worried about a lot of people were trying to report her shit. and she did it
Yeah.
that way. And you don't have to pay taxes because it's considered a gift on that. So
I wonder how she can connect me to figure that out, because right now it's just through my Cash App and Venmo for her. Like that's.
You're going to regret that. Anytime you take money for anything, they
Yeah,
may
don't.
give it to you now, but a month from now, you're a thief.
yeah, my advice is like you got to keep it open because there's a lot of fucking annoying people like out there that do that. Like, it's just like do a PayPal pool for her. Have her do a PayPal pool, and that's probably what you got to do, and set it for an amount, and then you'll be good with that way. Like that's my
I have to
advice.
figure out how to set up
And,
a PayPal pool.
Yeah, well, have her set up a PayPal pool. That's pretty much it. And you want, and it's very transparent. You can actually see the money being raised, but you can also make it hidden who donates and stuff. And they don't. They like people try to report that all the
Well,
time.
that's another problem. A lot of people want to remain anonymous in the donation because they don't want to be harassed by the mob.
You can be anonymous on that.
Yeah. They don't want to be harassed by the mob. Right now, there is a current Give, Send, Go, but it takes days to cash it out. So it's up to 10. Up to 10 if it's
I don't really
whatever.
want to talk about that on here. Because
Well, somebody asked the question. Yeah, no, I was just answering the question someone asked.
Oh, I know. And if you can tell them where to go, but I'm just saying.
I have the link. The link is on my Twitter. It's in my Twitter feed.
Just go to her Twitter.
Yep, just go to Twitter. It's in my Twitter feed.
Yeah.
Yep.
What he's doing, if someone did that to my daughter, oh my God.
Well, that's the thing. It's not really fair to her. It's not fair to the kids. And you got all these people who are, on Twitter then releasing these old documents. Now, mind you, she's been sober years, and I'm coming up on 16 this year. And so it's like you want to dox and harass her, call her a junkie, every name you can find because Aiden said so. And then you want to release old probate records that have nothing to do with really anything, from things that her parents, that she's been estranged from for years for good reason, said, which are not true, right? And you want to release those to do what? And then of course it's, oh well, I'm helping her. You're not helping her. You're embarrassing her and smearing her for no other reason. Her children can look that up. So you want to hurt children? What is wrong with you? Like, it just doesn't make sense. It's gross behavior. Oh, Liz found it, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how to do like links and stuff in here, so. So what do you think tomorrow's going to be like, Heels? Oh, she's muted. Because it's just me right now. You guys have any questions? Oh,
Yeah.
there you are.
I think he's going to probably try to tear him apart, but that guy really didn't say that much.
Yeah.
If I did it. Well, if other people heard it, then, witness testimony is make or break.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that's.
I wonder who else are going to put up, though. That's my question.
Well,
Who else is going to
I wonder if anybody else has any other questions about like what happened today or what they think is going to happen tomorrow, like, or what's next for tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't have the witness list, so I don't.
Well, I think what we're going to see is probably the police officers, first responders next, because I'm guessing the prosecution is going to tell it in a way where, it starts from the start and goes to the end. So it's going to be introduced in the way that the people were introduced into this whole story.
Okay, this is how far I've got. She showed her pregnancy test and miscarriage. Is that Lindsay she's talking about?
I have no idea, but it
a lot more about it. I don't know anything about
wasn't a miscarriage. It was an abortion, but yeah.
Hi, Tim.
Bye, Tim.
Thanks for coming.
Well, no, she's not. She's not. And that's the problem, right? Like that's one of the problems.
Connor, you need to come up sometime. Baby Blue. I'm seeing if anybody has questions. Can anyone explain the toe guy? Wait, that guy called Turtle.
Well,
it's a convoluted story. I don't believe the way it's told, but someone, hey, KDK, Heels, we need you to get there's a thing scrolling if anybody wants to But if I get monetized, there's songs I can't play. I have a lot more freedom without it. But here it is. What was I saying?
It was the question before that. Oh, how he got involved in.
Oh, because okay, Natalie was a friend of Karen's from high school, I think. And
it was college, yeah.
And then one day she's in another state but reads the local news about Karen. And so she goes and looks Karen up, I guess on Facebook, I don't know, and goes, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening to you. And this was just, I thought it was when it first happened, but it had to be after the indictment for second-degree murder, right?
I'm not quite sure of the timing. What I do know,
involved June, July,
right?
August. Seemed like it was April though. So I'm guessing
it was shortly after Karen was like arrested. So somewhere
She was
around like
arrested twice.
Right, that's true. Somewhere around the time that Natalie kind of found out what was going on. I'm not really sure of like which time it was, but she found out that Karen was like, this happened, and then reached out to Karen.
Right, but the only reason I'm trying to figure that out is because all the shit about the people in the house did it came from Karen, and it would have been after the second, because I think she thought she was going to flee out of the other one. You know, like no big deal, we're going to get out.
Right.
And then the second degree, and that's when Turtle Boy started, because she said, oh, I know this guy, he's a blogger, because she talked to somebody else.
Jen Altman. They reached out to Jen Altman had been like defending her for a while, and finally Natalie said, hey, you know, should we reach out to her? I'll reach out to her and say like thank you on your behalf, which she did. And then Jen said, hey, I know this guy, he's a blogger, and you can go from there.
Yeah. And so Karen started going through Natalie to give him bits and pieces of the story. Turtle Boy didn't investigate shit. He got
it was given to him.
It's all given to him. Then Natalie got on her nerves, I guess. I could see it. So Natalie got on her nerves, and she said, look, just let me talk to him. I'll just talk to him on Signal, which I guess does it erase?
It's an encrypted app, so it's almost like erasing, but it's encrypted. So like, what if the cops come and take your phone? They can't get those messages. That's essentially how it works.
Okay, so she started talking to him on the Signal app, but we do have messages between her and him on Facebook. I think Facebook Messenger.
No, it's messages between her and him through Natalie.
Oh, through Natalie. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I remember one where she said, we're going to kind of step off of the 3-point turn. Do you remember that one? Where
Yep. And then there was ones where he was saying that the story didn't make sense. The Google search didn't make sense. That was all through Natalie. So that was when she was still the intermediary.
And he said, I need more. People aren't believing this. And I don't remember which it was. Something they weren't believing. And so he needed more. The problem is for her is she was inciting him to go after those people, giving them all their information.
Yep.
Like names, addresses. And she lied to him because she said, yeah, they said Colin was in the house. He was there at the time. Well,
and he wasn't.
House, but he had left.
Yes.
So I think she had him so convinced and just giving him little bits at a time. Like, how did she even get away with sending him grand jury witness testimony? I don't get that.
There's still ongoing investigations happening. So,
yeah, I think the federal investigation of this case, I do think they went and raised hell. And Alan Jackson is a big deal, I guess, in California. And they said, we'll do a review. Everybody keeps saying it's not, but a review, they have all the same tools. They can use a grand jury. The FBI investigates. It's all the same.
They can, yes.
Open an official investigation if they find something. And so I don't think they found anything on this part.
They did not. They did not find a conspiracy. They did not find any sort of cover up. They did not find any of that.
So, but there may be something else going on, investigating.
Yeah.
I just don't know how she could get by with that.
Well, there's also other state investigations going on, Aiden for various other crimes. So,
What was this thing in Rhode Island?
The help that he got from the FBI for something he did in Rhode Island that he was going to face charges about or something. I believe it was probably a wiretapping charge, knowing what I know. I'm not really sure, but I guesstimate that it's a wiretapping charge he was trying to get out of.
And then there's a FBI agent, the woman that, what's her name? Ferrara.
Ferrara. Yeah, I think it's Ferrara.
So she was just an FBI agent. She was just asking.
Correct.
Yeah, no big deal. But you would think by talking to McDonough, that idiot, that he knows more. Oh yeah, I know. I've got the scoop on that. Had to go have a few things doing in Florida. That came up. No, real life.
That's okay, Tim. It happens, bud.
He's great. There's someone that is. Wait, I'm having I think I put the wrong contact in the wrong eye.
There's someone that is indicted, though, who investigated this event, correct? But they cannot mention that investigator in court. There is no one that is currently indicted right now.
And there was no target.
There was no target letter sent. Multiple people were cleared. But again, like I said, there's other state investigations going on with Aiden and other various crimes.
You know what got me is when Yannetti stood up there and told the judge. And they're very good at parsing words, and you have to be looking for it.
We will not let this go to trial bullshit.
Yeah, I don't have the good conscience or something.
Yeah. And then that very night, the attorney's office came out and said, yeah, that's not what happened. And we never said that.
Yeah, even Scanlon. When Scanlon called him up after Karen was arraigned, and he says that he had a theory of what went on in the house. Even Scanlon said, that's not how I said it. And they went from there with it and saying, oh, we had a witness, Scanlon. And nope, not how I said it.
I think you're referring to the Aiden stuff, and it's evident, creating evidence. He's being charged right now for dissemination, and what he did was he edited audio to make it sound like somebody. It's wiretap. It's a dissemination of wiretapping is what he's being charged with.
What?
Aiden, he's being charged with the wiretapping.
Saying no indictment. No, he's. If you're talking about Aiden, he has 19 indictments against him.
No, I think they still mean the federal investigation. There's been no indictments, no charges. Yeah.
Not on this case. I mean, I think.
Oh, later on. Okay, yeah. He is being investigated for multiple different things, not just one, but quite a few.
May 23rd is here's the next court date. Check oh my God, my eyes, I swear to God. I do not know. It's like when I'm reading, it'll skip back.
Oh, mine does that sometimes too. I'm on the computer. Thankfully, it doesn't do it on my phone, but on the computer it does that.
But on the computer, I'm like, okay, let me catch up with me.
Some people's phones do that. Mine thankfully does not. There are a lot of stories going around, and that's kind of the problem is all these people who think that they know, they really have no clue whatsoever. They're just believing what they were told by, mostly him and that sort of camp. And it's almost all bullshit. And unfortunately, they're going to find out that they were duped and lied to. And there are some people I don't feel bad for at all. And then there are other people that were just regular people like me following cases like this that I do feel bad for, that were duped. And, the only thing I can do is say that's not true. And then, You have the cult, and they're like, "Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. You don't know what you're talking about." And I'm like, "You guys have no idea what I know. No idea what I know." So I just have to laugh. That's all I do. I just laugh behind the scenes. I just laugh. And Kodo would probably be a good bet that maybe possibly he does violate because he just can't help himself. He runs on impulse, dude. Like, I don't know. If I was a betting person, dude, I'd bet he does at some point. Like, he just cannot help himself. He just can't. He can't stop. He can't leave people alone. He can't. He has to have someone or something to talk about. He has to have someone or something to harass. Mostly her right now. And it's sick behavior, dude. Like, you need some help, guy. Like, yeah, everybody does have different stories. That's true.
That was 6 days ago. Where is he? 4 years ago. I'm trying to find something real quick. Oh, listen to her. I couldn't believe this. Hold on one. So dumb.
The lawyers in the Karen Reed murder trial just outside of Boston, they got themselves 11 of the 16 jurors that they need.
This was 11 days ago.
And if those people have not been following this case, they have no idea what they're in for. Karen Reed is the financial analyst and a college professor who's accused of murdering her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, a longtime Boston police officer. It happened back in January of 2022, and ever since then, the investigators have been building their case against her. But the doubters have been getting louder and louder. The investigators say that she backed over her boyfriend after a drunken argument and then left him to die in a snowbank outside of a house party. But Reed's defenders say the evidence does not add up. They say the victim's injuries aren't even the kind you get from vehicle impact, and they claim the investigators planted evidence at the scene. Evidence like fragments of a broken tail.
This is what gets me. They don't talk about what Karen did. They don't talk about anything that led up to it, the damages on the car, where he was found. You know what I mean?
Right. Which all pertains to it. That's the point. Like,
it's all it's stay away from Karen.
Reed's SUV. None of those defenders is more convinced than that of my next guest. Sean McDonough is a retired DEA supervisory special agent who's investigated this case on his own pretty much full time for a year now. He says he can prove that Karen Reed's taillight was completely intact after the alleged hit and run happened. Now, the video from a doorbell cam. It was taken at 5:03 a.m. And 5:03 a.m. is hours after Reed and O'Keefe parted ways. And you can see right there in the circle that Reed's taillight is right where it's supposed to be on her Lexus SUV.
Actually, I can see that it's broken.
Sean McDonough. Sean, that video is sort of jaw-dropping. It's kind of like the Perry Mason moment, and I wonder if the prosecutors have it.
Why is his face that red?
He lives in Florida.
And if they do, how do they explain it?
Actually, first of all, I'm so happy to be here, and thank you. Thank you for covering this. I'm so happy you led with the first picture. The first picture is what the prosecution wants the jurors to believe. Look, that taillight looked like at 12:32 a.m. after John was allegedly hit by Karen Reed. In this video, which is 4.5 hours after Karen allegedly hit John, that light right there has absolutely no wires, no LEDs. All the red is completely gone, which means no red would be reflective, right? There would be nothing illuminated.
Right, it is gone.
At
There's no taillight in there.
to 5:08, you see her backing. She cracks the backup light onto Officer John O'Keefe's Traverse.
After Ashley Vanderbilt goes, I don't see anything.
Dude, how do you not see that big black spot right there where there's missing taillight? I'm confused. I mean,
he does. She doesn't. Like when she introduced him, she goes, "No, it's intact. It's right there." And he's the one that says she just backed into the car.
Which is behind there. See those tire tracks? She goes in at an angle, which means she definitely made contact with that side light that comes out 5 inches. We documented this. And see right there, that tire on John's car moves forward. It didn't go backwards. So the angle directs the motion of the vehicle that got struck. So
the bumper hits the car.
Continues on. If you keep going with that video, a little bit more, it's completely intact. And this is how it all came about. The lead detective Michael Proctor from the Mass State Police.
Listen to it.
This is how I found it. In his affidavit, he said the taillight, the right rear taillight, right side, was shattered and a large piece missing. And I said, wait a minute. The two witnesses told him that there was a crack. And we analyzed this back and forth.
We're talking semantics on words, bro.
Well, Jen said.
Witnesses said crack. So what?
Pieces. That's what Jen said. But they always say she just said crack.
But we're talking semantics over words that witnesses said. That cracked could mean one thing to one person and a different one to another.
The video play all the way through. I went to Lexus dealerships. They told me not only do they have, it's a polycarbonate plastic, one of the hardest plastics you can have. The law of physics, there you go, right there. See all that went into a 200.
So again, just listen, I've got only 30 seconds left, but I got to ask you, you've been in this business a long time. How are the prosecutors going to explain this away? Because I guarantee you what you have, defense attorneys will use.
Oh, they have it all. They have that and more. I don't know how they intend to convince a jury of 12 that that car hit John O'Keefe. There is no way.
Wow. Okay, so listen, we're only at the tip of the iceberg on this case.
My God, I was trying to see if he had anything today.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't agree with that. Obviously, there's 100 ways that he could be hit by the car, but that's not.
He's been obsessed with the taillight. I mean, obsessed.
Yeah, I mean, the taillight isn't so much a problem for me anymore with everything that I know.
No, I guess he doesn't have any.
I mean, a lot of the things that were problems for me in the beginning, have explanations, and I know the world doesn't have all those explanations yet or the evidence of it yet, but they will. And then, I feel like some people will just explain it away as they have all this time.
That opening statement. Is it on?
Oh, God.
She immediately sees his body on the lawn and starts screaming bloody murder. She jumps out of the car. She runs to his body and she starts performing mouth to mouth, I think, CPR. At that point, Jen McCabe calls 911 at about 6:04 a.m. and says, there's a man passed out in the snow. And from that point, everything else is in dispute. But we've gone over all of the investigative reports, the police reports. The Canton PD is the first organization or the first police department to arrive.
You say that's where it begins to what? History from them?
That's, she said, basically that's all anybody can agree on. I don't know. Basically, that's what, I don't know. That's where anybody stops agreeing.
She has one video where probably 2.5 months ago, I don't do this for money. I don't care about the money. I'm just here. I really want to be an actress or something. But she loves her super chats and her members. And now she has an advertisement in the middle of it.
Wonderful.
That she does.
So much. Says, we love you here in Massachusetts. Miss Melanie, thank you for covering this. Justice is coming. I think we're all hoping.
Well, at least she's not.
It's this is insane, you guys. This is really insane. And if there's anyone in the chat who doesn't know anything about this case.
Okay, I'm gonna go now. That's crazy. I'm gonna go watch everybody, and I might come back later. It was nice having you. Thank you.
Of course. We'll find out what happens tomorrow, I guess, huh?
Yeah, tomorrow should be good. What time does it start? 9?
It should be the same time, yeah.
What time did it start today? I don't remember. I was up since I don't know, 6. I think it was 9.
Yep. It should be, I think, 9, or I think it was 10 this morning, but I'm pretty sure they would start at 9 if they're doing a half a day.
I was trying to read. Okay. Thanks, guys. Thanks for being here. I'll see you later. Bye. I always end with a song. Love you guys. Okay. Which one will I do? That one.